And now, please welcome the Executive Director of the Monterey Bay Aquarium, Julie Packard.
Welcome, everyone, and thank you for being here. Wasn't that an amazing performance? Wow, what a day. What a way to start the day. So, during a momentous 2 days of very important climate conversations, today and this morning is especially significant to me. We're going to dive into the impact that climate change is having on the health of the global ocean, which, of course, as we know, is the largest ecosystem on our planet. But more importantly, we're going to dive into how maintaining a healthy ocean is going to be absolutely key to the solutions to climate change and to meeting the goals that we've set for ourselves here. For the first time, ocean issues are getting the attention they deserve here at this conference. So as a California native and head of an organization that inspires millions of people every year by connecting them with ocean life, I'm well aware, as all of you are, that the ocean has got to be central to the climate conversation. Human health depends on the health of our ocean and the life-giving services that it provides. Around the world, as we all know now, people absolutely depend on the food and jobs and transportation and, most importantly, the services to stabilize our climate that the ocean provides. Unfortunately, at our peril, and we've heard a lot about that over the past couple of years, we have ignored the ocean and the impacts from our unchecked production of greenhouse gases. Sea levels rising, placing millions of people at risk around the world, and I'm not even going to include the specifics on that because we are seeing them on the news every day and as we speak. We've got to act as if our lives depended on it, because they do. There is some good news, I'm here to say. I guess my job at this point in life is to try to be the optimist, and I am. I mean, I'm so inspired by the commitments that have been made by countries and states and cities around the world. And the good news, as far as the ocean is, it is resilient. It can recover. We've seen that. But it needs our help. So the even better news is we know what to do to make that happen. We're already seeing progress in public policy and from the business community here in California and around the world. We're building a clean energy future that's going to sustain all of us and help maintain the healthy ocean to continue to let life exist. So today's sessions are going to take us to the next step. You'll hear a call to action to government, industry, and global citizens to safeguard the living ocean, to ensure the ocean can continue to provide the life-giving services that support 7.5 billion of us. Bold leadership is going to determine how quickly we can make progress on today's call to action. So we're asking everyone here to fire up and really dedicate action and follow through. The West Coast of the United States, like so many coastal territories represented here, has shown amazing leadership on this mission to turn things around for our planet and advance solutions to global climate change, which really is the challenge of our lifetimes. So it's my great pleasure to introduce one of those leaders, Governor Jay Inslee of Washington State. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you, I really appreciate it. I love your pictures, too. Good morning. What a delight to join you here to talk about the need for the world to have an aha moment when it comes to ocean acidification and temperature changes in our oceans. I want to talk about just two of my aha moments. About 10, 12 years ago, I became intensely interested in climate change, and I was comforted in my ignorance in the knowledge that carbon dioxide that we pumped into the atmosphere by the gigatons went into solution into the waters, and I was always thinking this is a wonderful thing. We're getting this CO2 out of the atmosphere and getting rid of it in the oceans. And then I went to a dinner with an oceanographer named Ken Caldera at Stanford, who came down and said, you know, it's really cool that we're getting CO2 out of the atmosphere, but you know what happens when it goes in the ocean? It creates acidic conditions. And he gave me a 10-minute tutorial on that. And my jaw just dropped to the floor when I heard this, because the consequences were instantly recognizable to a guy who only had, freshman biology. That was an aha moment for one member of the U.S. Congress. And ever since then, I've dedicated pretty much every day to doing something about ocean acidification. And isn't it great that we got a community today in San Francisco going to do everything humanly possible to defeat ocean acidification? I'm very appreciative of everybody being here. Here's my second aha moment. It has more to do with temperature than acidity. I was in La Push, Washington, which is a really active fishing community, a while back, and I noticed these beautiful fishing boats all tied up to the dock. And I love fishing boats, but I don't like them when they're all tied up to the dock and they can't go fishing. These are my family members. My dad's best friend had the Shirley Ann that can't go fishing because of the blob and the ocean temperatures that shut down fishing in the Northwest coast. Another aha moment. So now it is clear that we've got to do three things. Number one, all of us in the climate change community have to embed ocean acidification and ocean temperature changes into our daily messaging. Every day we get up and we brush our teeth. Every day most of us comb our hair. And every day we've got to figure out this is a central message to the world community. And this remains a fundamental precept in our success on this, because I've taught legislators who still don't understand this concept. I talked to someone in San Francisco who's helping on climate change who really was formed to this concept. We need to embed this in our messaging about what's happening to the death of the Great Barrier Reef, what's happening to our oyster industry where we can no longer grow baby oysters in Puget Sound. We have to put bicarbonate of soda in the water or the baby oysters cannot propagate because of the changes to the calcium carbonate systems in their precious little bodies. That's number one. Number two, I would encourage everyone to get their organizations to join our international alliance against ocean acidification. We now have 65 groups, including some national groups, including France and Fiji. We would like to grow this alliance. Please join this alliance. There is powers in numbers, and this will help elevate the message and help us share our opportunities going forward as an international alliance. And number three, I just want to report to you about the things we are doing in the state of Washington as an exemplar of things that we can do. First, we started this alliance to start this international effort. But we're doing things locally in the state of Washington to address this issue. Number one, we talk about it all the time, following principle number one. And number two, we're putting some money behind some efforts to deal with this. We're investigating the efforts to reduce acidity by growing kelp and doing some efforts in the biological system to try to reduce acidity. Can we even temporarily sequester carbon and reduce acidity, even on a local basis? We've got several $1 million going into research in that regard. We're trying to help our shellfish industry deal with this issue by doing new research to figure out how they can adopt this issue. And we're making sure that every person who loves crabbing in the state of Washington understand there won't be very good crabbing a century from now if we don't get on top of this session. So we're making investments in the things that can actually mitigate some of the harms on a local basis. But we know that there's only one ultimate solution to this, and that's the solution of growing clean energy jobs across this planet. And I'll tell you this, it's pretty good to know that clean energy jobs today, which are anti-ocean acidification jobs, which are anti-blob jobs, are today growing twice as fast as the rest of the United States economy. That's something to celebrate. The ocean acidification community is a job-creating community and a job-saving community in the fishing industry, in the shell fishing industry, in the oceanic recreation industry. And I'm glad to be involved in yet another economic development program, and that's what we're doing right here. Now, there's a lot of champions here today. There's one in the backstage. I just want to have a call out for the person who recently has done most against ocean acidification in America, and that's Secretary John Kerry. Can we give him a round of applause for the work he's done in Paris? Paris was an ocean acidification treaty as much as a climate change treaty, and I appreciate his work. We have two champions from the Polynesian canoeing community that are now sailing a canoe from Hawaii to demonstrate commitment to oceanic cultures. Nainoa Thompson and Lehua Kamalu are here today. Let's welcome them and let's save their cultures. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Aloha mai kako. My name's Nainoa, and I'm from the Hawaiian Islands, in the middle of the Pacific. We are also from the biggest nation on earth, called Polynesia. 10 million square miles, larger than Russia. And if you look at the map of Hawaii and Aotearoa, New Zealand, and Rapa Nui, the triangle, it's 10 million square miles, bigger than Russia. It's 3 times the size of the continental United States. If you exclude for a moment the landmass of New Zealand, and you add up all the total square miles of all the islands in Polynesia, even though we're 3 times the size of the continental United States, you can fit us in 1/3 the state of New York. I come from an ocean country. I come from an ocean ancestry. And we're here to honor and to thank and to celebrate the vital, important work of this summit. Frankly, because our lives depend on it. The direct relationship between the health of the oceans, the direct relationship between our lives and how we live our lives, our history, our heritage, and the future of our children. Your work is vital to us. And so in that celebration, we have been sailing, voyaging canoes for 43 years. We've been around the earth once. We have about 200,000 miles behind us. We do it initially was to find and restore and rediscover our ancestry, our genealogies, and the ancient ways of the traditions of deep sea voyaging and traditional non-instrument navigation. And when we looked at what you're doing, we would hope in some way that we could do something that would strengthen you, that would allow us to be a part of you. So we made a special voyage on one of our voyaging canoes called Hikianalia, which is sister to our first voyaging canoe, Hokulea. And we chose to come here for a number of reasons, but to be here, to be active and part of this movement, this extraordinary room with powerful people making vital decisions that will impact all of us, especially our children. And so on Monday morning, the voyaging canoe, Hikianalia, arrived to Half Moon Bay to be here. And it was 2,900 miles of sailing. It took us halfway to the North Pole from the equator. And it was sailed in the old way, following the stars. That if you can imagine that this crew that sailed, our navigators will make 5,000 observations of nature. You only know where you are by memorizing where you come from. There you have to be awake, and there you have to pay attention to stars, moon, planets, wind, clouds, oceans, waves, and life in the sea. Our navigators will make 500 choices about trim, steering, weight and balance, everything. And then they'll make 2 decisions in a day, at sunrise and sunset. Where are you? And where are you going? It's the vital choices of our time. And so I'm honored to, I flew on Hawaiian Airlines, it took me 4.5 hours. It took them 23 days, and I'm going to introduce to you our lead navigator and captain of Hikianalia, Lehua Kamalu.
Aloha, everyone. Sorry, my voice is a bit full of salt and wind and a little bit of cold. But I was asked to share a bit about the experience of sailing here and taking that 23-day journey. The first question everyone asks is, why would you take 23 days when you could take 4.5 hours. And I think there's a very simple answer to that, and that the journey is really the most important part for us. How we go about each day, how we go from one point to another is just as important as where you end up. And so this being my longest voyage as captain and navigator, as the captain and navigator on a voyaging canoe, you don't sit in a chart house and sort of just give instructions on where we're going to go and have a helmsman steer you that way. It is your duty to make sure that the entire canoe is healthy from beginning to end. And so whether or not you are down there checking to see if the drinking water is still safe, if you have enough food for everyone, how long you can take this journey, if something is a little too risky for your team. These are all decisions you're making each day. I had an amazing group of navigators that were training on this voyage that took 23 days and over 2,800 miles. And each one of them not only needed to know that you are there to make sure they're going to be healthy and safe, because that's just surviving. What I really wanted when we came in to California and landed there in Half Moon Bay was that they would be thriving. And I think the best way I could do that was to teach them how to understand what I was looking at. And if they knew the same things that I could see, that the wind was going to change, or that there would be a star that would give them a sign, it gave them the confidence and the strength to trust what they had been studying and what they had been training to do for all these years. And so I hope that through this voyage, we were able to act on what we saw. When I was told we were going to the Climate Action Summit, everyone said, well, what is that? I said, well, I think it's about action. I think it's about doing something. And I'm like, well, what are we doing? Well, we're sailing across the ocean. But that's what we do. And I think through that practice, we learn to be connected to the ocean, to everything that's in it, to the fish that feed us, to the wind that powers our sails, and to the signs that guide us from one place to another. And through that, I think every one of these crew members that sailed in, unfortunately they weren't able to be here, have learned what it means to take action each day to live a healthy and thriving life with the people and the place around you. And that's really what that experience is. And we hope that actually we'll be arriving on Sunday for a larger arrival where you will be able to meet those crew if you like. But that's our action, and we hope through continuing to do this and continuing to share that story, that can be a guide if someone else might be looking for something that can connect them to the sea and to the ocean around them. Thank you. Thank you so much. I realize actually not everyone gets to be out in the middle of the ocean seeing the beautiful water and the fish, but also some of the things that are not so beautiful about the ocean that hopefully we're going to start turning the tide on. And so we wanted to just introduce a video that was created to share some of the many complex ways that the ocean affects our lives. And that even though you might not be on the deck of my canoe or on the shores of Hawaii observing it each day, the ocean is all around us in everything that we do and see. And we can all play a part in protecting it and keeping it wonderful and beautiful for every generation to come. So I think we have a short video now to play for you.
Life began in the ocean. And the ocean has sustained life ever since. It provides us with food, oxygen, and fresh water, the riches with which we have built civilizations. The ocean connects all things, Earth to atmosphere, continents and cultures. The ocean controls and stabilizes our climate. It absorbs 1/4 of the carbon we emit burning fossil fuels and stores 90% of the sun's heat on our warming planet. It distributes that heat around the world through ocean currents, moderating temperatures, maintaining favorable conditions for life everywhere. But for too long, we have taken the ocean for granted, acting as though its resources were infinite, its systems immutable. We have pushed past its limits. Now, the ocean is starting to falter, its water heating and acidifying, its corals bleaching, its islands drowning, its fish stocks in decline. And yet, we rely on the ocean now more than ever to guard humanity against climate change itself. We must help the ocean heal. That means turning away from dirty fuels and toward the abundant, renewable energy nature bestows. We must also protect the ocean's ability to store carbon dioxide. We can do this by nurturing the rainforests of the ocean, habitats that capture carbon and also help protect coastal communities. And by preserving the foundation of the ocean's food web, the organisms that help transport carbon to the deep sea. The ocean can use its enormous power to cleanse and regenerate itself if we only give it a chance. By fishing sustainably and creating protected zones where life can flourish and adapt to the changing climate. And by using science to continue unraveling the ocean's secrets. Because if we truly understand and respect it, the ocean will help us safeguard all life on Earth.
Thank you again for bringing the oceans to the priority in the climate discussions. It's my great pleasure to introduce what I think is the 21st century's world's great navigator for taking the blue planet to a healthy place, 68th Secretary of State John Kerry.
Good morning, everybody. Nainoa, Lehua, thank you for an extraordinary lesson in the context of 21st century demands and challenges, and thank you all for the opportunity to share a few words with you. I want to start well, first of all, I think Sigourney has really, in the context of that video, described major parts of the challenge of the oceans. So I'm not going to repeat everything that she said, but let me just begin, if I can, by thanking the Global Climate Action Summit for bringing together so many thoughtful, important people with respect to the challenge that we face from so many different industries in order to discuss the options for where we proceed. I want to thank Julie Packard, who has in many ways spent her life addressing this issue, and thanks in large part to her engagement and to the creative leadership of the Monterey Bay Aquarium. That aquarium and her efforts have become primary in what we're trying to do here. More than 45 million people have visited the aquarium, and the millions of visitors who walk through that aquarium aren't just tourists, they've become activists because they get engaged and they begin to understand what we're facing here. Now, folks, I want to just be pretty blunt and direct here today. I don't want to be the skunk at a garden party, but I also it's important that we deal with the truth. I don't want to be political. I'm not pessimistic, because every challenge that we face in this arena is solvable, but I am going to tell the truth. And the truth is we are not anywhere near where we need to be with respect to the overall challenge of climate change and even the challenge of the oceans. I had the enormous both pleasure and challenge and privilege, it really was a privilege, to be able to lead the negotiations in Paris and work for 4 years, actually for a lifetime, for my 28 years in the Senate, with Al Gore and Tim Wirth and John Warner and a whole bunch of us who have been committed to this for a long time. And the Paris Agreement really wasn't written overnight. It was written as the product of decades of negotiations and lots of failures. As George Mitchell once said, you know, negotiating is 700 days of failure and 1 day of success, the day you get it done. And that's how you have to go at this. But the Paris Agreement began really when we went to China. I went to China in the first 6 weeks of being secretary, and we changed the dynamic of the failure of what had happened in Copenhagen, where we just failed. The international community failed. And we all remember the disaster of China and the G77 going off in a corner and President Obama having to basically chase them and force a meeting to try to even get some kind of communique that made sense. So went to China, met with President Xi, and we created a working group with the intention of being able to announce our mutual reductions and emissions together in order to send a different signal. And 1 year later, President Obama and President Xi did indeed stand up in Beijing, and we announced the intended reductions of China and the United States together and said, together, we're going to go to Paris and we're going to make that a success. Well, within months or weeks, Europe followed. Others began to follow. And indeed, we were able to meet in Paris, almost 200 nations strong, in order to define common but differentiated responsibility in a different way for the first time. We almost balked, but in a late night meeting, we managed to bring some of the reluctant parties on board to join into the effort. And there's a reason I mention this in the context of what is happening on the oceans, because we came out of Paris, ultimately, as you all know, with the Paris Agreement, which was an acceptance by each and every nation to do what it could. It wasn't close to what we tried to do in Kyoto, and I remember trying to manage the Kyoto Agreement on the floor of the Senate, and we couldn't get anything. Robert Byrd and West Virginia and Cole and all these people resisted anything happening because China and the others weren't doing anything, let alone enough. So we managed to come together and create a structure, and now we have a president who, without any knowledge of the issue, without any scientific fact whatsoever, lying to the American people about a burden to the United States, which is not a burden at all, because no country accepted to do anything in Paris that was not within the capacity of that country to achieve. And the fact is, the burden is not responding. 3 storms, Harvey, Irma, and Maria, cost $265 billion. That's 1/3 of the Defense Department budget. It's more money than we put in to the Energy Department, the Commerce Department, the Education Department, and 3 or 4 other departments put together. That's a burden. And so for the president to stand up in front of the American people and say, it's too much burden, we have to get out of Paris and withdraw American leadership from an issue that is life or death is one of the single greatest acts of irresponsibility by a president of the United States anywhere at any time. Now, I'm going to tell you something. It's not going to be news to you. I think everybody's beginning to learn it, but the American people are way smarter than this president. And that's why 38 states in the United States of America, under the leadership of people like Jerry Brown and Jay Inslee, who was just here, and other governors and mayors all across our nation, they have been able to take a stand. Those 38 states have renewable portfolio standards that are mandatory. 29 of them, I think, are mandatory. 8 of them are voluntary. But guess what, folks? That's 80% of the American population that is committed to continue to try to meet the goals that we set in Paris. And what's so damning about this is that we knew, and I said in Paris at the end of when we passed it, that we're not leaving Paris, and we didn't leave Paris, knowing that we had a guarantee that we're keeping the rise of the Earth's temperature to 2 degrees centigrade. We knew that. That's the goal. But we left Paris sending the most important signal we've ever sent to the private sector, that all of these 196 countries were going to try and do this for the first time. And that signal worked, because last year, the year before, $358 billion went into alternative, renewable, and sustainable energy. For the first time ever, we spent more money investing in alternative, sustainable energy than in fossil fuels. So the signal was sent. You can clap, it's all right. But the danger, here's the danger. The danger is that, not that we won't get there at some point in time. The danger is we're not going to get there in time. That's the reality as we sit here today in San Francisco and as people go about their business in the United States of America and around the world. We have 200 gigawatts of coal-fired power plants coming online, with another 450 gigawatts planned. China, which is currently leading with quotes around it on the issue with respect to solar and other issues, because the United States has retreated as an administration, is the worst offender, I regret to say. But I won't go into all the problems of that. And you've got India close behind, and then Russia and Indonesia and other countries. So, folks, it's just not going to work if that's where we are. What we need to do, I mean, we made a commitment to $100 billion to the climate fund in Paris. $10 billion was actually pledged. Only $3 billion has been paid. $1 billion came from the United States of America, which we managed to slip in the Obama administration before we left, and therefore it's in the budget. And President Trump has promised that we won't spend one dime more. Let me tell you what a president ought to be doing. The president ought to be convening the G20, locking the doors of the room, and making it clear nobody's going to leave until $100 billion is in the bank, and we're helping small nations transition without having to build coal-fired power plants. We shouldn't build one more coal-fired power plant in the world. Now, oceans, which are key to this. Oceans have been part of my life since obviously since I was a kid, about 3 years old, and dipped my toes into Buzzards Bay in Massachusetts and went clamming and sailing. My dad actually is a great sailor. He sailed across the ocean in a 39-foot boat 3 times. And so I have a passion for the ocean, so much so that I started a series of conferences called Our Oceans Conference. We did the first one in Washington. The second one, the Chileans stepped up, and they took it on. The third one, we did again in Washington before we left. We had what we called the $1 billion panel, where Julie Packard, on behalf of the Packard Foundation, committed $550 million over 5 years in order to try to have enforcement and deal with more research and help to protect the oceans. The Gordon and Betty Moore Foundation committed $250. The Walmart Foundation, $220. We raised $1 billion in one single panel in order to try to protect the oceans. And then the next year, Malta did it, just last year. This year, we're going to Bali in a few weeks for the next round of the Oceans Conference. Norway will do it next year. And guess who's doing it after that? Russia wants to do it. People are understanding that vast as the oceans may be, powerful as they are, all the poetry and all the literature that's been written about the oceans, they are vulnerable. And we're killing them with trash, with plastic, with pollution, with runoff, with development, with overfishing. A third of all the fisheries in the world are already overfished. The others are almost at maximum. We have too much money chasing too few fish. I mean, this may sound funny to you, but 450 million Chinese have come in from poverty to the middle class. And they now have discovered blue tuna and sushi. Guess what happens? Illegal fishing. Ted Stevens and I, years ago, took illegal fishing and drift nets to the United Nations. They banned them. But we still have renegade pirate fishermen who go out there from particularly some Southeast Asian and North Asian countries, and they strip mine the ocean. And 2/3 of that fishing catch is thrown overboard. Thrown overboard. We live in an ecosystem. The president doesn't seem to understand what that means. An ecosystem where each part is dependent on the other. The ocean is the greatest sink there is on Earth for CO2. But a few years ago, scientists noticed that a certain portion of CO2 was being regurgitated down in Antarctic. The oceans are critical to the flow, to the movement of climate. The El Niño, all of these things matter. Some scientists have even prognosticated that maybe we could lose the Gulf Stream, that the oceans could change because the water temperature is changing. The water temperature is what is contributing to all these storms. Their intensity, they come at us faster. More fires. We'll have refugees in the world. We'll have food production interrupted. This is just logic, logical. We're living in a very strange world, folks, where logic doesn't have the impact it used to have, where facts, you can't even build in our political structure a basis of what is a fact. 2 and 2 is 4, 4 and 4 is 8. But Rudy Giuliani can step up and say the truth is not the truth. Please. We've got, just the other day, InfoWars issued a big news alert that the Hurricane Lane that was heading towards Hawaii had been split in half by an energy bolt from Antarctica fired by me. I mean, how screwed up can you be? I fired it from the North Pole. What's going on? I mean, ladies and gentlemen, I've been to Paris, I've been to Buenos Aires, I've been to Poland, I've been to Poznan, I've been to Copenhagen, I've been to Rio. For years, we've all been there. We need to translate this felt need, this known need, this scientific fact into unparalleled political action. The first thing that I did, and I say this to you, I don't want to politicize this, but it matters. In 1970, when I first came back from Vietnam, I didn't protest the war at first. I protested what was happening in the environment. Rachel Carson had inspired us, early 1960s. And so 20 million Americans came out of their homes on the first Earth Day. And that was translated into a political movement where those 20 million, we targeted the 12 worst votes in the United States Congress. And in the next election, 1972, 7 of the 12 were defeated. And I will tell you, as a 28-year veteran of the United States Senate, there is nothing like massive defeat for elected officials on a particular issue to stiffen the spine of the survivors. That's how it works. So I'm just telling you the truth. I know this isn't a political rally or anything, but I'm telling you the truth. If we don't hold people accountable for turning their backs on responsibility, if we don't hold people accountable who raise their hand and take an oath to uphold the Constitution, but they're more interested in upholding their power and the president and a party, we're not being responsible citizens. We have to actually vote, and we have to vote about specific issues. And the magic number is 54.2. That's the percentage of eligible Americans that voted in 2016. When Barack Obama won in 2008, it was 62.3% of eligible voters. That's the story of where we are today. We need to get that $100 billion for the Clean Climate Fund. We need to get Americans and people all around the world to understand this is a race against time. This is a matter of survival. The ocean is where life comes from. That's what Sigourney just said, and she's right. And today, over 50% of our oxygen, about 51%, comes out of the ocean. But if we pollute it to death, if we diminish the amount of phytoplankton, if we kill off those plants with the chlorophyll that produce that oxygen, we are killing ourselves. So we need to make a guarantee that out of San Francisco, out of these meetings, comes not just the agreement of how good it is we're pursuing battery storage, or how good it is that we're moving down the road with respect to, one initiative or another in the states. We have to make it clear that we're going to hold ourselves accountable to make our own democracy work again. And the best thing I can say to you is this, in terms of that. Because of those 38 states, because of Governor Inslee, Governor Brown, and Governor Cuomo, and Governor Baker in my state and others, we're still fighting for common sense. And the fact is that those states are going to continue to pursue the Paris levels. And I can tell you today that while Donald Trump may have pulled out of the Paris Agreement, the American people have not. And that is a critical message. So, everyone knows how climate change is already affecting us, and nowhere is it more impactful than the people of the Pacific Islands. They've experienced historic droughts, the highest rates of sea level rise in the world. A lot of people talk the talk, but we have a fellow with us here today, the Prime Minister of Fiji, who walks the walk, gets things done. Frank Bainimarama was the first country to ratify the Paris Agreement. And he has offered to give refuge to the people of Kiribati and Tuvalu, even as his own country is trying to take steps to relocate permanently because the places that they've called home for generations are now uninhabitable. And that is why, as president of COP23, he's called for a grand coalition and urged climate action and leadership at every single level in civil society, private sector, subnational governments, and we are profoundly grateful for that leadership. And it's my privilege to introduce to you Prime Minister Bainimarama. Thank you.
Bolavanaka, ladies and gentlemen, and good morning to you all, sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, for Fijians and for all the people who live in island states, the ocean is everything. It envelops us, it sustains us, it defines and inspires us. And it can also threaten us. It is our lifeblood and our highway. It is our playground and our vital natural resource. Our Fijian flag takes its color from the blue of our beloved Pacific, to which we are intimately and permanently bound. In the Pacific, as we watch the sea steadily steal our lands, and as we foresee wetlands, atolls, and barrier islands disappearing beneath the waves, we are driven to fight for our homes. When the coral reefs we love and depend on start dying before our eyes, we cannot contain our anger and sadness. When traditional fish stocks flee from our waters, we fear for our future. And when we sit fully exposed and defenseless before Category 5 cyclones with no landmass to serve as a brake on the wind, we are frankly petrified. All of this is part of our daily life, especially if your home is a small island. So you can imagine, ladies and gentlemen, that when we see that in some quarters there is no sense of urgency to solve this crisis, we feel betrayed. And yet we are determined not just to survive, but to fight and conquer. We have long known that the global ocean is perhaps the single most important factor influencing climate. We know that the ocean both reacts to and influences climate-related events worldwide. It supplies nearly half the oxygen we breathe and absorbs over a quarter of the carbon dioxide we produce. Our oceans would be in trouble even if the world's climate was not changing from overfishing, pollution, acidification, and the sheer weight of human exploitation. But the interaction of ocean ecology and climate change is so profound and so intimate that we cannot attempt to solve the crisis of one without confronting the crisis of the other. We see it as a great opportunity, and we are grateful to have found a generous and willing partner in the government of Sweden to pursue this opportunity. We chaired last year's United Nations Ocean Conference together, and we launched the Ocean Pathway Partnership. The Ocean Pathway Partnership will ensure that oceans are an integral part of the UNFCCC process by 2020. We are already well on the way to that goal, as evidenced by the many nations that have joined us, island nations and continental nations such as Norway, Mexico, and Chile, and the recent Friends of the Ocean discussions at the Bangkok Climate Conference. We also have the advantage of a number of complementary and reinforcing initiatives that can form a critical mass of support and, more importantly, action. That is why I'm pleased to recognize and support the Ocean Climate Action Agenda presented today. The Ocean Climate Action Agenda and other initiatives all serve to make the Ocean Pathway Partnership stronger by mobilizing governments at every level, civil society, business, and ordinary people. We truly are seeing a grand coalition forming around the need to commit ourselves to the health of our oceans. That is because the ocean starts the lives of nearly everyone on Earth in some way, even people who have never known the joy of inhaling fresh sea air. And this is a very good thing. Ladies and gentlemen, last year at the United Nations General Assembly, I said that climate change challenges us to redefine what we mean by national interests. Is it not in every nation's interest and every person's interest to preserve the health of our oceans? Our oceans have adapted to human activity, but there is a limit to what the oceans can take. If our oceans can adapt, should we expect less of our energy sector and manufacturing sector? Should we expect less of ourselves? 2018, ladies and gentlemen, is the year of the Talanoa. All around the world, people are coming together under the specific concept of respectful and blameless engagement to speak honestly and openly about their success and challenges, to share ideas and solutions, and to learn from the stories of others. This process should make us more accountable and more committed, and should ultimately help every nation raise its ambition to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, as expressed in our nationally determined contributions. We know that the commitments we have made so far are inadequate, and we must attack the causes of climate change more aggressively and with more dedication. The task before us now is to harness the energy of the global Talanoa and channel it into a strong political outcome at COP24 in Poland, one that declares that we as one world are serious about confronting climate change. To all of you who have championed the cause of our oceans, I now want to commit to action on what I hope you won't mind me calling my ocean, the Pacific Ocean. Fiji will take the lead by strengthening our NDCs to take action on the Ocean Climate Action Agenda. And on behalf of the people of Fiji and all Pacific people, I want to challenge the nations, states, cities, and communities that border the global oceans to make the same commitment. In the end, we need truly ambitious actions on every shore across the planet if we are going to arrest the warming of our planet and the degradations of our oceans. We cannot hold back 1 ounce of energy. Yes, we must take stock, but we must also take action together as a global community to respond to this crisis. And when we do, saving the oceans will be at the top of the list. Thank you.
Please welcome National Geographic photographer Christina Mietermeyer.
Good morning, everyone. How's it going? Pretty amazing group of people here. And this morning I was going to give you this peppy talk about, how amazing photography is. But I thought that instead we might reflect just for a moment on the people that are facing hurricanes and cyclones this morning, the ravages of climate change as we sit here today. So let's take stock of that for just a second. I was going to tell you all about the amazing journey of becoming a National Geographic photographer. I wanted to be a marine biologist when I started my career. It turned out that was not my calling. I wanted to be just like Rachel Carson and Sylvia Earle and Jay Blachenko, but that's not what was for me. Instead, I learned how to use a camera, and not just to take pictures. The images you see behind me have been taken over 25 years of roaming some of the most remote corners of our planet to try to bring the story of our oceans to big audiences. And what we're learning is how to mobilize large groups of people through social media. Through my organization, Sea Legacy, and with the support of National Geographic, we can mobilize hundreds of thousands of people to become citizens of the ocean. Just yesterday, we delivered 200,000 signatures to the International Whaling Commission to say, as our oceans struggle, it makes no sense to continue commercial whaling. We hope they'll pay attention. It is really fun to take photographs of beautiful animals, indigenous people. And while they're beautiful, and hopefully they're inspiring, and hopefully they invite a conversation, they're not always what people want to see. Last year, while I was traveling through the Arctic, I came upon a polar bear that was starving. You'll see the picture here in a second. I didn't realize when I posted that photograph on social media the impact it was going to have. As the image started traveling through Instagram, Facebook, people sharing it on Twitter, the media started picking it up. In the end, it was published by 300 newspapers around the world, and it was seen by 2.5 billion people. It was not without controversy. People wanted to know why I didn't save the polar bear, why I didn't feed it, why I didn't put a blanket over its shoulders. And it really is hard to explain to people how animals in remote places can struggle. In the end, for me, regardless of what caused these animals to suffer, I wanted this to be an invitation for people to imagine what climate change is going to do to wildlife, what it's going to do to us. 2.5 billion people stopped for just 1 second to think about climate change. And that, to me, was a big achievement. It became the most widely shared story of climate change in 2017, and it showed me a really important lesson. There's a big audience of people out there who still don't believe that climate change is real. So I would like to invite our panel this morning to help us explore the links between ocean and climate change. Please welcome my friend, Dr. M. Sanjan, CEO of Conservation International. Dr. Jane Lubchenco, the former administrator of NOAA. I call her a global ecologist for the ocean. His Honor Ambassador Macharia Kamau. He's the Principal Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Kenya. And finally, my friend Sila Watt Coulter. She is an ambassador from the people of the North. She is an Inuk person, and she is a senior fellow of the Center for International Governance Innovation. Please sit down. Good morning. I want to begin this conversation by inviting each of you to give me just a 2-minute overall statement of what you've been up to, how you're thinking about oceans and climate change.
Starting with me?
Starting with you, Sanjan.
Good morning, and you know the facts already. Thanks for having us all here. The speakers before us, the Prime Minister of Fiji, Secretary Kerry and others were just incredibly eloquent, and your photos have just sort of brought that to the audience here. Here's what I would say to you. There is an absolute moment right now where the world's attention on the oceans is getting focused. You can see it in the media, you can see it on the front lines of the newspapers. There is this push right now. The challenge is there isn't that much concrete action that's behind that interest. You know, plastics has caught everyone's attention. Overfishing is catching everyone's attention. The whaling issue is catching everyone's attention. You've got 2.5 billion people stopping for a second to go, wow, this is insane. What do we do? So one of the things that we have been very excited about is this idea of blue carbon. So it turns out that certain oceanic habitats like mangroves and seagrass beds can just store carbon better than basically any other habitat on Earth. You know, 4 to 10 times more carbon can be stored in mangroves underwater. Fast growing, they protect communities, they're great for fisheries, they're great for people, they're good at protecting you from storms, and they're huge carbon sinks. So one of the things I'm excited about this conference is yesterday we announced a partnership with Apple, where Apple has helped us protect, working with communities, about 30,000 acres of mangroves off the coast of Colombia. To put that in perspective, in the lifetime of that project, that's about 1 million tons of carbon taken out of the atmosphere or sequestered. So that opening of that market for blue carbon gives us one positive way in which companies, governments, businesses, individuals can actually change the thermostat of the planet in our own lifetimes. And that's the trick. I've got no time to waste for my grandkids. I don't have any kids, but I don't have any time to wait for your grandkids. We got to do it in my lifetime now when we're still working, when we are still having a pulse. So that's what I'm excited about today, and I urge all of us and all of you to use this moment of attention to do something.
Jane?
Thanks, Christina. Isn't the ocean amazing? I find it endlessly fascinating, as do my grandkids. And as a scientist, I understand how vital the ocean is to everyone on Earth. The ocean sustains us, it feeds us, it connects us. It's our past, and it's our future. And the ocean holds lots of secrets. Fortunately, scientists are beginning to unlock many of those secrets. And I'm here today to share a little bit about some of what we are learning. Make no mistake, the impacts of climate change on the ocean are already well underway. The ocean is higher, it's warmer, it's stormier, it's sicker, it's more acidic, it holds, I need another hand, less oxygen, and as a result of that, it is more disrupted and less predictable. Those 8 things are a big, big problem for us and many, many creatures in the ocean. But it's not hopeless. The ocean is the key to mitigating and adapting to climate change. Marine protected areas, MPAs, and fishery reform are 2 prime examples that I'm excited about. Highly protected marine areas are one of the most powerful tools that we have to enhance the resilience of the ocean. If they are large and well-designed and well-protected, they can do a lot more than provide safe havens for wildlife. They can also capture and store carbon. They can restore ecological balance, protect coastal areas from storm surge and coastal erosion, protect the genetic diversity that is absolutely key to adaptation, help recover depleted fisheries, and that's pretty impressive, all of those together. Despite these fabulous benefits, though, we currently protect only 4% of the ocean. Compare that to the 15% that we protect on land. And only 2% of that is highly protected. Clearly, we have a very powerful tool that is just waiting to be deployed. Many countries are pushing actively with their commitments to protect over 10% of the ocean by 2020, which is a great start. But in reality, to really harness the power of MPAs, highly protected MPAs that we need to protect at least 30% of the ocean by 2030. It's encouraging that there are some exciting projects underway. For example, Germany is proposing a 1.8 million kilometers squared. 1.8 million kilometers squared, that's 5 times the area of Germany in the Weddell Sea in the Antarctic as a protected area. A key point here is that only highly protected areas provide the biodiversity and the climate adaptation benefits that we need. Minimally protected areas simply do not. In parallel to that, reforming fisheries is essential if we want to protect food security and avoid the worst ravages of climate change on people. Because fisheries provide livelihoods to over 10% of the global population, and they provide protein for over 3 billion people. This is really an urgent and can be an overwhelming challenge. The good news is that recent research by Steve Gaines, my colleagues at the Environmental Defense Fund, and elsewhere, have found that improving fishery management could actually offset many of the negative effects of climate change. This is because climate change is altering both the productivity of the ocean as well as the location of many stocks. Fisheries could be reformed, they suggest, to fix not only current problems with fisheries, but also make those fisheries and their management more resilient in the face of climate change. Now, making those reforms is not going to be easy, but given the urgency of the problem, it seems like a no-brainer. The seafood industry is beginning to step up to the problem, cognizant of the challenges of climate change and worried about that for the future of their industry. They announced just last week 10 of the largest seafood companies, or the 10 largest seafood companies in the world, have worked together with scientists led by the Stockholm Resilience Center to create a new organization called SeaBOS, Seafood Businesses for Ocean Stewardship, in which they are committing to make their practices and policies more sustainable. So these two tools, highly protected marine areas and fisheries reform, are what ocean climate action looks like. What will that take? Leadership, science, finance, and courage. Let me close with this thought, building on the fabulous remarks of everybody that we've heard this morning. Sea monsters have captured people's imaginations since time immemorial. Sea monsters, we now know, they've been around forever. We now know that we have created our own monster, and its name is climate change. It threatens our health, our food security, our economies, and our security. But this is not a fairy tale in which a lone heroine comes in and saves the day. It's a real-life story in which we need businesses, citizens, scientists, and governments working together to conquer this monster, to defang this beast, and to harness its power.
For sure.
Now is the time for that to happen. To be sure, this is a very powerful monster, but adding powerful ocean climate action to efforts already underway is the secret ingredient that we need.
Jane.
Ocean climate action. Say it with me. Ocean climate action. I didn't hear you. Ocean climate action. One last time. Ocean climate action. Yeah. Thank you.
Jane. Thank you, Jane. Ambassador, can you tell us about what's happening in your region of the world?
Absolutely. First of all, thank you very much for having us here. It's wonderful to be here. I am from Kenya, which is a little bit of a ways from here. And it's been fascinating to see what I have witnessed in the last couple of days. I see in this audience a good friend of mine, Ambassador Thompson, who is the Special Envoy of the UN Secretary General. He can tell you on oceans, and he can tell you that a few years ago, maybe about 5 years ago, we had no idea when we began mobilizing around this issue, particularly around the Sustainable Development Goals and the challenge that we need to put behind building a safer, more prosperous world for all of us, that it would really catch on in the way in which it has caught on. And that the Paris Agreement would have been signed up and we would all be aligned together to try to deal with this challenge of climate change. We never have imagined this. But here we are. Now, despite all the negatives that we've heard today about people who still don't seem to believe in climate change, I can tell you that where I come from, on the continent that I live on, the reality of climate change is stark. Whether it is droughts, accelerated weather events, floods, huge storms, you name it. And here we are talking about a continent, that is Africa, that is already challenged by poverty and underdevelopment. It has been a huge challenge for us. Moreover, we have committed ourselves to be part of this global effort to respond to climate change, despite our condition. And many African countries have already done their national NDCs. They have already agreed on what they will commit their efforts to issues that have to do with adaptation, because after all, we cannot do too much mitigation because we are not part of the industrial system, the manufacturing system that has poisoned the oceans and that has created the horrible conditions in our atmosphere. We are victims of this. And yet, we recognize that we have to be part of that solution, because if we are not, we ourselves are going to suffer even more because we don't have the technology or the other capabilities to be able to respond.
So true.
So here we are in a situation where we have been putting together response programs for coastal systems, mangroves, as Dr. Sanjayan was saying, trying to see how we can play a constructive role in this struggle to deal with climate change, because it is so real and it is presenting an existential threat to us. But what's the reality? You heard Senator Kerry say today that resources need to be put in place to ensure that poor countries are able to maintain the path that is consistent with the trajectory of achieving the goals of the Paris Agreement. Well, this isn't going to happen if the resources aren't there. The Global Environmental Facility needs to be funded in a way in which it can deliver and work with countries, poor countries, to deliver on those goals that we have set ourselves for the Paris Agreement. The Green Climate Fund needs to be funded fully, as again Senator Kerry spoke to.
And this is something I want to talk more about.
And yet this has not happened, you see. And we are saying that Africa is going to industrialize. Africa is going to build up its manufacturing capability. But it's going to use the old technologies that are no longer used anywhere in the world. And what's going to happen as a consequence? We are going to undo all the effort that you're putting into climate change because we're going to be forced by circumstances to use dirty technologies, technologies that are available to us. And that is why we, in Kenya, for example, have decided to put together a conference on the blue economy to try to convince the world that we have to find a way to reconcile industrialization and manufacturing with conservation and prosperity of our planet. And this is coming up in November, and we invite all of you all to get out there and be with us. But this is a huge challenge for the world, because everything that you're doing might be outdone and undone by what happens when Africa rises and many other poor countries in the global south rise.
And so true. And as we speak of the first victims of climate change, the people that are already feeling it, the people of the North, Sheila, what can you tell us?
Yes.
As an
Well,
ambassador of the Arctic?
I grew up, I was born in the Arctic, in the eastern Arctic of Canada, and traveled only by dog team the first 10 years of my life. Didn't know any English until I was 6 years old when I started school. And so that's my humble beginnings. And so I remember a time when things were much more peaceful and much more grounded in our culture in ways that we lived very much sustainably. And so that's my humble beginnings. And it's from that place that I try to bring you the human face to the issue of climate change, to humanize the issue, which often is talked about so much in economics and policies and science. But for me, to try to put the human face to this issue has always been a very daunting task, because most people don't understand what is happening in the Arctic to the people, because the world has come to know the wildlife of the Arctic better than its people. Sometimes it's because of the big marketing that happens around products, the polar bear and seals frolicking around drinking pop. You've all seen that, which is a very unlikely partnership because one is lunch. But it works and it sells. But for us, it's about us on the ground. We're already living a context of trauma, the historical traumas that very few people know about, that our communities are faced with over the years. And I'm not going to go into detail on all of those, but you can certainly read them in my book called The Right to Be Cold. And so the issues are quite stark. We are a people who still hunt every day. We fish every day. We gather during the seasons. So we are still very connected to the land, to the waters, and to the ice. For us, the ice is our highways. We travel to our hunting grounds, which is our environment, our supermarkets. It's our organic food that we go out to search. We love our land. We love the waters, the ice, and it feeds us culturally, emotionally, spiritually, and otherwise. And teaching wisdom from the land and the ice is really the hallmark of Inuit culture. That's who we are. But now, with what's happening, with the speed in which changes have happened, and on top of that, the environmental degradation that is happening, we're at the risk now of losing not only the ice, but the wisdom that comes with that will go as well. The traditional knowledge that it requires for us not just to survive the harsh cold that we live in, but to thrive in it as we have for millennia. We don't want to be just depicted as victims to the onslaught of globalization or the history of colonialism. We have much to offer to this world in terms of understanding sustainability. And so for me, it's about the world understanding those pieces at the human level and connecting on that human level, that I think we're going to make headway a lot more than sometimes dry technical reports will. The ice is a huge part of our identity. It is our life force, and it is something that we knew to be as permanent as your mountains here and the rivers here in the south. And so for us, because it's about transportation and mobility, where it brings us out to places for our food source, it becomes an issue of safety and security, first and foremost, when the ice starts to go, when things become unpredictable. And so we're now dealing with those kinds of issues where we have hunters falling through the thinning ice because the traditional knowledge is not as strong as it used to be, because we can't read the conditions as well as we used to. And so that becomes an issue now. And the land is, as I say, is our universities. This is where we train our younger generation for the challenges and opportunities of life. When you are waiting for the snow to fall and the ice to form and the winds to die and the animals to surface, you are being taught patience. That's a character skill that's important. You're being taught how to be bold under pressure, how to be courageous, how to be persistent, how not to be impulsive. And ultimately, we're trying to teach our children to have sound judgment and wisdom that allows for them to make the right choices, to become the proficient providers and the natural conservationists on the land, but also to transfer those skills to the modern world and deal with stressors much better than we are doing. We are known to have the highest suicide rates in North America because of the rapid changes that have happened, but on top of that now, the onslaught of the second wave of tumultuous change, and that's climatic changes. And so the violence that has been inflicted upon indigenous communities, not just in the Arctic, but around the world, at the human level, now mirrors that violence we are inflicting upon our planet. Human trauma and planet trauma are one of the same, and we must understand that. Climate change is happening now, very quickly in the Arctic, and affecting every other part in the world. And it is because, after all, it is the cooling system for the planet, and that is breaking down. What happens in the Arctic does not stay in the Arctic. We know that. We know that the disasters around the world are a result of the Arctic melt. The connection is very strong, and it's there. Climate change isn't just about polar bears and ice. It really is about the health, the food security, the poverty issues, the human rights issues of the people of the Arctic, and it's going to affect even the global security issues as the Northwest Passage becomes ice-free, and more security issues are going to be there, and the potential for even further damage to the oceans of the Arctic are certainly there. So again, we don't want to be the victims. We don't want to go down as a footnote in the history of globalization.
Thank
we
you,
have a lot
Sheila.
to offer.
We only have a couple of minutes left,
Yeah.
and I just wanted to give everybody an opportunity. Sanjan, I know that you have a lot to say, but if I ask you in 1 minute what do we need to succeed at this?
All right, so
He's very succinct.
So I just leave to you two things I'll offer. You know, I think that the amount of funding going into oceans is almost trivial. It's laughable. You know, we were just discussing backstage that the amount of private philanthropic money that goes into marine protected areas and sort of, place-based conservation is less than the marketing budget for any Marvel movie that's out there right now. Less than the marketing budget for a movie.
We think about
right?
that, huh?
So it's just the orders of magnitude off the scale. Governments are starting to see it, but they need private money to make things happen fast. Believe me, I do not believe in a model of conservation that says you're going to take money from the rich to take it to places that doesn't have enough money, and somehow that's going to fuel it. But private philanthropy is absolutely essential to set up a system that can be ultimately sort of self-sustaining, because people are protecting nature in their own enlightened self-interest. Right? That's how you use private philanthropy. But for that greasing, we just don't have it. We just don't have it. So we need order of magnitude at least more of private money, of corporate money that goes into ocean conservation, because as you know, it survives, it sort of saves us all. I'd also say this, you sit here at this climate conference, it's very difficult to walk out of this thing without being totally depressed. It's true, right? So we all feel this. I was born on an island. I was born a stone throw away from the Indian Ocean in Sri Lanka. When I was born, my grandmother took me to a temple, and the astrologer told my family that I would die by drowning. So for 9 years, they kept me out of the ocean. They never let me go. So as a kid, like literally behind the bars, all my friends were in the water. I couldn't go in there. And then when I was 9, my mother broke with tradition and taught me how to swim, not in the ocean, but in a mining pit. And it's changed my life. I've literally been in every ocean essentially on the planet. It just changed the trajectory of my life. Now, think about this. My mother had a choice. She could either basically do what has been predicted and say, it's all over, I'm going to keep this kid safe, or she could invest in my future and take that chance, even though we know what is written. And that decision is up to you. I bet if any of you asked the same question, you would say the same thing. Give my kid a chance to swim, right? Even if you know what was going to happen. That's the moment we're in right now. It's sink or swim, and sinking is not the option.
So true. We have to share the last couple of minutes, but Jane, I wanted to ask you, we are seeing the dismantling of our institutions in this country, and as a former administrator of NOAA, if I gave you a magic wand to rebuild it for the 21st century, what does it need?
So institutions really will be key, because the leadership, the science, the finance, and the courage to move ahead. But we need institutions that are flexible and adaptable, because this is a changing world. So whether it's government institutions or partnerships or whatever, flexible institutions, and the high seas are a classic example of where we need more leadership, more action, more science, more finance. The treaty negotiations that are underway right now for the High Seas Treaty at the UN with biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction are a prime example. We need that kind of leadership. We need people coming together and making things happen.
What does Africa need? Sharia.
Africa? What we need to understand is that we're living on one planet. It's not about Africa. It's not about North America, and it's not about the Arctic. We're living on one planet, and this planet is dependent on all of us getting our act together. And nothing that you do out here in North America is going to stop climate change unless the Pacific, the Arctic, Africa, Asia is in on the game. And it behooves all of us to recognize that it's going to have to work like this time round. Or else, indeed, without sounding like the doomsday artist, it is really going to be very difficult for all of us collectively. So this is the one challenge that isn't going to get done without all of us recognizing that we are one humanity on one planet.
Mm-hmm. I spend very little time in the Arctic, but I know that your people are scared for what's coming. Is there any hope?
There's lots of hope. I wouldn't be here if I thought that there wasn't hope in the work that is being done together with the like-minded, the like-spirited that are really working hard on these issues. Again, for me, and I wanted to end with that earlier, is that the indigenous voices are very wise from around the world, the vulnerable peoples who are dealing with these issues on the ground. So for me, I think if you tap into that wisdom of people who understand and live sustainably and have done so for millennia, but because of the challenges that are happening, we live in poverty, we live in hunger. But that's not who we are. That's not the essence of who we are. We are still connected to nature. We hunt, we fish, we gather. We're a community. So if you solve the indigenous crisis, the vulnerables, you solve the climate crisis. And if you solve the climate crisis, you solve the economic crisis. And I think that's how it all relates and connects. And we have to think about that in those terms.
That's so true.
Beautiful.
I'm always excited when I am the most incompetent person on a panel. Incredible knowledge. Please talk to all these people of the panel. As we close, I would like all of us to take one breath. Now let's take a second one. That one came to you courtesy of the ocean. You think about that as you deliberate on our commitments. Thank you, everyone. That way. Thank you. Great job. Thank you. You guys are so eloquent.
Hello and welcome to Step Up World, the official broadcast of the Global Climate Action Summit. I'm Rajesh Mirchandani, your host, and with your help, we're bringing the summit to the world and the world to the summit. Now, this is day 2 of this huge event. It's brought together more than 4,000 climate champions from all over the world, from all sectors and from all walks of life. It's been making news and attracting headlines, both for what's being said inside and outside these halls. We want you to join the conversation as well, and in a second, we'll tell you exactly how to do that. Now, on Step Up World, we bring you some of the newsmakers. We bring you world leaders, scientists, celebrities, campaigners, all of whom are taking climate action to the next level in their own way. And we've also been hearing from people around the world who are stepping up as well to protect their part of the planet. Coming up in this show, we'll be talking to Hollywood actor Alec Baldwin about how and why he has become a fierce advocate for forests and the rights of indigenous peoples. And we'll also take you on a voyage across the Pacific in a traditional Polynesian canoe, courtesy of its captain. Now that she's back on dry land, she'll be joining us live in the studio. So, how can you join in? And what have people already been saying? To find out, let's head over to our social station and check in with our social media correspondent, Nicole Perez. Hi, Nicole.
Hi, Rajesh. Thank you so much, and thanks to all of you for joining online and bringing your questions and comments to the conversation in here as well. Yesterday at Step Up World, we heard from amazing, inspiring climate heroes, including Jane Goodall, photographer Christina Mittermeier, and the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley. Thank you all for your questions, and here's a look back at some of the social media highlights from Step Up World Studio. Aidan Gallagher, actor, activist, and UN Environment Goodwill Ambassador for North America, went live on Instagram to share a behind-the-scenes look at his interview. Christina Mittermeier got a great shot of Jane Goodall answering your social media questions. Speaking of which, you asked and Jane Goodall answered. Here, she shared a video response to a question from RJ Happel in New York. Remember, you can join the conversation online, tweet me at UN Foundation, and don't forget to use the hashtags StepUp2018 and GCast2018. Your questions, your messages may be shared on our live program with the biggest voices in climate action. Back to you, Rajesh.
Thank you very much, Nicole. We'll be checking in with you later on today. Jane Goodall was so great to have on the show yesterday. Plenty more excellent guests coming up today on Step Up World. But looking back to day 1 of the summit, we heard commitments and pledges from mayors, from governors, from world leaders, from global business tycoons. We also heard some tough questions about whether this community of leaders should be doing more and doing things differently to get a handle on climate change. So let's get a little recap of events here inside the summit on day 1. Check out this video. Thanks, Nicole. Great.
It is my distinct pleasure to welcome all of you Now we're calling on every company to follow our lead to commit to being net zero company and 100% renewable.
It's really about showing the world that everyone is moving forward on climate action, and we're all in this together.
So those were a few highlights from day one of the summit. I love that choir kicking off the show yesterday with a bit of Michael Jackson. Never go wrong with a bit of Michael Jackson. During the summit, this venue has seen so many people come from all parts of the world. Among them have been sort of almost 4 dozen mayors from all over the globe who are talking about the climate action that they're taking in their communities. And I'm delighted to be joined by one of those. It's Mayor Patricia de Lille, the Mayor of Cape Town in South Africa. Mayor, it's a pleasure to have you on Step Up World. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Now, Cape Town, we've been hearing so many stories about the effects that this beautiful city, your beautiful city, is experiencing as a result of climate change, including running out of water and drought. Tell us a little bit about the challenges that you face.
Climate change is definitely a reality. The lessons that we've learned emerging out of the worst drought in 100 years. All coastal cities around the world, scientists have projected that is to change our relationship with water, and that you can only save water while you have it. So a team effort by the commercial sector, the communities, everyone in the city. We had to take steps to drive down our water usage and demand. And I'm very proud of Team Cape Town that we, 2016, as a collective, we were using 1.2 billion liters of water a day. We have brought that down to usage, just using less water. But
selling people on that and making them understand that it's important to do that.
I think the experience for me is that people were beginning to realize that by saving water, they're also saving money. And so by reducing the water bills will reduce to almost very little compared to what they normally used to pay for water. But we also use a lot our schools, to go to the children and give them education. And they became the policemen at home, telling their mothers and fathers what to do and when to save water. And of course, also we rely a lot on tourism in our city. And so the hospitality industry had to relook and redesign some of their hotels to use grey water, to make sure that they run a campaign on all our visitors. But we've emerged from all of that now very successfully, emerged a water resilient city, I think the best in the world now. And so we're inviting tourists to come back. We're ready to welcome you.
Well, that's great to hear. And I hope that you'll be taking some of the learning that you've garnered through necessity in Cape Town to the other mayors who are here and the other mayors around the world who are all involved in climate action as well. Patricia de Lille, for the Mayor of Cape Town, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, it's a great pleasure.
World. Now, as I mentioned, there are some 4 dozen mayors from around the world here at the summit, and Patricia was one of the mayors that contributed to videos that we've been collecting through our friends at the C40 Cities initiative. So let's take another look now at some other mayors around the world and what they're doing to protect their part of the planet.
Assalamu alaikum.
Hola, soy Carla Rubilar Barahona, intendenta de la región metropolitana de Santiago.
My name is Kazumi Kobayashi, Deputy Mayor of the City of Yokohama. Hello, my name is Frank Jensen. I'm Lord Mayor of Copenhagen.
Hello, my name is Patricia Delow, Executive Mayor of Cape Town.
Hola, yo soy Horacio Rodríguez Larreta, jefe de gobierno de la ciudad de Buenos Aires.
Hello, I'm Yuriko Koike, Governor of Tokyo.
I'm Wong Kam Singh, the Secretary for the Environment, Hong Kong, China.
Hi, my name is Eckhard Wiltzner. I'm since 11 years now mayor of a wonderful city in Germany named Heidelberg.
Climate change is affecting all of us and we share the responsibility for the future of our planet.
Como autoridades tenemos que impulsar que otras instituciones y también la ciudadanía se comprometan con la lucha contra el cambio climático.
And I believe that cities, as drivers of change, have shown that they can walk the talk in addressing climate change.
Urgent action on climate change to deliver the highest goals of the Paris Agreement is vitally important.
Es fundamental que las grandes ciudades cumplamos con las metas establecidas en el Acuerdo de París para reducir los efectos del cambio climático, que son cruciales para nuestro presente y nuestro futuro.
As Mayor of Warsaw, I'm determined to act, but we can't do it alone. That's why I am calling on state governments,
businesses,
investors and citizens to join me
and step up ambition.
Join me and step up ambition. Let's work together.
The mayors there from around the world, they couldn't say it better. No one could say it better, in fact. Time to step up ambition, step up world. That's the message that we're sending from here, the Global Climate Action Summit. As I've said before, this has been a kind of melting pot of people from all walks of life and all sectors. We've talked about the mayors, we've heard from the mayors. There have been other well-known faces here, including scientists like Dr. Jane Goodall, who spoke to us on our last show. You can still see that on our Facebook, by the way, so please check that out if you missed it. She was here with the actor Alec Baldwin. They're both talking about the importance of preserving forests, and he stopped by the Step Up World studio as well. And I asked him about his commitment to that issue. Alec Baldwin, thanks very much for joining us on Step Up World. You're here at the Global Climate Action Summit as an advocate for forests and for the rights of indigenous peoples. We were speaking with Jane Goodall, who you're working with as well on those issues earlier. And I think it may be a little more easy for people to understand her connection to those issues. So I'm really interested to know, what is the thing that got you interested in those issues to the extent that you are now?
Well, I was asked a few years ago to narrate and to do a voiceover for the Equator Prize portion of a program at the United Nations Development Program and Environmental Program that was held at the UN. I mean, it's rare that they have that program at the UN, and they had it. And they asked me to contribute some voice work to that. And it was while I was reading the copy that I became intrigued by what I learned about deforestation and its role in climate change and so forth. And then I was asked to attend the event in Paris. And I was going to be one of several people that were doing the program. And then the attack happened. Mm-hmm. And most of the people declined to come. Mm-hmm. And I came because it was a very safe time to be in Paris after the attack, because there were armed guards everywhere and military. And I did that program, and every time I've engaged with this, my knowledge about it and my interest in it deepens. Mm. And this idea that we're never going to get to the Paris levels, we're never going to get to that without addressing the deforestation issue is my preoccupation now.
Have you seen solutions, or are you aware of solutions, or do you hear about things, ways to preserve forests that actually make you a bit more hopeful?
Well, I wouldn't say, well, I'm hopeful about the prospects, meaning what's actually happening and how that stuff is being enacted. I'm unclear, but I think that the prospects, when Goodall or other people say that there's plenty, the bad news is also the good news, that we have so much deforested land that if we reuse that land and use it more purposefully and use it more carefully and engineer the use of that for agriculture and I guess for livestocking, because you're never going to be able to stop people from eating meat. You can try to educate them about, but this idea that
you're yourself a vegan as well, aren't you? Yeah.
I'm not a vegan, but I don't eat red meat, and the idea being that. But you can teach people that want to consume those products. I mean, in a perfect world, you would educate people about how beef production affects global warming. But a lot of people, especially in my country, really don't care. They want to eat what they want to eat. They're privileged Americans who want to do what they want to do.
Was that a factor in you not eating red meat? Climate change?
No,
Oh,
no.
Right.
I became a vegetarian in order to date my first wife.
Okay.
She was a famous vegetarian.
That may be a story for another program.
Yeah, I think it's another
We'll have to get into that another time.
But to finish your question, which is this idea that you can't outlaw meat, but what you want to do is you want to guide the essential forces toward properly using the land that's already been cleared. We don't need to clear any more land. Right now, there's plenty of land to achieve their agricultural goals, their livestocking goals, and so forth.
Now, this summit, the Global Climate Action Summit, is celebrating and showcasing action and ambition from all levels, from national governments, but particularly all the way down, like regional governments, city mayors, businesses, faith-based groups, young people, scientists. How do you feel about the ability of all that, what we call subnational action, to make a difference?
Well, I think that the two things come to mind off the top of my head. One is that when you ask Goodall and other people, when you ask the people I've been working with at the United Nations Development Program about why indigenous people, why at the most local level are they the best stewards of this space, and they know this space and they know what's happening there, what should be happening there. They're very keenly attuned to what changes that they perceive in the biodome there, if you will. But at the same time, I'm a big believer in latent learning, that you take young people and you teach them the rudiments of environmental conservation, whether it's recycling, whether it's, if you want to get as advanced as I'm getting into a vegetarian diet because of what that does to because of what meat consumption does to the environment. And this idea of reforestation, of the protection and restoration of forests, and the need for us to plant as many trees as possible. If you to get plastics, single-use plastics out of the environment, all these things, all these different issues are learning opportunities for young people to raise them with a consciousness that I never had when I was a kid. People told us that the more meat you ate, the better. You were going to be, as an American, that was your birthright. That was part of the 3 food groups they told you. And I include dairy in the beef equation. But I think that I'm very keen on, because I've got 4 little children. I've got a daughter that's 5, and we've got 4 children, 5 and under, my wife and I. And I want them to have a fighting chance to battle what's going on, because we've handed them a really big bill to pay.
Okay, well, we hope that by talking here and by events like this, we can take some steps towards doing that. It's a race that we can win. Alec Baldwin, thank you very much for joining us on Step Up World. So Hollywood actor there, Alec Baldwin, talking to me on the Step Up World studio earlier. Now, how far would you travel to deliver a message about clean energy? Well, we met a guy, a pilot, who traveled the entire world, 26,000 miles, in fact, in a solar-powered plane to do just that. Our correspondent Chandler Green interviewed the Solar Impulse pilot Bertrand Piccard earlier this week to learn more about his daring adventure.
I'm here in San Francisco with Solar Impulse Foundation president and pilot Bertrand Piccard, who was the first to fly around the world in a plane that was completely powered by solar energy. So what inspired this incredibly risky and daring journey?
What inspired me was the wish to demonstrate that clean technologies and renewable energy can do things that are considered to be impossible, and show that if it's possible to fly with no fuel, just with the sun in an airplane, of course you can use these same technologies everywhere on the ground.
Right, and so now that you've been back on the ground and you're here in San Francisco, what message are you trying to impart to leaders about the future of clean energy?
The future of clean energy and the future of the world today depends on solutions that can at the same time protect the environment and be profitable for the economy and for the industry. Because we have to speak the language of the people we want to convince. It's useless to speak of protection of the environment to people who deny climate change. But if we speak to them the language of profitability, job creation and growth, then you can capture their attention. And my goal now with the Solar Impulse Foundation is to identify 1,000 of these profitable solutions that can have the label of profitability plus the label of environmental protection, and then show to the governments what is profitable today and how to encourage them to have more ambitious energy policies and environmental targets.
Right, absolutely agree. Thank you so much for being on our Step Up World program. We're so lucky to have you.
That was the Solar Impulse pilot Bertrand Piccard talking to our correspondent Chandler Green. Our next guest has pretty much done something similar. She also took personal climate action to the next level, not by flying. She sailed across the Pacific Ocean to right here in San Francisco, and she did it in a traditional Polynesian canoe with about 12 other crewmates, arriving in time for the summit. Now, the canoe had some modern fittings like wind and solar power, but they navigated by the stars, not by GPS. And their journey took them through the now infamous Great Pacific Garbage Patch of trash and plastic that's collected in the middle of the ocean. Just to put it in perspective, this enormous debris patch is 3 times the size of France. I'm not happy about that, but I'm happy to say that the captain of the vessel, Lehua Kamalu, joins me now. Lehua, it's great to have you on Step Up World. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
I want to understand from you, why did you decide to make that journey the way you did, and what is the message that you think you've been able to highlight by doing that?
Well, I think one of the biggest messages we always share is how you take your journey day by day is a really important representation of your values. When we heard that the Global Climate Action Summit was taking place, there's so many really important topics being discussed at very high levels. For us, our connection to the earth and to the climate and to the elements around us and the ocean is just a very real, raw human connection to it. I think some of what we can share is that experience of seeing the ocean and being on it, hearing it, feeling it, tasting it. You don't need to be an amazing, world-class scientist to know what's going around you, to observe, to see what's happening, to see if there's something wrong, to see if there's something changing. Through our practice of non-instrument navigation and trying to use these elements to guide our way, you have to be very much in tune with the very subtle differences and changes going on around you, so that you can act on them to sail your canoe.
Now, you went through the garbage patch, which many of us will never get to see, and all of us hope wasn't there. What was it like?
Yeah, it's interesting you mentioned, we're all hoping we don't find anything in the sense that we've all been told it's there. It's sort of been confirmed that this trash is out there.
Hoping, please.
And I'm like, I just hope there's this big empty ocean that I'm not going to find anything. But that's not true. There is trash out there. As we sailed north, trying to move around what's the North Pacific high pressure system, and the gyre sort of being centered where those currents and wind systems kind of collect everything. You could not go 10 minutes without seeing a crate or a float or a piece of rope or a plastic bottle. It's a complex system, this trash gyre, with floating and submerged and large and small pieces that come from various industries, various places. And seeing it, you feel a little bit helpless because I can't pick it up all out of the ocean as I'm sailing past it. Wish I could.
But you must want to.
I don't know how to just leave it there. When you go to a beach, you pick up all the trash that you see because you can make that difference right there. On the ocean, it's a problem that's going to take a lot of help and a lot of support. And I know there's people doing amazing things to address it. And so while we're discouraged to see that, at the same time, there's a beautiful ocean out there, one that's worth protecting and saving, one that sustains us. It gives us the weather, the wind that we need to sail, the fish that we need to eat. And so you spend each day sort of happy at the abundance of it and a little bit, challenged to do something about the things you don't like when you see them.
And has that experience, galvanized you, or has it energized you more to do more against climate change?
Definitely, I would say so. I mean, in the practice of sailing this canoe, I hope that this journey is not taken just by myself and my 12 crewmates who think it's worth the journey. 23 days, over 2,800 miles to get here over weather that was not typical, that was not expected, that was very much not how you usually see the North Pacific during summertime months. That in itself was a testament that the climate was not what it used to be.
Okay. All right, Lehua Khumalo, it's been really interesting talking with you on Step Up World. Thank you very much for joining us and congratulations on your voyage.
Thank you so much.
Now, that's about all we have time for on Step Up World right now. Remember, we will be back right after the main stage action finishes. And also, please remember to join the conversation by tweeting us at UN Foundation using the hashtags GCAS2018 and StepUp2018. We're also on Facebook where you can watch previous shows, and we're also on Instagram as well. So please do tell us what you think. Okay, let's not hold things up any longer. Let's hand you over to the main stage here at the Moscone Center in San Francisco for day 2 of the Global Climate Action Summit. Thanks for watching.
Please welcome our Master of Ceremonies, the former Governor of the State of Michigan, Jennifer Granholm.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to day 2 of the Global Climate Action Summit. So glad to be able to welcome you. Everybody, come on, get in your seat, because we're going to be rocking and rolling. Awesome, awesome. So we are all here because we're committed. We're committed at the global level. We're committed at the national and state and local levels. We're committed at the Moscone Center level. The person who's in your seat right now is committed. And of course, this is so important for us because we know that the stakes are high. Yesterday, we heard from activists and protesters and policymakers and tribal leaders. We heard about communities that are in peril. We heard from victims of disasters that happen fast, like a fire, and insidious dangers that creep ahead slowly, like an oppressive heat wave or a drought or a slow-moving hurricane. In fact, right now, we are seeing the costs of inaction play out in real time. As I'm standing here, Hurricane Florence is pummeling the Carolinas, where some areas could see as much as 40 inches of rain. And at the same time, hurtling toward the Philippines is a storm that is 550 miles wide right now, with winds over 170 miles per hour. So families in both places are hunkered down in shelters, and patients have been evacuated from hospitals, and emergency personnel are working overtime. We can only guess how long it's going to take for life to return to normal, or even if such a thing is going to be possible after these storms clear. But against this urgent and scary backdrop, and against the backdrop of inaction in Washington, D.C., yesterday, we also heard a way forward. So right here on this stage, executives revealed their company's progress toward aggressively reducing carbon emissions. And mayors and governors and ministers declared the end of coal, and they committed to champion clean energy. Activists of every age called upon us to meet this defining challenge of our time, and hundreds here have stepped up to answer the call. So let's take a look at some of yesterday's highlights.
It is my distinct pleasure to welcome all of you to San Francisco.
This summit is about taking ambition to the next level.
Climate change threatens our workers, our jobs, and our economy.
The time for talk is past.
Are we condemned to a hothouse Earth?
You know, it all does start with the heart.
You're here, I'm here, because we care.
Our challenge is to fight pollution and poverty at the same time.
For us, combating global warming is not an issue, it is an ethic.
Over the last decade, the U.S. has cut its carbon emissions more than any other large nation in the world.
Now we're calling on every company to follow our lead to commit to being net zero company and 100% renewable.
We now have put additional agreements in place to achieve our commitment of being carbon neutral by the end of 2020.
I'm just one of the young entrepreneurs around the globe trying to see how best we can find new solutions to champion climate change mitigations.
It's really about showing the world that everyone is moving forward on climate action, and we're all in this together.
Wedge by wedge, scale by scale, the solutions are in place. We have the technologies and we can succeed.
Let's bend the curve in the next 24 months.
So our first speaker this morning has been breaking barriers all of her life. As a principal at 100 Year Starship, she's part of an effort to push humanity beyond our solar system in the next century. She is a former NASA astronaut. She's the first African-American woman in space. Please welcome the great Dr. Mae Jemison.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I want to tell you, first of all, how much I appreciate you letting me be here with you today. You see, there are 86,400 seconds in each day, and each one of those seconds is extremely precious because we can do with each of those seconds exactly as we please, but we can never get a single one of them back. And it's what we do with our time that makes it so important. So I have a short period of time when it's with you, and I want to start off by asking you a question. When was the last time you looked up? I'm asking you that because when we talk about space exploration, when we talk about the world, I'm reminded of an Ashanti proverb that says, "No one shows a child the sky." It is something fundamental to us. Space exploration is really one of the oldest and most fundamental of the human sciences. Just think about it. We plant based on sun cycles. That's how we were able to get our civilizations to move forward. We navigate using the stars, very old fundamental things that came from observing the sky. And in order to get a handle on climate change, we are really very much beholden to space exploration and looking at the sky and those observations right now. Space exploration can be argued that it has done incredible work on climate change, both in the idea of realizing what's going on, right? We first have recognized ozone layers. We're able to look at and understand and see things about sea surface change, even being able to create monitoring tools. We do that, and well as being able to create tools like solar cells that are better. All of these things help us. Space exploration is incredible for its ability to be able to do that. But here's the thing. People frequently ask me, what did I see in space? And what makes a difference in terms of space exploration? Well, I can tell you that space exploration is really incredible because it provides all this compelling evidence that we need to do things, right? But when I looked at space, I saw this thin shimmering layer of blue light that's our atmosphere. And this thin shimmering layer of blue light that's our atmosphere, it makes the Earth sparkle from within. And I remember looking at the stars, and I looked back down at my home planet, and it confirmed something I always believed. You know how people say, save the Earth? They're mistaken. The Earth will be here, this incredible planet that warms us and cools us and envelops us with all kinds of smells, sounds, vistas. It will be here. The issue really is whether or not we'll be here. You see, we have to really put this in perspective. And that perspective is that we impact this planet. And we've done that. And yet at the same time, where I can guarantee you that I would go to another planet at the drop of a hat, space is not a plan B for this planet. For generations to come, the vast majority of us will be living right here. So we have to figure this out. In fact, there's a sense of urgency to this. An African proverb says, if you wait for tomorrow, tomorrow comes. If you don't wait for tomorrow, tomorrow comes. It's happening no matter what. And so as we're here today and these past days, we've had this sense of urgency that we really have to do things. And while I love the idea about space technologies, and they really have been formidable in helping us to understand climate change, helping us to counteract it, helping us to monitor what's going on, and all of the commitments that people have made here today, whether we talk about policies that we're putting in place, whether we talk about things like financial systems, all the technologies that come into place, it's really remarkable. But I have something else to tell you, right? There's a wicked truth about all of this. It doesn't really matter. None of those technologies, none of those policies will matter unless we deal with something else, which is us, people inside. Helen Keller said, science has found no remedy for the worst evil of them all, the apathy of humans. And that is fundamental to what we have to do. Our technologies are incredible. And actually, we have enough tools right now. We know enough. We don't need another piece of information, really, to address this, except for we haven't incorporated into ourselves what we need to do. Folks ask me, what was I feeling when I looked down at this planet? My knowledge was, and the most important thing, is that we are Earthlings. So as we have these sufficient tools to do what we need, we have to understand that there's something else going on. Our stumbling block is insufficient, deep appreciation of our connections across space and time, and the fact that we are Earthlings. That is the most fundamental piece that I had when I was in space. Not that I couldn't go anywhere else, because you see, we're made of the stuff of stars. Inside of our heart are the heart of stars, the heavy minerals. We are part of this universe. We're very much a part of it, but we are also earthlings. We're inextricably connected. And to thrive into the future, our commitments in caring must endure across generations and geographies. It can't just be about my small part of the country. I have to understand that we share this planet. That is it, and we are not going to be able to survive unless we have that commitment that doesn't stop with me, it doesn't stop with you, it doesn't stop at the shores. We have to be connected across space and time. And so, if we understand that we're inextricably connected to this planet, that means that it's not about saving the Earth, it's not about saving it someplace else. We have to think differently. And so that's where I think space exploration can really help us. We go back to that African proverb that says, "No one shows a child the sky." I bring that up because my commitment has been to try to get us to think about the world as a whole. All the work that I've done as I've left NASA always had some part of sharing and inclusion in it, from science literacy campaigns to work on 100-Year Starship. And what we're doing now is really asking people to look up, because looking up is really a reality check, right? Because it grounds us and it liberates us at the same time. It helps us to understand the immensity of our role in the universe. Some people say they feel smaller when they look up. When I looked out in space, I felt larger because I knew that I was a part of this universe as much of any speck of stardust. We are made of the same thing. When we look up the sky above us, I believe it connects us, it compels us. No wall can be built high enough to stop the exchange of energy across this planet, that is our weather. And we can make all the stars disappear from our sight because of smog and pollution, but they are still pushing and pulling our planet and our galaxy, and we're connected to the planet, to the Earth, and each other. So again, I ask you, when was the last time you looked up? And I'm going to ask you if you could participate in a project with us calling Look Up, where around the world for 24 hours, we look up, we think about what it makes us feel, our hopes, our dreams, our connections, what we want to offer, what we plan to offer. The idea is to look up and assume and take pictures, images, text, and snapshots of what we'll do. We will create a tapestry of these images that people have, and we'll be able to generate that tapestry. My slides aren't going forward, but I want to assure you that what was going to happen behind them, you'd see images of India, you'd see images of Mount Kilimanjaro, of New York City, of other places, with the idea wherever we are connected by the sky. We're connected by this universe that we're in. And so I would ask you to pledge to look up with me around the world in October, and we'll release the date, but in October. And let's create a tapestry, because if we go back to where we came from, which is part of this universe, perhaps we can share this commitment that we are connected, and all of the work that we're doing will have a way of going forward into the future. Thank you so much.
All right, so you warmed up, because our next speaker is a force of nature himself. He's worked his whole life on behalf of our shared planet, our shared home. Please welcome the co-founder of Generation Investment Management, the chair of the Climate Reality Project, a critical voice who has spent decades driving the movement against climate change, the 45th Vice, or maybe President of the United States, Al Gore!
Thank you very much. Thank you. I so appreciate that warm welcome. And Jennifer Granholm, thank you very much for your warm and enthusiastic introduction. And thanks to each and every one of you for coming to be a part of this Global Climate Action Summit. It is already a magnificent success, because the commitments that have already been announced have added momentum to this global movement, and more are coming today. And I want to thank Governor Jerry Brown for organizing this conference and doing such a fantastic job. Wow. And on a personal point, I would like to honor the memory of a wonderful woman who was Jerry Brown's chief of staff. She died last March 21st, but she put her heart and soul into the vision for this conference, Nancy McFadden, and I want to honor her memory here. The other co-sponsors, I want to thank Mike Bloomberg, who's been doing just amazing things and is so committed and effective. Xi Jinping, one of my personal heroes who has driven this movement in China and around the world. Patricia Espinosa, who's heading up the UN climate group and building on the wonderful work of Christiana Figueres, and Patricia is doing fantastic. Anand Mahindra from India, and Jayatha Wickramanayake, representing the young people of the world. These co-sponsors have done a wonderful job. So I only have a few minutes, and I feel a little bit like the old joke that everything's been said, but not everyone has had a chance to say it. But I just want to cover 3 points and end on the most important one. The first question, which a few in the world are still wrestling with, is do we really have to change? We get 80% of our energy from carbon fuels. Looks like it might be a hassle to really convert. And of course, the answer, as Jennifer said, this is the first time in history that 2 major storms are making landfall from the Atlantic and the Pacific simultaneously. And each recalls some of their predecessors. Florence, Hurricane Florence, is similar to Hurricane Harvey in the sense that the disruption of the Northern Hemisphere jet stream, which the scientists can explain and I can't, but it's for real. That's what's keeping these storms in the same place so that they drop so much water. Where Super Typhoon Mangkhut is concerned, it recalls Super Typhoon Haiyan, which created 4 million climate refugees. And even without the cyclonic storms, we are putting so much heat into the oceans. You know, we're using the sky as an open sewer. This is literally insane. We put 110 million tons of man-made heat-trapping pollution up there every day, including today. The cumulative amount now traps as much extra heat energy as would be released by 400,000 Hiroshima atomic bombs going off every single day. And it's a big planet, but that's a lot of energy. And that's why the temperatures are going up every year. Thousands of high temperature records have been broken this year. And heat stress is one of the many health consequences. But more than 90% of that heat goes into the oceans, and it's disrupting the water cycle that is at the base of life on this planet. And it's putting so much more moisture into the atmosphere that we get these rain bombs. And that's why we have these floods and mudslides on a regular basis. The same extra heat is drying out the land and creating these droughts. That's why Cape Town almost ran out of water last year. That's why the southwestern United States is in drought, the Korean Peninsula, Mongolia, Southeast Asia. This is happening all over the world. That's why the fires are raging. We're less than 1 month away from the largest fire in the history of this state of California that had a fire tornado with wind speeds as fierce and fast as the wind speeds in these cyclonic storms. 129 million trees dead in California, which means the risk of more fires is there. Every night on the television news is like a nature hike through the book of Revelation, and we've got to connect the dots between the cause and the effect. And we're seeing refugees. You know, you can deny, some people evidently can still deny the reality. It's a little bit harder to deny the 3,000 deaths in Puerto Rico from Hurricane Maria last year. Come on! How far down that rabbit hole are people going to follow? This is utter insanity. We have to wake up. We are alive in this moment. We are awake. We have to take action. So the answer to the question, do we have to change, is obviously yes. The tropical diseases moving north, the refugees that are fleeing these areas that are becoming in danger of becoming literally unlivable, uninhabitable, yes, we have to change. The good news is we can change, and you've heard from so many here that we have a relief that is literally heaven sent from the sun and from the winds, and the cheapness of this electricity from renewable sources is now making it not only competitive, but in most geographies, cheaper than electricity from fossil fuels. And now the batteries are getting better, and the electric vehicles are already better. And the efficiency improvements, they don't get as much attention, but let me tell you this. Our world is in the early stages of a sustainability revolution that's built on the new digital tools of the Internet of Things and machine learning and artificial intelligence, and it's giving executive teams the ability to manage electrons and atoms and molecules with the same precision the IT companies have used in managing bits of information. And this sustainability revolution is sweeping the globe. It has the magnitude of the Industrial Revolution and the speed of the digital revolution. We can do this. We've decoupled emissions from economic prosperity. California has led the way, as is so often the case. We have the tools we need. We can solve this crisis. So that only leaves the final question, will we change? And that's what this Global Climate Action Summit is all about. Do we as human beings have the inherent capacity to rise above our limitations and expand our moral imagination to grasp the true dangers that we face and the size of the magnificent opportunities that we are now confronting, and really do our duty not only for future generations but for those alive today? And let's also always remember that it is the poor and the disadvantaged and those who suffer discrimination who are the first victims of this climate crisis. But all of us are in the line of fire. The Paris Agreement, do not forget the significance of this, because it has pointed the way to a world that is united in taking action. All 195 nations of the world are committed. And yes, I know Donald Trump made a speech, and most of you know that under the law, and we are still in the United States a nation under law as of right now, and we will continue to be. And under the law, the first day the U.S. could legally withdraw is the first day after the next presidential election. And by the way, if there is a new president, excuse me for a moment, then a new president could simply give 30 days notice and we're right back in the Paris Agreement. There was a great economist named Rudy Dornbush who once said, things take longer to happen than you think they will, but then they happen much faster than you thought they could. And every great moral revolution that has improved the condition of humanity has met with fierce resistance until we reached a critical mass of women and men who were sharing the same conviction that we have to choose between right and wrong. And that is the essential choice here. We are seeing businesses lead the way. We are seeing investors lead the way. We're seeing cities and counties and all kinds of civic organizations leading the way. We must do it. We can do it. I'm convinced ever more because of the success of this summit here in San Francisco that we will do it. And I'll just close with this reminder. For anyone who doubts that we as human beings have the political will to meet our obligations that history is demanding of us, just remember that political will is itself a renewable resource. Thank you for renewing it. Thank you.
Al Gore on fire. That was awesome. Woo! So, the future depends on us. The stakes couldn't be higher. I am totally inspired by the commitments that you're going to hear today. So the people that you're about to meet on this stage here are acting with tenacity and boldness and determination despite what's not happening in Washington. They are driving a transportation revolution. They're investing in public transit. They're investing in electric vehicles. They're installing the panels. They're erecting the turbines. They're wiring the grid of tomorrow. They're protecting our forests, our lands, our oceans. They're growing our food more sustainably. They're investing big in the world that we want to leave our children. And they are forging a path toward the most ambitious and important goal of all, what science demands of us to avoid the most dangerous impacts of climate change. This goal, carbon neutrality by mid-century. And it takes real courage to challenge the status quo like that, which brings me to our next speaker. He is the mayor of one of the largest metropolitan economies in the world. He's the leader of a city where the streets themselves are celebrities. He has had the courage to commit to making his city carbon neutral by 2050. Please welcome the mayor of Los Angeles, Eric Garcetti.
Thank you, Jennifer Granholm. Give her a round of applause and thank her for her leadership. I don't know about you, but they said in the Old Testament you either had to be a pastor or a prophet to help console people or tell them the future. I just heard with Al Gore, a man who is both our pastor and our prophet, and I am fired up. Let's give him another round of applause and thank him. I'm so excited to be here, wearing 3 hats. One is the mayor of a great city that is the 3rd largest metropolitan economy in the world today. After Tokyo and New York, Los Angeles, about a $1 trillion economy, is leading the way of showing that we can have jobs and a better earth at the same time. Second, as co-founder and chair of Climate Mayors, that group, bipartisan group of brave local leaders across America that are saying, this is in our hands. And last summer, when our president said he was withdrawing from Paris, we said, if you're out, we're in. And today, 407 cities and 47 states, representing 70 million Americans, have taken the Paris Pledge, and we are implementing it even if Washington won't. And third, I want to give a shout out to my global mayors and C40 as one of the vice chairs of C40, which is laying down the foundation of how we will, from Accra, Ghana, from Dhaka, Bangladesh, in China, in South America, here in North America, how every single mega city, now representing over 165 million folks, a quarter of the world GDP, have signed on as well to say we will be the difference. Change is happening at tremendous pace. But you see, to borrow a phrase, when we see national leaders in our country not willing to do the work, to quote the song, cities are doing it for themselves. And we're doing it for ourselves because we are the ones who cannot deny reality. We are the ones who lose firefighters on the fire line. We are the ones, like Sylvester Turner, building a great city in Houston in the face of 4 extreme weather events in just 10 years. Cities and states and national governments with NGOs, with the private sector, are showing what we can do. And today I've been asked to talk a little bit about the transportation sector. Now, Los Angeles is #1 in so many ways, but we're also #1 in traffic, a crown I hope to lose. We may be known as the car capital of the world, but we are much more than cars that are stuck in gridlock. Another picture of Los Angeles is captured in a beautiful picture of our transit map, because in 2016, the same night that this country voted for president, we passed the largest transit initiative in American history ×2 to build 15 new transit lines in a single American city at the same time while getting ready for bringing the Olympics in 2028. And we are planning along those lines to make sure that people aren't displaced and affordable housing can be built along the stations that people will use to get out of their cars and get to work. You see, this isn't just about statistics. This is about people, about tucking your child into bed, about the radius that you draw on your own city map for your dating pool, about whether or not you can go and see a beautiful song at a concert or not. We come to cities to preserve life, as Aristotle once said, but they exist for the good life. And so transportation is about that good life, and this work is being driven, of course, forward by electric vehicles. Let me talk about that for one moment. We learned yesterday the ZEV Challenge has taken off, and here at this summit, we have 62 commitments to shift to 100% zero-emission vehicle fleets, including 24 global CEOs, governors, premiers, and mayors who signed on this week alone. And LA is leading that charge, with the largest EV market in America, the most EVs in a municipal fleet, the most chargers on the street, 2,500 and counting, on our way to 25,000 electric vehicle chargers on the streets of Los Angeles. And thanks to all of you, our state and private sector partners were also home to Blue LA, an EV car share program that started in our poorest communities first, because this shouldn't just be for high-income individuals. Collaboration is essential. It is collaboration where we find solutions, where we roll out the new development of new technologies, and where we show the demand for zero-emission vehicles. That's why LA was one of the very first cities to sign on to the C40 Fossil Fuel-Free Streets Declaration last fall. And we're pledging to buy only zero-emission buses by 2025, and by the time the Olympics come, I think 100% of our buses will be electric in the city of Los Angeles. Today, the number of cities that have signed on to this map has more than doubled to 26, including those that joined this week. I'd say that the demand for over 80,000 zero-emission buses is a hell of a signal to the marketplace. So if you build it, we will drive. If you build it, we will ride. So build them. And our pledge means that 140 million people from Milan to Mexico City, from LA to London, will benefit from cleaner air, less congestion, and a shorter commute. Climate mayors, as well, is also accelerating change. And we're so pleased to share with you that this week, we launched a brand new portal to help power and lower the costs of EVs. If your city hasn't signed up yet, call your mayor and let them know that already 20 cities and 2 counties just in the last 3 days have committed to hundreds of EV purchases, not in the future, this year. And we're just getting started. The mayor of Houston said after Harvey came, they didn't have enough money to replace the electric vehicles that were lost. And then he said he showed to his fleet director this new portal, and he said, with prices this low, we can't say no. So with prices this low, you can't say no where you live. Make sure that your city is signed up as well. And these goals of cleaner air and a stronger economy are not only related, they're interconnected. In Los Angeles, we hit our greenhouse gas emissions last year that we've measured. We reduced in 2016 by 11% in a 12-month period, while our unemployment rate went down 14%. At the Port of Los Angeles, we've met our clean air targets 5 years ahead of schedule, and with my brother Mayor Robert Garcia in Long Beach, we have made the first pledge of any mayors anywhere on the face of this planet for zero-emission ports by 2035, to come in and say 100% of all the operations in LA and Long Beach, where 43% of all the goods come into this country, we will be zero emissions. So now we are doubling down. My friends, it is time. It is time for us to make sure that we see the future before us. And in conclusion, I've been reading a poem by Robert Browning lately, in which there's a beautiful line that says that our reach must always exceed our grasp. Isn't that what we're here doing? Our reach must always exceed our grasp. We do things we might not be able to recognize or to realize in our lifetimes, but we do it because for this work to be successful, our reach must always exceed our grasp, or as the poem says, what else is heaven for? My friends, the work in this summit the work of our lives, the work to have leadership at every level to change this is us reaching beyond our grasp, or after all, what is this beautiful earth for? We can and we will do it. Don't cede the power that you have. Demand that your local leaders step up, and when your national leaders aren't there, let's just make them a footnote of history. Thank you so much.
And now, to share important climate commitments from the rapidly changing transportation sector, please welcome executives from ChargePoint, EV Box, Hyundai Motor Company, and Électricité de France.
Hello, my name is Pasquale Romano, and I'm President and CEO of ChargePoint, the world's leading electric vehicle charging network. About 130 years ago, the advent of the internal combustion engine was upon us. We have been living with that technology for a very long time, and the technologies supporting electric mobility are very new. The electrification of mobility taking place today is as fundamental a change as the internal combustion engine was 130 years ago. And while much of this technology was conceived right here in California, companies like ours are proving that electric mobility is viable in every corner of the world. All of us at ChargePoint are so convinced of this transformation that I am here to share our commitment to lead this charge. The world of mobility is on the cusp of a generational change. Vehicles of every type have not only been electrified, but have been made available to the mass market, and even more models are coming. Electric cars for personal use, electric buses for mass transit, electric trucks for the movement of goods. Every day, more drivers, more businesses, more fleets, and more governments are making the decision to go electric. ChargePoint empowers businesses to participate in the fueling network of the future. Over the last 11 years, we have built a network of thousands of businesses that collectively provide the infrastructure for electric vehicles, one parking space at a time. And while this effort seems daunting in totality, it's achievable when individual businesses get involved. On the back of building great businesses, this massive shift in mobility will help the world's citizens avoid the emission of millions of tons of greenhouse gases into the atmosphere. And that's why today, ChargePoint commits to 2.5 million commercial places to charge your car by 2025. That's a 50-fold increase relative to the scale of our network today. What's behind this number? A commitment to continue innovating for a cleaner world and the support of an incredible global team of employees and an impressive group of investors that have dedicated $300 million to develop the technologies that underpin this revolution. And we hope to inspire others to stand with us. ChargePoint has had this conviction for more than a decade. We have proven that the electrification of transportation can be democratized. And it is essential that all of us participate. So, here's how you do your part. Governments, set those bold agendas. States, follow California's lead. Energy sector, use your scale to make this available to everybody. Businesses, electrify your parking lots. And drivers, just drive a better way. The time is right now for all of this, and I thank you very much.
Great announcement from Pat. This is fantastic news for our industry, but especially for the climate. My name is Christophe Verjenoegen. I'm the CEO of EVBox. We are the leading global provider of electric vehicle charging solutions with over 60,000 of charging stations across 45 countries today. Here in California, we are working with local utilities such as PG&E to actually bring charging stations to disadvantaged communities. Around the world, we are working with local entrepreneurs, businesses, and governments to drive the transition towards electric mobility. It's an exciting time to be part of this great movement. It took actually 60 months for the first million electric vehicles to find a buyer. The next 1 million only took 70 months, and the next one, 10 months. And it's actually the 5 million mark of electric vehicles is predicted to arrive only 6 months from now. Experts around the world are believing that by 2025, we'll be reaching over 30 million electric vehicles. So we arrived at the tipping point, a true tipping point, and this is why EVBox as a company is here today to announce our commitment to build at least 1 million electric vehicle charging stations, both regular and fast charging, by 2025. And we feel comfortable that we will go beyond and above that. We're proud to make this commitment, alongside other great commitments that we heard today. And all together, we can make this happen. We can electrify the world, we can increase zero-emission transport, and we can create a safer and healthier future for all of us. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Benoît Potier, and I'm the CEO and Chairman of Air Liquide. I'm here today with my colleague, Dr. Won-Chul Yang, Vice Chairman of Hyundai. Together, we co-lead a group of more than 50 CEOs from some of the largest energy, transport, and industry companies around the world.
The Hydrogen Council is the largest global industry-led effort seeking to develop the hydrogen economy. The Council is constantly advocating that innovative hydrogen technologies have made great progress in realizing a carbon-free energy society. We believe hydrogen technology can and will play a key role in the energy transition, from heating our homes to fueling our factories and to powering our vehicles. Our vision is clear. By 2050, hydrogen could meet 18% of the world's final energy demand, provide 30 million jobs around the world, and prevent 6 gigatons of CO2 emissions, which is more than the entire carbon emissions of the United States in 2017.
Today, representing the Hydrogen Council and the CEOs within our coalition, I'm proud to announce our new commitment to a goal of decarbonizing 100% of hydrogen fuel used in transport by 2030. We are therefore calling on governments to build a global alliance and the regulatory frameworks to make this commitment a reality. Transport may be our first target, but with the right level of support, we will see positive effects across many sectors.
It's an honor to stand here today alongside such an inspiring group of leaders, all dedicated to the same cause, global climate action. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Jean-Bernard Lévy. I'm the chairman and CEO of EDF, large electricity, energy provider in Europe and in many countries in the world, including this one. And in my business, shooting for the moon is storing electricity at scale. I believe electricity must become a massively storable commodity if we want to achieve our carbon neutrality objectives. I believe we can make storage at scale affordable, not just for transportation, but also for the utilities that can power the broader transformation of our economies. At EDF, we have a plan to become a leader in electricity storage. We will give it a shot. Today, I am excited to announce that we will invest $8 billion over the next 10 to 15 years to make electricity a cheap, carbon-free, storable commodity. The strategic direction at EDF is set until 2030, and this direction anchors nuclear and renewables as our two pillars of this future. Since our nuclear fleet is already flexible, we operate between 20 and 100% of the maximum capacity of each unit, and this is unique in the world. Then we are well positioned to incorporate more renewable energy in the grid. Demand-side management is a core element to the electricity business in the future. We know that consumers have enormous potential to bring information and flexibility to the power grid, and in this picture, storage will be the cornerstone, the game changer for our business. Let's walk the talk. We are already a champion of carbon-free electricity production. At 82 grams per kilowatt hour, we have among the lowest emissions of any major electricity producer in the world. We will push that number even more, using storage, hydrogen, and an ambitious program for solar power. Just in France, we will develop in the next 15 years 30 gigawatts of solar power. We will also commit to EV100. This is the Climate Group's initiative. By 2030, we will have our entire car fleet transformed into electric vehicles. Taken together, these actions will help us achieve our public objective to lower our carbon emissions, 51 million tons today, 30 million tons by 2030. And they will put us on the path towards collectively reaching carbon neutrality by 2050. Thank you.
Okay, round two. To realize our boldest ambitions, we have to engage everybody. And now we're going to hear from people who are building support for climate action from the top down and, importantly, from the bottom up. These are people who are running cities and nations. They're supporting the innovators who are developing climate solutions in their garages. They're providing free legal services for entrepreneurs. They're working to elect leaders who will fix this problem. I am thrilled to welcome one of those leaders now, who is the mayor of Carmel, Indiana, James Brainerd, along with fellow members of the We Are Still In Coalition. Come on up.
Thanks.
Good morning. I'm a Republican mayor in Carmel, Indiana, a suburb of Indianapolis of about 100,000 people. And as I talk to some of my younger Republican colleagues, I like to point out it was Teddy Roosevelt, a Republican, who set aside most of our national park land. It was President Ike Eisenhower, a Republican, who set aside the Arctic Reserve. And it was Nixon and Ford who put together the EPA, our first federal regulatory agency to protect the environment, as well as signed the Endangered Species Act, the Clean Water Drinking Act, the Migratory Bird Act, and so on. The list goes on. And it was Ronald Reagan, a Republican, of course, who went to Montreal to deal with the ozone hole. And we have this history. And I point out to these younger colleagues that there's no Democratic or Republican way to fill chuck holes or plow snow, and climate should be nonpartisan because our planet demands it. Thank you. I have yet to meet a Democrat or a Republican who doesn't want his family or her family to drink clean water and breathe clean air. And I have yet to meet a Democrat or Republican who doesn't want to leave the earth in good shape for our children and grandchildren. And conservatives should take the scientists seriously. Not to do so is reckless and risky, and those are not conservative values. And mayors, some of the elected officials and city council members of both major parties have been working on this issue for decades because we're the closest level of government to our constituents, and we know that our constituents are concerned about our climate. In fact, there's evidence of this by the U.S. Conference of Mayors. There's about 1,250 cities, over 30,000 in population in the United States, and they represent about 85% of our country's population. Almost all of these mayors, except for 4 or 5, over 1,240 of them, have signed the U.S. Conference of Mayors Climate Protection Agreement, setting goals to improve the climate in their cities, and they've been working on this for over a decade. And this is because people in our cities, regardless of party affiliation, care about our environment. The president likes to talk about being a great country. Well, this is what I think. Great countries honor their international agreements. Great countries show leadership. Great countries show leadership to the rest of the world on critical issues. Great countries listen to their scientists, and great countries implement policies to leave our planet in better condition than we found it. So, regardless of Washington, the people of our country will keep the promises made in Paris by doing what it takes at the local and state level. I'm proud of what my fellow mayors have accomplished to tackle climate, but I stand here on behalf now of 3,500 signatories to We Are Still In, the largest U.S. coalition in support of climate action ever. And for this summit, more than 500, just this week, brought forward new commitments and ongoing action to tackle climate in their communities, supply chains, operations, and organization. The people of the United States care about our climate, and because of that, we are still in, and we're taking action. I'd like to ask those in the room today who are part of We're Still In to stand and be recognized. Stand up. We will keep our obligations made in Paris, and we will succeed. Thank you.
please welcome the President of the Republic of Hungary, János Áder.
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim! Let me use my mother tongue. Amikor Kalifornia kormányzója, Jerry Brown úr meghívott minket erre a találkozóra, világossá tette a meghívásában, hogy csak azért ne jöjjön senki San Franciscóba, hogy egy újabb lelkesítő, vagy az elkötelezettségét tükröző beszédet mondjon. Arra kért mindannyiunkat, hogy a hátizsákunkban legyenek konkrét vállalások is. Ráadásul Jerry Brown magasra tette a mércét, hiszen az elmúlt napokban meghozott döntéseivel, mind a két döntést nyilvánvalóan ismerik, 2045-re a kaliforniai áramtermelés 100%-ban széndioxidmentes lesz, és ugyancsak erre az időpontra, 2045-re a teljes kaliforniai gazdaság dekarbonizációja megtörténik. Ezzel a döntéssel vár bennünket Kalifornia kormányzója. Az elmúlt napokban a bevezető kisfilmben is láthatták, és akik itt voltak végig, azok szemtanúi lehettek ennek. Sokan és sokféleképpen beszéltek a klímaváltozás ránk leselkedő veszélyeiről. Ha az itt elhangzottak, az előttem szólók gondolatait egy mondatba kéne összefoglalni, és arra a kérdésre kéne válaszolni, hogy mi az üzenete ennek a mostani klímakonferenciának, akkor ez az üzenet egy mondatban számomra így hangzik: ma már nem a Föld atmoszférája a kérdés, hogy mi történik vele, hanem civilizációnk jövője a tét. És azt gondolom, hogy ezt az üzenetet érdemes elvinnünk majd a következő klímakonferenciára, Katowicébe is. És most lássuk Magyarországot. Magyarország Európa szívében egy kicsi ország, 10 milliós ország, több mint 1000 éves történelemmel, és nyilván a kibocsátás szempontjából sem az Egyesült Államokhoz, sem Kínához nem mérhető. Mégis azon 21 ország közé tartozik a világban, ahol 1990 óta úgy nőtt a GDP 50%-kal, hogy közben az energiafelhasználás 15%-kal csökkent, és az üvegházhatású gázok kibocsátása is 32%-kal csökkent. Ez a múlt. Beszéljünk a jövőről. A magyar kormány elfogadta már a Nemzeti Éghajlat Stratégiát, amiben az egyik legfontosabb cél, ez egy hosszú 200 oldalas dokumentum, de a legfontosabb célkitűzése, hogy 1990-hez viszonyítva 2050-re 85%-kal csökkenti Magyarország az üvegházhatású gázoknak a kibocsátását. 85%-kal. És van egy másik vállalásunk, egy másik célunk is, és ráadásul rövidebb időtartamra, 2030-ra vonatkozik ez a célkitűzés. Ez pedig úgy szól, hogy a magyarországi áramtermelés 90-95%-a széndioxidmentes lesz. Ezt atomenergia révén, illetve a napenergia révén kívánjuk elérni. Párizs lendülete megtört. Ezt nyugodtan mondhatjuk. A mögöttünk lévő tanácskozások, akár Marrakest nézzük, akár a legutóbbi múlt héten vagy a héten befejeződött tanácskozást, nyugodtan mondhatjuk, hogy Párizs lendületét a szubnacionális szervezetek tudják fenntartani, és tudták fenntartani az elmúlt 2,5-3 évben. Ezért is Javasoltam, és jó szívvel támogattam azt, hogy elsőként, közel 3 évvel ezelőtt Magyarország fővárosa, Budapest csatlakozzon az Under 2 mozgalomhoz, és most 2 nappal ezelőtt másik 23 város csatlakozott ehhez a mozgalomhoz. Ezek a kis zöld pontok, ezeket a magyar városokat jelölik, az a nagy pont, az Magyarország főváros, az a nagy zöld pötty. Jól láthatják ezen az ábrán, hogy ezek a települések Magyarország népességének körülbelül 40%-át képviselik. És egyébként zárójelben hadd tegyem hozzá, hogy még amikor készültünk a párizsi klímacsúcsra, akkor javasoltam az ENSZ főtitkárának, hogy a szubnacionális szervezetek, többek között az Under 2 mozgalom lehessen részese a párizsi megállapodásnak, hanem akkor Párizsban, akkor később csatlakozhasson hozzá. Hát úgy látszik, hogy az ENSZ malmai kicsit lassan őrölnek, mert bár a főtitkár, az ENSZ főtitkára ezt a javaslatot elfogadta, de még mind a mai napig ez sajnos nem történt meg, de remélem, hogy a jövőben ez megtörténhet, és párizsi megállapodáshoz csatlakozó félként köszönhetjük majd hamarosan az Under 2 mozgalmat is. Mi az, ami még a puttonyban van? Mi az, ami még a hátizsákban van? 2 magyar találmányról szeretném önöket tájékoztatni. Mind a 2 érinthet minket úgy is, mint fogyasztókat, és érinthet minket úgy is, hogyha mezőgazdasággal foglalkozunk, mint mezőgazdasági termelőket. A jelenlévők, a teremben lévők nyilván pontosan tudják, hogy a teljes szén-dioxid kibocsátás vagy üvegházhatásgáz kibocsátásnak a 17%-áért a mezőgazdaság felelős, és ennek is a nagy része az állattartáshoz kötődik. 20 éves kutatómunka eredménye egy magyar találmány, ami a kérődző állatok esetében 80%-kal tudja csökkenteni a metán kibocsátást úgy, hogy a hús és a tej minősége még javul is. A másik, amit szeretnék az önök figyelmébe ajánlani, szintén egy magyar találmány. Vízfelhasználásunknak a 70%-a kötődik a mezőgazdasághoz. Nyugodtan mondhatjuk, hogy minden csepp számít. A 21. század kérdése: kevesebb vízből, kevesebb egyfőre eső vízből, egyre kisebb területen, egyre több ember számára kell az élelmiszert megtermelni. A magyar találmány egy olyan környezetbarát szer, ami a talaj-víz megtartó képességét javítja, méghozzá akár 40-50% mértékben, ezáltal csökkenti az aszánykárokat, és ráadásul a környezetet sem károsítja. Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim! A cselekvésre az időnk egyre kevesebb, a felelősségünk viszont az idő előre haladtával egyre nő. Megköszönve megtisztelő figyelmüket, Mark Twain gondolatával szeretnék búcsúzni önöktől, aki azt mondta, hogy 20 év múlva jobban fogod sajnálni azokat a dolgokat, amiket nem tettél meg, mint azokat, amiket megtettél. Köszönöm.
Hi, my name is Karen Caudillo, and I grew up in Naples, Florida. When I think of my childhood, I think of the Everglades, and currently we aren't doing enough to change course and to save the 3rd largest aquifer in the world. As a DACA recipient, I encourage my fellow peers to cast a ballot for environmental justice. And now, I'm excited to introduce Tom Steyer, our founder, to tell you more about our great work.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the founder and president of Next Gen America, Tom Steyer.
Good morning, and thank you all for coming to this summit and re-emphasizing our need to preserve our planet. And thanks to the organizers for this opportunity to speak about the youth uprising we're seeing in the United States this year. Our youth organization, Next Gen Rising, is 700 people spread across 11 states with 5,000 volunteers working towards one goal: breaking the corporate stranglehold on our democracy. Year after year, companies use their money and their lobbyists to control the basic functions of government, especially oil and gas companies. With their money, they can buy the influence to pollute our air, to foul our water, and to destabilize our climate. But America is supposed to be a democracy of, by, and for the people. So it's time to give the power back to the citizens. By the way, when it comes to climate change, about 2/3 of Americans actually want the government to do more. But Republican legislators across this country don't care. So if we want actual change, we need to win elections. And that means we need to mobilize a broad voting coalition, not just environmentalists, but labor, social justice groups, community groups, and more. That's how California passed our commitment to 100% clean energy this week, and our bill blocking offshore drilling, both of which NextGen championed. Those bills made it through the legislature with great leadership from the poorest parts of our state, specifically by Kevin De Leon, the president of the state Senate. Kevin has provided that same great leadership for years, and I want to thank him for that and for his dedication to our shared cause. But California is not the only place where that coalition wins. At the beginning of this year, we joined with local partners in Michigan, Arizona, and Nevada to introduce ballot initiatives on clean energy. We've already negotiated a deal with Michigan's utilities with the support of labor, business, and community groups. They've agreed to 50% clean energy by 2030. But Arizona's corrupt monopoly utility, Arizona Public Service, is pouring millions of dollars into false ads, fake protesters, lobbyists, and lawsuits to fight us. In November, Arizonans, like Americans everywhere, will have a chance to prove that voters can beat dollars. And we believe this all starts with young Americans. 18 to 35-year-olds form the largest voting bloc in America, and it's the most diverse generation in American history. But they vote at roughly half the rate of their parents' generation. Our goal is simple: to mobilize over 500,000 young people to vote come Election Day. They are progressive, they care about climate action, and they can change the equation on energy just like they can change everything. And they will. For one thing, they've learned that not voting can have dire consequences. And when they start voting in real numbers, the system starts working again. In Virginia last year, we got over 20,000 young people to register to vote. Youth turnout went up by 1/3, and clean energy candidates won their elections. Today, Virginia is investing in solar and implementing carbon pollution regulations. We're seeing the same success this year, only more so. Almost 3 times as many people under 35 voted in California's primaries this year as did 4 years ago. 3 times. Same story in Michigan, 3 times. And thanks to Karen and the rest of the Next Gen Florida team, the Florida Democratic primary saw 5 times higher turnout around Florida State University and 10 times higher around the University of Florida. That's the headline. Young voters are showing up. Come November, they will change the balance of power in the United States of America. That means people beating money. That means restoring the broadest possible democracy. It means ending the hostile corporate takeover of America. It means climate justice. It means environmental justice. It means justice. Thank you very much.
And now to present the California Climate Cup, please welcome founder and managing director of CalCEF, Danny Kennedy, and president and CEO of the Los Angeles Clean Tech Incubator, Matt Peterson.
All right. Welcome, everybody. We're here to present the winner of the California Climate Cup, and we're excited to tell you about how we started this. But first, earlier this week, the Los Angeles Clean Tech Incubator, along with all of our partners and the Air Resources Board and others, announced an ambitious goal to get to zero emissions by 2028. So while we know we got a long way to get there, our goal is to help the region advance transportation electrification by getting further faster and setting a goal of 25% additional reductions by the time the Olympics arrive in Los Angeles. And we know from that we need innovation. And that's why we're here today to talk about the California Climate Cup and seeing how we can welcome entrepreneurs to present those innovative ideas so we can tackle climate change for all cities around the world.
That's right, and we should mention that downstairs there's an innovation showcase of companies from around the world, and we should also mention the Speedwell Call to Action, which over 400 companies and ecosystem organizations that support startups around the world to drive innovation and build equity is presented here to you all to call on you to get behind the innovation agenda, get behind the people, the entrepreneurs that are creating these companies, that are driving these solutions, and lifting all boats as we go. Really, the Speedwell idea is that we go faster and we make it fairer as we move towards the 100% that California has set as a goal and is really the goal we all should share. As for the California Climate Cup, so we did this business plan competition, put it out to the world, had over 100 submissions from many countries. We had 10 amazing finalists in Los Angeles on Monday that we listened to pitches and had a panel of esteemed judges choose 3 winners amongst for each of the categories of the Cup. And then we have run them around town all week here at the Global Climate Action Summit and also introduced them to venture capitalists and others so that they could take their businesses to the next level. And now, having sifted and sorted through the 3 winners who were Solstice Energy Solutions, Wheelie, and EV Match, we are going to announce the grand prize winner. We have the envelope. PricewaterhouseCoopers has done the calculations.
La Land? No. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand prize winner, Egwene Mineo of Solstice Energy. This is the future right here, Egwene Mineo. Thank you. Take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Egwene Mineo, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Solstice Energy Solutions. We're an energy technology company coming out of Stanford University that's developing IoT software and using big data to enable a transition to clean, connected, distributed energy landscapes, but starting in the cities and mega cities of emerging markets. I want to take this time to thank the Los Angeles Clean Tech Incubator and the California Seed Fund for really supporting entrepreneurs and innovators that are trying to solve the world's toughest energy and environmental challenges. If you're passionate about that and you want to join Solstice, you can visit us at www.solstice.io. Thank you.
Well done.
All right, make Earth cool again. Love those hats, Danny. That is excellent. I'm the former governor, but I'm the former Attorney General of Michigan also. So I know how important it is, this next commitment. I'm super excited because I get to make the announcement. So today, 9 of the United States' most respected law firms are partnering with Stanford Law, and together they're announcing this innovative collaboration to deliver free legal services worth $15 million by the end of 2020. They call themselves Lawyers for a Sustainable Economy. It's a first-of-its-kind effort to offer pro bono legal assistance to entrepreneurs and to community-based nonprofits tackling energy challenges in transportation, land use, clean energy, free legal services to entrepreneurs and NGOs. Yes! So I want you to welcome representatives from these great law firms. They're going to come up right now. Come on up. Cooley, Dentons, Hogan Lovell, Holland and Knight, Latham and Watkins, Morrison and Forrester, Sonsini, Goodrich and Rosati, and Arnold and Porter. This initiative is being launched in honor of the late, great Nancy McFadden. Obviously, she was a lawyer, former chief of staff to Governor Brown. Her vision and her dedication made this summit possible. So thank you, Nancy, for your commitment. And I am proud to introduce you to one of the innovators who's going to be benefiting from this initiative. Grist recently recognized her as one of the top 50 fixers, the people who are cooking up the boldest, most ambitious solutions to climate change. Please welcome Davida Herzl.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 92% of the world's population now breathes polluted air. It's a public health epidemic of unprecedented proportions. And in the places where the problem is most prevalent, we often have the least data about how to address it. I co-founded ACLIMA to change that, to deliver climate emissions and air quality data and insights worldwide at a block-by-block level. As a lawyer by training and a social entrepreneur by DNA, I understand the power of the legal system to help us launch new ventures, invent innovative technologies, and address the root of our sustainability challenges. The Lawyers for a Sustainable Economy initiative will accelerate those efforts to create a more resilient, sustainable, and equal world. Thanks to this initiative, we at ACLIMA are incredibly excited to work with Morrison and Forrester to expand our work. We're grateful for the opportunity that this initiative provides and hopeful about what it will help us achieve for human health and planetary health. Thank you. Thank you.
Droughts, heat waves, wildfires, superstorms are all deadly reminders of where we are right now.
The natural balance of our planet is changing.
And this is just the beginning.
We either come together and make climate change an urgent priority,
Or let chaos reign. Wind, solar, electric cars are among the big clean technologies of the future.
but they're not enough. We must do better.
1/3, that's the number you need to know.
1/3 of all carbon in the atmosphere can be reduced by a natural solution that's all around us.
It is a solution that starts with a single tree.
A single tree from the rainforests of Asia, the Amazon, the Congo.
A tree that helps a little girl breathe.
Gives her water and offers animals shelter. A single tree can clean carbon dioxide from the atmosphere.
And while one tree can't do it alone, a forest can.
Without forests,
There is no climate solution.
it's a solution that must not be forgotten.
With each second that passes, a forest is destroyed, and another, then another.
At the rate of a soccer field a second.
And in the blink of an eye, half the planet's forests are already gone. The destruction comes from the flick of a match.
The blade of a bulldozer.
Businesses choosing their bottom line over what's best for the planet.
But it all can be stopped if we gather the courage to change our habits. We can decide to reuse existing lands to feed our planet instead of clearing forests for farming and ranching.
Companies can decide to use products from sources that are deforestation-free. We can decide to value and support indigenous peoples.
Because they are the best protectors of tropical forests.
We can decide to replant the forests that have been lost.
To make our planet whole again. And wealthier countries can decide to do more to help tropical forest nations conserve and protect their rainforests.
And each and every one of us can decide to elect leaders who make climate change a priority.
We might not be able to totally stop the clock on the effects of climate change.
But protecting forests will give us the time, the precious time we need.
To blanket our planet with solar, wind, and other clean energy solutions.
A natural solution is right here, right now, all around us.
We can make the difference.
1/3 of the difference.
That's a big number.
Because we have no time to lose.
Save the climate.
Save the earth.
Don't let forests be the forgotten solution.
Please welcome Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Program, Eric Solheim.
Wow, how beautiful isn't this planet? Thanks so much to Alec, to Jane, to producer Jeff Horowitz, and to Years of Living Dangerously for this inspiring film. In this sequence, we will speak about the forgotten solution. What a single tree can achieve, and of course, much more so what we can achieve by protecting the beautiful forests and do tree planting and improve the quality of our lands. This is the forgotten solution. It's 30% of all we need to do for climate. Adding is protecting the gorillas and the orangutans and the beauties of the planet, and adding is critical for the economy of many nations. But we spend 3% of our money for what is 30% of the climate solution. So obviously we need to do a lot more for forests. It's affordable, it's doable, it's low-tech or high-tech, it's both, but we can do it. Sometimes people tell me it's very, very, very difficult to protect the forest. Then I suggest a one-word answer. And then one word is Brazil. Brazil is the biggest rainforest nation on the planet. Brazil has reduced its deforestation with 80% since 2004. And in the midst of the political crisis of Brazil, they keep the deforestation low. Yes, give a big hand to Brazil. It's a fantastic achievement. And obviously, if Brazil can do it, others can do exactly the same. One success of Brazil is empowering the indigenous peoples to protect their land. They're closest to it, they know it, and they can protect it. And that's why I'm so glad that we can now introduce two important indigenous peoples groups who will come up with announcement, not just talk, but announcement of what they will do from Indonesia and from Latin America. Let me start to introduce the Secretary General of the Indigenous Peoples Alliance of the Archipelago, from the beautiful island, I've been there, of Sulawesi in Indonesia, Mrs. Ruka Sumbolinggi.
Thank you. Affirmative action in practice. You give a little step for the small people. Good afternoon. I would like to first honor the Ohlone and Kosmiwak people whose ancestral land we are gathering on now. Indigenous peoples and government, we don't have great history together. But here, we are rewriting history. It hasn't been always easy. But earlier this week, we took a big step together. A global coalition of indigenous peoples, local communities, and subnational government, we agree on a guiding principles on collaborations. And it began with these two things. Let me read for you. We recognize and respect indigenous peoples and local communities' rights in relation to the land, territories, culture, self-determination, and governance. We recognize the historic contributions of indigenous peoples and local communities to the maintenance of forest stocks and environmental services those forests provide to society as a whole. Let me repeat this. We recognize and we respect. This is so important. So how did it happen? Well, the governor, Climate and Forest Task Force, finally, after 10 years, voted overwhelmingly on the guiding principles of collaborations with indigenous peoples and local communities. For beginning to implement these recognitions and respect by taking this very important step. We began the week with a big feast from Indonesian food, opportunity for learning and experiencing among each other, words of solidarity from the Amazon Basin, Mesoamerica, Africa, California, and elsewhere. I want to acknowledge my extended family here, my fellow guardian of the forest from KOICA, AMPB, APIP, and my sisters and brothers from Aman and the Yurok tribe, and from our subnational governments, companioned. We sat together and enjoyed each other's company. Now that the new partnership is solidified, we need to take it into the next level. Now we need to do even harder and more important work. We need to take it off paper and make it reality. And that is our collective challenge and opportunity. We have the platform, We have the political will in all sides, and we need to continue moving forward together. Because the only way forward is to work together. To work together. And if not us, then who? And if not now, then when? Pura sumanga, thank you very much. Terima kasih. Long live indigenous, long live local communities, long live local subnational governments, long live Mother Earth, long live all of us and our generations to come.
Thank you so much, Luca. I think you understood from the applause how much you inspired all of us. Thank you so much. We can achieve everything if we work together. I would now like to welcome the indigenous leaders from Ecuador and Peru, who will announce the sacred headwaters of the Amazon Initiative, the origin of the Amazon Initiative, with remarks by Shoa leader of the Confederation of Indigenous Nations of the Ecuadorian Amazon, Tuntiak Katan. Please come.
Asimas Nua Aishman Hui Puhatirmin Amig Mahrume. Soy Tuntiak Catán, vengo de la Amazonía ecuatoriana. Estoy aquí junto a mis hermanos Achuar y Huitoto. Nosotros venimos de la Amazonía, de una región con alta biodiversidad del mundo. Venimos de territorios sagrados donde perviven más de 20 culturas en un área de más de 25 millones de hectáreas. Esos territorios sagrados, únicos en el mundo, donde viven los pueblos indígenas, contienen grandes cantidades de bosques que contribuyen a la mitigación del cambio climático global. Recuerden, hermanos y hermanas, para cumplir con las metas de Acuerdo de París, deben quedar bajo suelo las grandes reservas probadas de petróleo. En esas áreas donde nosotros vivimos, empieza la iniciativa de cuencas sagradas de Napo, Pastaza y Marañón, donde hay fuentes de agua, donde viven culturas, y esas fuentes de agua alimentan a toda la Amazonía y a todas las culturas que viven en Gran Amazonas. Por lo tanto, nosotros, los pueblos indígenas que vivimos en la Amazonía, proponemos esta iniciativa para que más de 4.5 millones de barriles de petróleo quede bajo tierra. También proponemos que más de 2 billones de toneladas de carbono que está en nuestros bosques deben mantenerse por iniciativas de conservación y preservación de esos bosques. Aquí unidos, los pueblos indígenas de Perú y Ecuador, constituidos en la organización CONFEñAE y AIDESEP, invitamos a los gobiernos de Ecuador y de Perú que nos cooperen en esta iniciativa. También invitamos a la comunidad internacional que nos colaboren, que nos ayuden en esta iniciativa innovadora que es para el beneficio de los pueblos indígenas que vivimos en ese lugar y también para la humanidad. Hermanos y hermanas, el futuro de las generaciones depende de nuestras acciones y responsabilidades nuestras y debemos actuar ahora. Terminamos. Yumin Sarumui, muchas gracias con todos. Que viva la unidad.
Gracias. Thank you so much. Listening to these very strong voices from Latin America and from Indonesia, I think we are all confident. Yes, we can make this planet great again. So thank you so much. I now have the great honor and privilege to introduce maybe the most iconic environmentalist on this planet, at least for sure one of them, Jane Goodall. Jane is the founder of the Jane Goodall Institute. She is the United Nations Messenger of Peace, but beyond everything, she is Jane Goodall. Please, Jane, come. Oh, there you are. I thought you were coming from there.
They changed it.
Jane, I think you feel welcome here. What a warm welcome.
I do indeed, and thank you, everybody.
You were, if I'm not wrong, 22. You lived in, if I'm not wrong, Bournemouth in southern England. And from there you went on to Africa, to the forest, to a life as much with chimpanzees as with humans. What will drive a young girl in Bournemouth into such a life?
Because I was born loving animals. When I was 10 years old, I had saved up enough money, we didn't have much money, to buy a little book called Tarzan of the Apes. I fell in love with Tarzan, was very jealous when he married the wrong Jane, and that was when I decided I would grow up, go to Africa, live with wild animals, and write books about them. Everybody laughed at me, except my mother, who said, if you really want this, you must work hard, take advantage of all opportunities, but don't give up. She was right.
Have you ever regretted?
No. No regrets.
In some of your interviews, you have said that Gombe Forest in Tanzania is your church.
It's very much, when I'm out in the rainforest, I have a spiritual connection because you understand the interconnectedness of all things where every little species has a role to play. And so protecting the rainforest, of course it's desperately important for climate change with its ability to absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, give out oxygen, protect what we call the ecosystem services of the forest, but, clean water and air and protecting soil erosion. But for me, it's more than that. It's protecting something which, for me, is a connection to some great spiritual power. And that's why I have such affinity with the indigenous people around the world. We feel the same about the forest.
Most young people in today's world grow up in cities like San Francisco or Beijing or Nairobi. Can you describe to them and convince them about this spiritual relationship to nature? How can they experience that?
Well, we have this program, Roots and Shoots, in 80 countries around the world, children, young people of all ages. And it's most important to get them out into the forest, or at least into some kind of natural environment, because that connection with nature turns out to be really important for good psychological development.
At the end of the film, you said that forest is the forgotten solution, and that's of course what we really want to impress upon this audience also, that we can do so much more on the forest. How would you set out and convince people that forest is the forgotten solution to climate change and many other environment issues?
Well, I think that film says a lot. And, I want to thank Jeff Horowitz, whose idea it was, and also Alec Baldwin, who co-scripted it with me. And so how do we convince this audience? I guess this particular audience doesn't need convincing, but I go to many climate...
But they need the arguments to go and convince the neighbors
Yes,
and any
that's
political
right.
opponents.
Yeah, well, the point is I go to many conferences about climate change, and it's rare for the forest even to be mentioned. And yet saving the forest and restoring the forest is actually 1/3 of the solution. And we mustn't let it be the forgotten solution. That's the point.
And how do we achieve that? Is it about mobilizing the political will? Is it a matter of money? Is it a matter of specific policies? I mean, how can we really take this a huge step upwards?
Well, I think, one of the things that's important is to really monitor the way some of the big corporations behave. And it's important that they source their products in a way which doesn't lead to the destruction of the forest. So actually public pressure can force companies to change, to really investigate how their products are sourced, where they come from. And this in turn can influence the political situation. It's a kind of circle. I mean, it's really, really important that each individual, that everybody in this room, everybody listening, everybody around the planet understands that each one of us makes an impact on the planet every single day. We have a choice as to what kind of impact. So if we think about the consequences of what we buy, eat, wear, did it harm the environment? Has it destroyed forests? And if it has, then we've got to be strong enough to make that choice not to buy it. And that's what changes companies, and then it'll...
I mean, one of the questions I get most often, and I'm sure you get also, is, does it matter what I do? Can I, as a consumer or as a political activist or whatever, can I do something? And how would you set out that to, well, a young person in San Francisco ask you, what can I do? Can he or she do something?
Well, first of all, like I say, you can think about your choices. But, one thing which people tend not to think about is the fact that as we eat more and more meat around the planet, it's not only leading to horrific conditions for billions of the animals we breed for food, but to feed them, we're destroying huge areas of environment and using masses of fossil fuel to get the grain, the soy, from the environment to the animals, to the abattoir, to the table. And it's also wasting water, because to change vegetable protein into animal protein is incredibly wasteful of water. And that's one of the things the forests protect. And, we could, at a pinch, live without fossil fuel. We cannot live without water.
by 2050, the world population will be around 10 billion, which means there are 2.5 billion more people to feed. And we also have, of course, already many poor people who want a more interesting, more nutritious, better diet. Is it possible to increase agriculture production sufficiently without destroying forests?
Well, first of all, we have to. Secondly, I think Brazil was a wonderful example. They stopped deforestation and agricultural production went up. And we have to find ways of growing our food without this intensive agriculture. We have to go back to ways of working with nature, with permaculture, and that is really important.
No, we are obviously on the same line. What Brazil has achieved is simply remarkable, increasing agricultural production, bringing tens upon tens of millions of people out of poverty while protecting the forest at the same time. Let's move on to the second biggest rainforest nation, Indonesia. All the laws in Indonesia, I think, are flawless. They're brilliant. No one can find anything to criticize. And all big companies in Indonesia, paper and pulp or palm oil, has all promised zero deforestation. Still, there is substantial deforestation in Indonesia. So what do we get wrong, or what more can we do?
Well, I think it's a question of, governments, like big business, bow to public pressure in the end. But it's up to people to elect governments that will actually enforce the legislation that's so often in place, until some presidents come along and turn everything upside down, push the clock back. That's going on in the United States right now.
Well, one thing I spend a lot of time thinking about is the following. I mean, I'm not aware of any human being with no love for nature. You are in love of the place where you were born, or where you spend your holiday, or everyone has this deep down, this love of nature. And of course, and as you said, from your childhood in Bournemouth, there are so many people with pets or interest in animals. Still, we have not really been able to turn this desire to protect animals' nature into the strength of the movement which we need. Do we do something wrong, or is there a way we can more tap into this love of nature and make it a strong political campaign?
Well, this is what I'm trying to do. And young people very quickly learn to love nature. And as they grow up and move into positions of power, into politics, into business, but do we have time to wait? We have a window of time now, I firmly believe, if we all get together and we all use whatever ability we have to change things, then we can make this change that you're talking about. But there isn't a huge window of time. We do have to act now, all of us. And one thing I've noticed is that young people become very passionate. We have passionate young people all around the world fighting the problem of palm oil. And young people are able to influence their parents. That's absolutely for sure. So that's why I'm concentrating on youth, at the same time talking to business and government and things like that.
Finally, you have spent 60 years plus with chimpanzees and other animals, but particularly with chimpanzees. How close are we to the chimpanzees?
Well, we share 98.6% of DNA with chimpanzees. But I stopped living in the rainforest with the chimpanzees in 1986 when I realized the forests were disappearing right across Africa. And then traveling around the world, seeing the destruction with my own eyes. I've lived 84 years, so I've seen the change. I've seen the difference, where acres of rainforest used to cover the land. And now we're losing 1 acre every second. That's why we have to act now.
So let's jointly form a strong coalition to achieve your aim.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are so inspiring, Jane, but I think you even want to bring another inspiring person to inspire us even more. You have a special guest which you want to introduce.
Yes, I want to introduce a special guest who's very well known, Dave Matthews, at the Dave Matthews Band. And more than a brilliant musician, he's a real friend. He's very active in environmental protection. He has created a wonderful atmosphere with his band, so all of them anxious to reduce their carbon footprint and making a huge success of it. So because Dave Matthews is a real friend, he's flown specially in to sing us 2 songs, because protecting the environment isn't just about facts and legislation. It's about spirituality and it's about having fun. And so I really am so grateful to Dave for coming to join us.
So welcome, Dave Matthews.
I'm going to come and watch you.
Thank you so much, Dave, for helping us setting out the forgotten solution to the climate problem. Thanks for coming.
Trees. Yes, so Jane's leaving me, so I was going to play, but I think I'm just going to sit here and talk to you. It's a weird. I mean, I didn't know what to expect really, because Jane said, "Would you come and sing a little bit?" And I said, "Sure." I sort of knew that there's going to be some important people sitting around and talking, but I didn't really have any idea how many people would be here. So I've come to close the show, and that's pretty exciting. I do know that yesterday was exciting with some of the kids outside, and I do want to say that Jane and I were talking about it too, some of the young people that are anxious to be heard. I think it's very important that we somehow bridge the gap between those of us who have a voice and those people that feel voiceless but feel desperate about finding a solution. We have to figure out how to bridge that gap, because it's that kind of desperation that will give us a chance. Wherever the desperation is, we've got to give it a voice, wherever it is, because it's the right amount of desperation, which is absolute desperation.
Okay, you got it right. I was told to go and then told to come back, so I don't know where I'm meant to be now. Up there, perhaps.
I liked when you came on. It's like somehow you've turned it into a very serious, but also a little bit of a comedy routine, which is kind of how you are anyway.
Yeah,
and when this is all over, Jane and I are going to go and drink scotch together.
Eric expected me to come from there, and I was walking behind him. It was a hoot.
I watched that. The time is running out. But, oh yeah, buddy, thank you. I can't play the guitar without Craig. That's Craig. So I was glad that part of the conversation today is about the importance of listening to the indigenous people, because they know how to live where they live, and they know how it doesn't need to be replaced, but it needs to be embraced. And I just was very grateful to see that voice was at least in part being listened to today. Come out, no use in hiding.
come now, can you not see? There's no place here, what were you expecting? Not room for both, just room for me. Say you will lay your arms down. Yes, I will call this home. Away, away, you have been banished. Your land is gone and give on to me. And as you go, I will spread my wings. Yes, I will call this home. What's this you say? You feel the right to remain, then stay, and I will bury you. What's this you say? Your father's spirit still lives in this place. Well, I will silence you. I will silence you. Here's the hitch, your horse is leaving. Don't miss your boat, it's leaving now. And as you go, I will spread my wings. Yes, I will call this home. But I have no time to justify to you. Fool, you're blind. Move aside for me. And all I can say to you, my new neighbor, is you must move on, or I will bury you. I will bury you. This land is your land, this land is my land. From California to the New York Islands, from the Redwood Forest to the Gulf Stream waters, this land was made, and I'll build heaven and call it justice. I live with my greed and need. I live with no mercy and live with my friends' their feet. And I live with my hatred. I live with my jealousy. Gotta live with the notion I don't need anyone but me. Don't drink the water. Don't drink the water. There's blood in the water. Don't drink the water. Don't drink the water, don't drink the water, there's blood in the water, don't drink the water. I'm gonna bring your body down, don't drink the water.
I know you're probably starving, so I'll get through this. There's nothing worse than empathetic music on an empty stomach. I hope it comes across that way. Ooh. Thank you very much. This is a strange gig, let me tell you. I think that's a good message they out there. I like that. I think it's all of our last chance, so I concur. Not just Jerry Brown's, but I guess maybe his may be even faster. I think they're mixing career and life together. But anyway, they took a little bit of my time. I'll shorten my song, but I will say this: that you know, they could work on their harmonies, but it was a good message. I devote this to them. Don't give up, I know you can see all the world and the mess that we're making. Can't give up and hope that God would intercede. So come on back, imagine that we could get it together. Stand up for what we need to be. 'Cause crying won't save or feed a hungry child. Can't lay down and wait for some miracle to change things. So lift up your eyes, lift up your heart, singing, mercy will we overcome this. Oh, one by one could we turn it around. Maybe carry on just a little bit longer. I wanna give you what you need. Me and you, we just wanna be free, yeah. But you see, all the world is just as we've made it. And until we got a new world, I got to say that love is not a whisper or a weakness. No, love is strong, so we got to get together. Yeah, we gotta get, till there is no reason to fight. Mercy, will we overcome this? Oh, one by one could we turn it around? Maybe carry on just a little bit longer. I wanna give you what you need. Mercy, what will become of us? Oh, we come too far to turn it around.
up your heart. Thank you all very much. Good luck to us all.
What has been achieved in the fight to solve climate change over the past decade? Renewable energy is powering economies around the world, helping to make dirty fossil fuels obsolete. A transportation revolution is making mobility cleaner and safer today and in the future. Countries are building climate-friendly futures for their people through the adoption of the groundbreaking Paris Agreement. And the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol promises to dramatically cut harmful greenhouse gases and create energy-efficient cooling for people around the world. And a movement made up of millions of people fighting to protect the air they breathe and the communities they call home. Together with our public and private sector partners, philanthropy has supported the dynamic community of NGOs and others driving this progress. But it's not enough. Governments, NGOs, and the private sector must do more. And philanthropy can help catalyze action. As the realities of a warming planet become more urgent, there is only one path to take: forward, together. Forward to sustainable economies thriving on clean energy jobs. Forward to increase support for partners ready to speed and scale their impact. Forward to healthy lands, waters, and people. And forward to a future bright with hope for our planet. We must all engage on the global threat of climate change like never before. Philanthropy can help take us forward together.
Okay, you hungry? You're hungrier for change, right? Yes, you are. Let that pain in your belly remind you that there is a pain that is greater than your stomach, which is the condition of the planet. So, we've drawn the blueprints for our future economy. You've seen the outlines of it today. All these plans, though, they've got one thing in common. They all require ready, dedicated capital to become reality. So you know this, according to the World Bank, keeping global temperature rise within 2 degrees Celsius is going to require $4.1 trillion of incremental investment. And in that context, the Paris goal of mobilizing $100 billion a year for climate mitigation and adaptation in developing countries is just, it's not enough. It's far from sufficient. So to win this fight against climate change, the entire global financial system has got to realign itself to divest from dirty energy and invest in clean energy. So we're going to hear from leaders in philanthropy and government and finance who are helping to create that system. I want you to welcome the co-founder of the Sea Change Foundation, Nat Simons, the CEO of the Children's Investment Fund, Kate Hampton, and the president of the McKnight Foundation, Kate Walford.
Thank you. Good afternoon. We are here on behalf of a large group of philanthropists around the world who share a deep commitment to combating climate change. More importantly, we're here with and on behalf of organizations around the world who are leading this change, who are making progress every day. They are truly leaders in this effort. As many have said, climate impacts are increasingly visible across the globe. Food insecurity, compromised human health, extreme weather events, and more. But we stand here today in hope. We have great hope because we see the momentum that is happening in every corner of our planet. Momentum as clean energy markets scale rapidly. Momentum as governments at every level raise their ambition and, more importantly, act on that ambition. And most importantly, we stand here in hope because of people who are united around the world to take decisive action.
As climate philanthropists, we are committed to supporting the vast array of solutions required to make progress. That is why we are proud to be here on behalf of these 29 donors to announce a joint commitment of $4 billion over the next 5 years to combat climate change. Yeah, give it up. Right. See? We thought only Dave Matthews was going to get that kind of attention, but by the way, he was great. Dave Matthews was awesome. We didn't really want to follow him, but it was cool watching him back there, so that was... But philanthropists can and must work together to catalyze, to engage governments, the business community, and NGOs to accelerate progress on climate change. The multi-billion-dollar commitment announced today is only a down payment. Together, we'll need to invest more, much more, and soon. Philanthropists can. We all can. We have to work together. The down payment we're making today should be used to accelerate proven climate strategies based on facts and science. Imagine that. To spur the innovation and adoption of promising solutions, and to support the millions of advocates and citizens working around the world, from Detroit to Shanghai, to protect the air they breathe and the communities they call home. As a philanthropist and an investor, I feel hopeful. We are seeing the beginning of a transformation with vast new investments in clean energy and low-carbon businesses. Thank you.
We're convinced that climate philanthropy can accomplish these tasks because progress is already being made. That's why we will continue to support work across the globe, from climate-smart transportation in Brazil to the renewable energy transition in Asia and the enforcement of air quality regulation across the EU. We have just a few years to turn the hopeful signs we've seen into lasting action and to ensure that the world is on course to keep global temperature rise well below 2 degrees Celsius as promised in Paris. And in so doing, we will make progress simultaneously on improving public health, economic opportunity, and the quality of life of children and the most vulnerable who will bear the brunt of climate change but played no part in creating it. We're proud to represent a group of philanthropists who will do everything we can to make this first $4 billion just the first step in realizing the much, much higher levels of philanthropic commitments needed to save all of us from climate change, especially those very inspiring young people.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And now, please welcome the Mayor of New York City, Bill de Blasio.
Well, everyone, I want to start by giving a big thank you to our host, the indispensable Jerry Brown. And I want to give my deepest thanks to all of you for being forceful agents of change. Give your neighbor a round of applause, please. I am the mayor of a city shaken to consciousness 6 years ago by a monster storm, Hurricane Sandy. October 29th, 2012 was the before and after date for us as New Yorkers, a day we can never remember. Never forget, and that we remember deeply as that moment when our lives changed. 44 dead, 19 billion in damage, whole neighborhoods flattened. You will not find a lot of climate change deniers in my city anymore. And now, in this state, so much of California is burning, and we think of the Carolinas with Hurricane Florence bearing down on them. The signs couldn't be clearer. We could lose our planet. To survive, we have to upend our whole way of doing things, and that begins with the way we invest in the future. In January, New York City became the first U.S. city to begin divesting its pension assets from fossil fuels. We are taking $5 billion out of the hands of that dying and broken industry. And then earlier this week, we joined with another great city, one of the great financial capitals of the world, London, to build a coalition of cities dedicated to divestment. We want to unleash the power of the local level, the power of the grassroots to forge ahead when nations falter. We will act when nations fail, including our own. Yesterday, we made yet another announcement. While some institutional investors are putting 1% of their assets into climate solutions, we looked at our portfolio and we looked at our planet, and we decided, let's do more. It's time to go farther. So we're investing 2% of our pension assets, $4 billion in climate solutions. This is one step forward and one step toward a huge global response to climate change. It will take investing $1 trillion a year for 3 decades to keep this planet livable. But brothers and sisters, we can do it. New York City isn't just investing in hydro and solar and wind, we're investing in momentum for change. Imagine what could happen if everyone took that 2% investment pledge. If the top 50 United States pension funds invested 2%, that would be enough to convert half the homes in America to solar power. If every United States pension fund invested 2%, that would be $200 billion, a major step on the road to the $1 trillion we need to keep climate change at bay each year. So I'm asking pension funds across this nation and all over the world to come join us. Pull your money out of a doomed fossil fuel industry. It's time for something different and something better. Let's make investment in climate solutions the foundation of change. And I'm asking all of you, whether you run a pension fund or you just have your retirement in one, go home and demand a 2% commitment to saving our Earth. I understand it's a big goal, but the largest city in the United States of America has acted. Join us to push the boundaries of what's possible. You know, a great philosopher, Frank Sinatra once sang of New York City, "If you can make it there, you can make it anywhere." Well, I say if we can make it happen in New York City, you can make it happen where you live. Put your money into the technologies that will save us all and help to break a vicious cycle that we've lived with for too long. Because today, in the coal mines of West Virginia and the shale fields of North Dakota and the oil refineries of Louisiana, folks feel trapped. Their jobs won't last, but they don't see an alternative. We can fund a whole new economy in their backyard that offers both a paycheck and a planet they can live on. Let me conclude with this thought. I know many of you here have spent your lives fighting against the deniers and the cynics, the folks who ignore reality, the folks who say these problems are too hard to fix. Well, the next time you encounter one of them, tell them that New York City, the home of Wall Street, is divesting from the old and investing in the new. And we're saying loud and clear, fossil fuel investments aren't just toxic for our planet, they're toxic for our portfolios too. Brothers and sisters, fossil fuels belong in only one place, stranded in the ground. Let's all make sure they stay there. Thank you. God bless you all.
Please welcome CEO of the Pensions Concerns Administration and Chair of the Institutional Investors Group on Climate Change, Peter Damgaard Jensen.
It's a privilege to be here today. Like all of you, I understand the urgency of addressing climate change and everything we stand to gain by taking the necessary action. A growing number of investors are of the same mind. In my role with the Institutional Investors Group on Climate Change, I'm excited to see an ever-growing membership working to deepen the investor-led agenda on climate action across Europe. Momentum is also building globally. Take Climate Action 100+, an initiative in which the IIGCC is significantly involved. Over 280 investors, including PKA, are working through shareholder engagement to help cut emissions of the largest corporate greenhouse gas emitters across the global economy. Yet, investors can, should, and need to do more. And PKA, one of Denmark's largest pension funds, is committed to helping lead the way. This includes working to align our $43 billion investments portfolio with the goals of the Paris Agreement. To this end, we have committed to ensuring 10% of all investments PKA make directly support the low carbon transition. And I'm delighted to announce that we are well on our way to achieve this goal. Today, we already have 3.5 billion of green investments in place. That's 7% of our overall assets working for a cleaner, greener, more sustainable future. By 2020, this figure will have risen to $5 billion, and we hope to build on this further going forward. Just last week, I joined the opening of the world's largest offshore wind farm at the UK coast, in which we have a 25% stake. It's just one example of a raft of similar investments we are making. Projects that create jobs, reduce emissions, provide cleaner air, and provide the infrastructure on which a future thriving climate-resilient global economy depends. But let me be clear, we are asset managers, not campaigners or philanthropists. It's imperative that the business case stacks up, and it does. PKA's climate-related investment portfolio has returned 10% annually since inception. Our investments provide the healthy returns required to fund our members' retirements while showing that green investment can be just as beneficial for the bottom line of the climate. Green investments, sustainable investments, call it what you will, is becoming increasingly mainstream and, put it simply, smart investments. Any investor who fails to grasp the scale of this opportunity will simply be left behind. We are far from alone understanding this. PKA is also one of over 390 other investors who are proudly part of the investor agenda also launched here at the Climate Summit. It offers a way for the investor community to collectively demonstrate the ways we are working to shift the trillions. Across investment, corporate engagement, disclosure, and political engagement, we can also build on existing momentum, a way to scale up the investor action so valuable in helping deliver the goals of the Paris Agreement. As Lord Stern explained yesterday, the new climate economy has shown that bolder action on climate change can add $23 trillion across the global economy by 2030. That's what I call a clear incentive to continue building on the momentum so apparent here in San Francisco. Let's get going with renewed vigor and even greater commitment. We have everything to gain. Thank you.
Okay, people, do not leave. I know there was some miscommunication. Some of you may have thought that we were nearing the end. We are nearing the end, but there's a blockbuster ending, so do not leave. So I am super excited to introduce the concept of decarbonization, and one of the hugest leaders is in Costa Rica. I am so pleased to be able to welcome Minister Carlos Manuel Rodriguez, who has been a great champion of decarbonization. Please give him a good welcome and stay. Go ahead.
Gracias. Good evening. Happy to be here. In 2 weeks, the President of Costa Rica, Carlos Alvarado, will be attending the General Assembly of the UN in New York, and he will be presenting the Costa Rican decarbonization plan. This is great. This is fabulous. But this is not new for Costa Rica. Costa Rica has been decarbonizing the economy even before the Climate Change Convention came into action. In the last 30 years, Costa Rica has not only stopped deforestation, but doubled the size of the forest, while we triple our economy, proving that protected nature is a sound, good investment. And let me make a parenthesis here, because we don't only have a climate crisis, we also have a biodiversity crisis. Nature is 30% of the solution, and we are not properly allocating the resources for nature-based solutions. So we double the size of our forest while we triple the economy, but at the same time, we are 99.7 renewable energy in our electric sector. We don't have emissions. Costa Rica doesn't have emissions from deforestation, land use change, or in the way we generate our energy, the two most important carbon sources to the atmosphere. We don't have it at all, nothing. As a matter of fact, 15 years ago, that was 4 governments ago, meaning 3 political parties ago, Costa Rica banned oil and gas drilling. We'll never, ever take those resources out of the underground, not because we got strong moral value, because it doesn't make any economic, financial sense to Costa Rica. Costa Rica makes $3.5 billion a year by protecting nature, ecotourism, payment for environmental services based on carbon. So the President is presenting this in a couple of weeks. By the way, President Alvarado is 20 years younger than me. I love to work with an energetic, irreverent kid as my president. Costa Rica is probably the only country in the world where the president is 20 years younger than the Minister of Environment. So he understands, he gets the points, he connects the dots. He has this sense of generational responsibility, and I trust that he will lead us into this change. So next December 1st, the President will do the formal launch and announcement of the Costa Rican decarbonization. This is dealing with the transportation sector, dealing with agriculture, dealing with solid waste. Why the 1st of December? Because that's the day Costa Ricans celebrate and commemorate the day that we abolished the Army in 1948. Costa Rica has no army. We abolished the Army. Now we are going to abolish the use of fossil fuels. That was done by President Figueres in 1948. Yes, you guessed correct. President Figueres is the father of Cristiana Figueres and Jose Maria Figueres, two of the most strongest environmentalists in Costa Rica. So we got this iconic image of President Figueres, 1948, with a sledgehammer hitting the wall of the Army headquarters, a strong symbol. My job will be putting the Costa Rican president with a sledgehammer, giving a strong hit to a power plant that we will close while we announce the decarbonization plan for Costa Rica. This plan, according to our plan, by 2030, my grandkids will have a carbon footprint equal to my grandfather's carbon footprint in 1950. And by 2050, Costa Rica will be totally and absolute carbon neutral, and it will be a thriving economy and a just society. Buenas tardes, que pasen muy buen día.
Welcome everyone. I'm Jacinda Ardern, Prime Minister of New Zealand, and I'm delighted to open the carbon neutrality section of the closing plenary at the Global Climate Action Summit. Addressing climate change is a priority for the New Zealand government. Some of the work we're doing includes introducing a zero carbon bill this year. We've ceased issuing any new permits for offshore oil and gas exploration in New Zealand, and we will plant 1 billion trees in the next 10 years. We also recognise the importance of our private sector and their work as they address climate change. The Climate Leaders Coalition of 60 CEOs representing around half of New Zealand's greenhouse gas emissions committed to play their part in low emissions and support the Paris Agreement. And the New Zealand Farming Leaders Group has committed to work with the government to achieve net zero emissions from agri-food production by 2050. We know climate change presents a very real threat to our Pacific neighbours, and we are committed to supporting them. And New Zealand is a proud champion of the Carbon Neutrality Coalition with the Republic of the Marshall Islands. I want to acknowledge, in particular, the leadership that's being shown globally, particularly by President Macron's leadership at the One Planet Summit last year, where this coalition was announced. Summits such as this are an opportunity for climate leaders to stand united and to say that we will take action together and be ambitious on setting ourselves on a path towards a low emissions future. The next generation should expect no less from us.
Please welcome the CEO of the European Climate Foundation and convener of the 2050 Pathways Platform, Lawrence Tubiana.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I know it's late, but I think we will be very efficient. I'm very excited to be among you all today. So many leaders who have presented such bold commitments and action and who are raising our collective action to stop climate change. The landmark Paris Agreement includes a clear call for a balance between emissions and removal of greenhouse gases, a call for carbon neutrality at the global, national, and local level. The challenge is clear. We need to bring emissions down to zero wherever feasible and use things and forest and agriculture to neutralize the rest. The earlier we will be able to achieve this, the closer we'll be keeping to temperature increase to 1.5 degrees, our goal. We will avert then the severe runaway of climate impacts. If we are serious about preserving our planet, carbon neutrality must be both our guiding star and our common goal. Envision a carbon neutral world can be daunting, but we have heard from Summit co-chair Arnab Mahindra, who announced yesterday the Mahindra Group's commitment, new target of achieving carbon neutrality by 2040. It's about drawing a plan to open opportunities as well as to preempt potential roadblocks and to mitigate them. It's about drawing a plan for the long term that also guides near-term decision. And I'm so happy to see that all over the summit, I hear that net zero is now becoming our rallying cry. In that spirit, let me now introduce some of those who are endeavoring to realize this vision of carbon neutrality. It's my pleasure to welcome one of them now, a leader of the Green Movement in Europe, he and Governor Brown, who has just announced zero carbon energy by 2040 and carbon neutrality by 2045. They have been in the fight together since they launched the Under 2 coalition, an alliance of states and regional government devoted to keeping global temperature increases under 2 degrees. Please welcome Minister President Winfried Kretschmann from Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure to address you in this final session of the Climate Summit. First and foremost, I wish to thank Governor Brown for organizing this Climate Summit. California has been a fantastic host, and I wish to thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, for all your ideas and energetic efforts for worldwide climate protection. I will now continue in German. Als Gouverneur Brown und ich vor 3 Jahren die Under 2 Coalition ins Leben gerufen haben, sind wir mit 12 Mitgliedern gestartet. Heute sind es über 220. Das haben wir auch der kraftvollen und charismatischen Persönlichkeit von Jerry Brown zu verdanken. Allerdings stellen wir nicht nur schöne Zahlen ins Schaufenster, wir handeln auch, und diese Botschaft senden wir von San Francisco aus.
When Governor Brown and I 3 years ago, ladies and gentlemen, established the Under 2 Coalition, we started out with 12 members. Today, we are more than 220. And this is something we are also owing to the powerful and charismatic personality of Jerry Brown. Moreover, we are not just showing off with impressive numbers, we are also acting, and that is the message that we are sending out from San Francisco.
Meine Damen und Herren, unsere Klimaschutzkoalition ist eine Koalition der praktischen Vernunft. Wir entwerfen keine Utopien, wir schieben die Verantwortung nicht auf andere ab. Wir tun selbst etwas, um die weitere Erwärmung unseres Planeten zu stoppen. Mit mehr als 2300 ganz konkreten Maßnahmen. Das ist Ihr Verdienst, meine Damen und Herren, und das ist das Ergebnis unserer gemeinsamen und solidarischen Arbeit.
Ladies and gentlemen, our Climate Protection Coalition is a coalition of common sense because we don't dream up utopias, we don't shift the responsibility to others, we are actively doing something to halt the continued heating up of our planet. And we are doing this with 2,300 concrete measures. This, ladies and gentlemen, is your achievement, and it is also the result of our joint and solidary efforts.
Solidarität bedeutet in unserem Bündnis vor allem praktische Solidarität. Deshalb unterstützen wir mit unserem Future Fund Regionen in Lateinamerika, Afrika oder Asien, die ebenfalls ihren Beitrag zum weltweiten Klimaschutz leisten wollen. Und wir zeigen dadurch, wir sind kein exklusiver Club, sondern offen für alle, die sich uns anschließen wollen.
And solidarity in our coalition means first and foremost practical solidarity. And this is why we support the Future Fund and support regions in Latin America, Africa and Asia that also want to make their contributions to the worldwide work against climate destruction.
Meine Damen und Herren, mein Land Baden-Württemberg gehört zu den Gründern der Under 2 Coalition. Das ist für uns ein großer Ansporn, eine große Verpflichtung. Deshalb kündige ich heute an, wir machen unsere Landesverwaltung per Gesetz und in der Praxis bis zum Jahre 2040 klimaneutral, investieren Hunderte von Millionen in energetische Modernisierung unserer Gebäude und machen bis 2050 ganz Baden-Württemberg klimaneutral. Ein ehrgeiziges Ziel, aber ein machbares Ziel, wenn man Ökonomie und Ökologie miteinander verbindet. Und das ist die große Aufgabe, diese Transformation der Ökonomie zur Ökologie hin zu erreichen.
Ladies and gentlemen, my state, Baden-Württemberg, belongs to the founders of the Under 2 Coalition. And this is our big motivation. It is also our special commitment. And this is why I'll announce here now that we are making our state administration by law and in practice carbon neutral by 2040. We are investing hundreds of millions. We are investing hundreds of millions into the energetic refurbishing of buildings, and we will make the whole of Baden-Württemberg carbon neutral by 2050. It's an ambitious goal, but it is an achievable one if economy and ecology are harmoniously combined. And this will transform Baden-Württemberg into the future from Autoland to Mobility Land.
Und diese Transformation vom Autoland zum Mobilitätsland mit emissionsfreien Autos, einer umfassenden Vernetzung aller Verkehrsträger, mehr Bus und Bahn, mehr Wege und mehr Platz für Radfahrer, Schnellradwege in den großen Metropolen, auch ein gutes Mittel gegen Staus. Bald rollen die ersten reinen Elektro-Daimlers vom Band und dann der erste elektrische Sportwagen von Porsche.
And this transformation from Autoland and into Mobility Land, that will include zero-emission cars. It will include comprehensive connectivity of all transport modes, more buses and trains, and more routes and space for bicycle riders. We are going to create bicycle freeways in the metropolitan areas because that is the best way against congestion.
Meine Damen und Herren,
And very soon, the first pure electro-Daimler will come off the assembly line, and this will very soon followed by the first electric Porsche sports car.
Meine Damen und Herren, in meinem Land wurde vor 130 Jahren der Verbrennungsmotor erfunden. Und das zeigt, unsere Vision von Zero Emission wird Realität. Und wenn wir gemeinsam an dieser Vision arbeiten, meine Damen und Herren, dann können wir den Klimawandel auch stoppen. Davon sind wir fest überzeugt. Herzlichen Dank.
Ladies and gentlemen, in our state, 130 years ago, the combustion engine was invented. And it is a fact now that we are going to make the vision of zero emission reality. And when we are all working together for this vision, ladies and gentlemen, we will be able to stop the climate change. We are convinced of that. Thank you for your attention.
I'm now pleased to invite Mayor Councillor Zandile Gunede of South Africa, Durban, and the eThekwini Community Municipality. Please, Mayor, come. Mayor Gunede represents the cities around the world that have committed to carbon neutrality, and she can speak from experience about what it is like to move from commitment to action.
Thank you. Good afternoon to everyone. Cities are where most of us now live. They are also where most of the world carbon emissions takes place. And like my own city, most are on the coast, especially vulnerable to some of the devastating impacts of climate change. From Durban to Houston, mayors from C40 cities are already seeing more droughts, more storms, and more fires. To create a different future, the future we want, we know we need to set science-based goals to deliver the Paris Agreement, and cities are leading the way. Today, our global network of cities has announced that 73 mayors from every continent, representing almost 500 million citizens, are now committed to do just that. By 2020, we will develop and begin implementing a plan that achieves an early peak in emissions and then cuts or constrains carbon pollution so that our cities become carbon neutral by 2050, in line with the 1.5-degree goal of the Paris Agreement. The collective impact is impressive. This increased ambition from cities will prevent an additional 12 gigatons of carbon dioxide being released into the atmosphere by 2050, on top of existing action. And we know that for every ton of carbon dioxide, every lump of coal, every tank of gas we don't burn, that is a safer climate and another child able to breathe more easily from cleaner air. There are huge benefits to be reaped. The transformation can help end the 4.5 million premature deaths caused each year by polluted air, create millions of high-quality, sustainable jobs, and build the resilient infrastructure urgently needed in fast-growing urban centers, particularly in the global south. It is an incredible opportunity to fight inequality while tackling climate change. The fossil fuel economy has created a deeply unequal world with 1 billion people living in slums. Climate change exacerbates these inequalities. For this reason, together with more than 30 fellow mayors of cities, I have pledged to increase community-led development and inclusive climate action. Inequality and climate change and are the two major plagues of our time. If addressed together, they can be defeated. Power to all the committed cities, power. Amandla.
Bravo. Thank you, Mayor Councillor. And here now we have to tell about our efforts to fully decarbonize our portfolio in alignment with the goals of the Paris Agreement is someone who is at the forefront of this movement, at the head of wholesale banking at ING. Please welcome Isabel Fernandez.
Thank you so much. So, financial services can play a huge role in addressing climate change, particularly banks through their lending activities. ING has long made sustainability part of its daily focus by investing billions of dollars into financing renewable energy projects all the way from wind farms to electric vehicles. Sustainability is also part of our every conversation we have with our clients. But now it's time to pledge our commitment to doing more, to doing it faster, in support of decarbonization. Starting immediately, ING is going to steer its lending portfolio of nearly $600 billion towards keeping the global temperature rise to well below 2 degrees Celsius in support of the goals of the Paris Agreement. We will do this with a pioneering science-based methodology co-created with the 2 Degrees Investing Initiative. It measures whether our credit portfolio is aligned with the 2 degrees Celsius roadmaps. With this methodology, we'll be able to leverage our lending portfolio to speed up the shift in technologies needed to combat climate change, to arrive to carbon neutrality by mid-century, as required by climate science. So we call this approach Terra, and it works by benchmarking our clients and the sectors our clients operate in against science-based scenarios developed by independent, credible institutions like the International Energy Agency. Where there are no guidelines, we will work with partners to develop science-based scenarios. By advising on and financing the technology shifts that are needed, we'll accelerate our clients and our portfolio towards the 2 degrees path. This makes us the first bank to commit to science-based climate scenarios in our business strategy. Now, in the absence of industry standards, we're going to make Terra open source so that anyone can use it, anyone can help improve it, and contribute to financing the change that the world needs. Please join us in this battle against climate change, starting right now. Thank you.
For years, many companies have been pursuing carbon neutrality as a matter of responsible governance. But now leading companies are thinking much more ambitiously, pushing the bar to more directly drive emission out of their operation, including through direct sourcing of clean power. Some companies are also pushing beyond carbon neutrality towards even net negative emission. Please welcome to the stage Jay Gould, the CEO of Interface Carpet, the world's largest manufacturer of carpet tile and one of the world leaders in climate action. Interface first announced a commitment to carbon neutrality in 2004. And Jay is here with us today to share their achievements and next steps.
Hi. If you're not familiar with Interface, we're a small billion-dollar company based in America, but with business all around the world. We have 4,000 people on behalf of whom I say thank you for including us today. Many of you probably know our founder, Ray Anderson, who, yeah, thank you. I feel like I'm channeling Ray a little bit today. I'm in California, so. And amazingly, it was 25 years ago next year that Ray started our conversation on climate action. He built an aggressive vision of zero negative impact. And during that process, he transformed our business, he transformed our factories, but probably most importantly, He transformed our employees. We are different than we were 25 years ago. You know, Ray made a pledge that we call Mission Zero, and it was a pledge to you to have no negative impact on the Earth by the year 2020. Ray died in 2011, but I am so proud to share that in the last 2 decades, the people of Interface have reduced our greenhouse gas emissions by 96%. That's huge. Also, during that time, we have built a business that runs on 88% renewable energy. We've reduced the carbon footprint of our products by over 60% in collaboration with our entire supply chain partners. I believe that our work is proof that zero is possible. If Interface can do it, any company can do it. And if any company can do it, every company should do it. I think, we're proof that not only zero is possible, but also profitable. Ray built the business case for sustainability. Now, as I said, Ray died in 2011, but when I joined the company, I wanted to make sure that we delivered on his commitments to get to zero. And again, I'm proud to say that today, in 2018, we have achieved carbon neutrality across our entire business. So two years early, we've achieved this. But not to be a downer on this entire summit, but zero is not enough. What Ray helped us recognize is that our ambitions and our commitments have to be so bold, and that we have to go beyond zero. So today, Interface is committing to be more than carbon neutral. We pledge to become carbon negative by 2040. Thank you. We are committed to take back our climate and to transform our business once again. And we will shift our business model from a company that emits and reduces carbon, to one that utilizes and stores carbon in our products and in our operations. And thank you. We'll do this by innovating within our supply chain and with our raw materials. Already, we're investing in research and development to make our products with carbon sequestering materials and to operate our factories in a way that store, not emit carbon. So that's our vision. But today, we not only commit ourselves, but we ask you to commit your organizations to join us in taking back our climate. And together, we can prove that a thriving business can also build a better world. Thank you very much.
Excellent. And I can tell I look at the technology is really, really amazing. Thank you, Jay. So many among us here today are moving the planet towards carbon neutrality. And in fact, I'm happy to announce that more than 100 cities, states, global companies, and countries represented here today have committed to carbon neutrality by mid-century or sooner. What they set out to do is not easy, and I think it will appear here. These actors will be tackling the barriers toward carbon neutrality, all these cities, and they are not a small one. They show unique qualities of a leader, courage, and responsibility. They are shouldering the responsibility of action that needs to happen immediately and are courageous to aim for the highest ambition. We can celebrate that dynamic, but we have to ensure that many more join. Remember, net zero, carbon by 2050 is our common goal. Let's do it together.
Okay, So these pledges to carbon neutrality are showing us where we have to go, but we can't wait till tomorrow to get started. We need action now. So I'm going to bring two important people to the stage. They continue to push us all to be bigger and bolder and better. Patricia Espinosa, the UN Executive Secretary, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. And the President of the Marshall Islands, Hilda Heine. So for too long, each passing generation has left their children with a global environment that is more polluted and more dangerous, and that can and must stop. For the first time in centuries, we can leave the planet, please, and the next generation a better world than what we are in right now. Young people are not just the beneficiaries of this work, they are the ones leading the way, and one of these leaders is with us right now. Please welcome the UN Secretary General's Envoy on Youth, Jayathma Wickramanayake.
Good afternoon. This week, we are working against more than climate change. We are working against the idea that this problem is too big and the world too divided to make meaningful progress. Everything we've heard today and yesterday proves that this idea is wrong. That's why I'm so grateful to all of you who are here and to the millions of people you represent for making these commitments, for stepping up to one of the greatest challenges the world has ever known. As the United Nations Secretary General's Envoy on Youth, I am here to tell you, young people are your allies in this cause. In fact, all around the world, young people are already leading the way. In my home country, Sri Lanka, young engineers are engineering a locally made fleet of electric vehicles. In Guyana, young people are educating and empowering indigenous children to protect the rainforest. And from Australia to Europe to right here in the United States, youth-led campaigns have persuaded hundreds of institutions and local governments to divest from fossil fuels. For years, we have made this a cause, a part of our daily lives through our choices and our actions. Across an entire generation and an entire planet, we are changing the behaviors of multi-billion-dollar corporations. We are changing the policies of governments. We are changing the world. I'm heartened by our progress on climate change, but I'm impatient for more progress. As co-chair of this summit, I'm pleased to share that the commitments we are making here are an important step forward. In the last 2 days, we have pledged to take bold action for people and planet. Over 100 mayors, state and regional leaders, and CEOs have committed to become emissions neutral by 2050 at the latest, and in line with the 1.5-degree goal of the Paris Agreement. 488 businesses will set science-based targets to ensure that they are part of the climate solution. More than 60 CEOs, state and regional leaders, and mayors are committed to delivering 100% zero-emission transport future by 2030, putting us on an irreversible road towards decarbonization. 38 cities, major businesses, state and regional governments have committed to net zero carbon buildings, cutting emissions equivalent to more than 50 coal-fired power stations. More than 100 indigenous groups, state and local governments and businesses launched a forest, food and land-focused coalition to deliver 30% of climate solutions needed by 2030. Nearly 400 investors with 32 trillion under management will work to ensure a low-carbon transformation of the global economy with the urgency required to meet the challenge. These commitments deserve to be celebrated. And of course, they need to be met. But on behalf of young people across the planet, the largest generation in history, the people who will inherit the future we are building today, my message is simple. Don't stop. Let's aim even higher.
Ladies and gentlemen, 73 years ago, in this city, nations ravaged by war, wary of its cost, pledged to achieve what had for the first half of the century been impossible, a lasting peace. The signing of the UN Charter here in San Francisco was more than an agreement to get along. It established a rules-based international order, championed multilateralism over self-interest, and clarified that the path forward was not through conflict, but collaboration. The day the Charter was signed, the American President Harry Truman told delegates, "You, members of this conference, are to be the architects of the better world. In your hands rests our future." While challenges remain, we live in that better world. On average, we are healthier, better educated, and more peaceful than at any point in history. But today, humanity faces a new challenge, one that threatens current and future generations. Climate change is an opponent we shaped with our own hands, but whose power now threatens to overwhelm us. It's a problem that a rules-based international order is custom-designed to address, which led to the Paris Agreement. Its signing was unprecedented multilateral success. Its framework contains everything we need to address climate change. In these last days, we have repeatedly heard that if we do not step up to the challenge, climate change will have a devastating impact upon lives everywhere and will destabilize the global order. All of this while the window of opportunity to address climate change gets smaller and smaller. Never have we needed multilateralism like we do right now. Never have we needed the international community to come together like right now. Never have we needed the promises of 1945 to be fulfilled like we do right now. But just when we need it most, our rules-based order is questioned. Throughout the world, we are witnessing a great turning inwards. It's happening at exactly the worst time. We're faced with two great challenges, the challenge of climate change and the challenge of ensuring multilateralism, a system that has been the bedrock of peace for almost 3/4 of a century, remains our guide forward. Today's summit represents a clear and undeniable statement that not only will we work together to address climate change, but that far from abandoning multilateralism, we will build on it. It's a clear declaration that those gathered here are stepping up action to put us on track for a climate-safe, healthy world for all. I want you to know that we have heard you loud and clear. This summit will help us achieve our collective goal to boost ambition that we need to address climate change. We must increase climate action and create unstoppable momentum towards COP24 in Poland and the Secretary General's 2019 Climate Summit. Let us build upon the incredible enthusiasm and commitment that we have witnessed here by embracing what I call inclusive multilateralism, one that recognizes the need for more voices at the table, not fewer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the call to action outcome from this summit that I'm about to receive, or komoltada, as we say in Marshallese, on behalf of a grateful nation. Your call to action means everything to my country and to the other vulnerable countries of the world, because it can help protect our future, but ultimately it will also help all of our futures, because nobody will be immune from the worst impacts that are to come. We are all vulnerable. As we heard from the UN Secretary General this week, we are quite simply out of time. If we do not increase global ambition by 2020, then we will not be able to stay within 1.5 degrees temperature as we agreed in Paris. In other words, the world is on the edge of unleashing a catastrophic climate crisis of our own making. My country is on the front line of the fight, and we have nowhere to retreat to. As this Climate Action Summit has shown, we need every country to raise their ambition, but we also need every city, every state, every company, and every citizen to also do the same. And today, I've seen and heard that you are prepared to help lead in that effort. I want to say that my country hears you, those committed to ambition hear you, and the rest of the world will surely hear you. Like you, some of the world's most vulnerable countries are also prepared to lead in the fight. That is why on the 22nd of November, I will convene a groundbreaking virtual climate summit as part of the Marshall Islands presidency of the Climate Vulnerable Forum. The summit would also be zero carbon and held entirely online. And today, I call on each of you to participate by submitting a statement, and I call on you to encourage your governments to express their support. The virtual climate summit is open to everyone. Join us. For our own part, the Marshall Islands is prepared to once again lead by example. Earlier this year, we announced that we would increase our own NDC by 2020, and my cabinet has recently finalized a landmark 2050 strategy that will chart a pathway to net zero emissions. I will have more to say on this in New York, but like you, the big message to everyone else will be, if we can do it, so can you. And finally, at the request of Governor Brown and the summit's co-chairs, the iAmbition Coalition, which the Marshall Islands convenes, has pledged to now take the baton forward and be the political bridge and champions for ensuring that national governments, including our own, respond to your call of action. The Talanoa Dialogue at COP24 and the UN Secretary General's Climate Summit next year are our two biggest opportunities, including through delivering enhanced NDCs and long-term decarbonization plans to reach net zero emissions, as well as providing additional support for those of us that need it most. This call to action I'm about to receive is inspiring. Your leadership is inspiring. Your determination is inspiring. And together, we can save the world. Governor Brown, to you I say komoltada. Thank you for your climate leadership, and komoltada to all of you. Thank you.
Today, the thousands of leaders gathered here at the Global Climate Action Summit, representing states, regions, cities, businesses, investors, and our communities around the world, are asking our national governments to answer our call to action. We are calling on our leaders. We have a message for you. The world needs you to step up your ambition now, by committing to increased climate action and enhanced national determined contributions, consistent with what science tells us is needed to achieve the Paris Agreement. You must chart a clear path to a low-carbon future by developing net zero mid-century emissions plans to guide long-term economic growth that encourages technological transformation, ensures decent jobs, and increases community resilience as we race towards a carbon neutral future. And we need you to empower bottom-up climate action. We call on you to work with us to accelerate climate efforts through inclusive, transparent planning and dialogues that empower businesses, cities, states, investors, civil society, and individuals. Will you, Executive Secretary Espinosa, take this call back to the COP24 UN Secretary General Summit in 2019 and forward to 2020 as we strengthen the Paris Agreement? And then I ask you, President Heine, to take this call on behalf of the High Ambition Coalition and all nations. But who will take this call to the people? Excellent. Oh, there's some more people who will take this to the people. Great. That wasn't planned at all. Thank you. We ask again the national governments to stand with us. And together, we will write the only story that is bigger than climate change, the story of climate justice. Thank you.
All right. What you've all been waiting for, I am so proud to call to the stage our final speaker, the leader who has brought us all here today. Please welcome the great 39th Governor of California, Jerry Brown.
Thank you. You've heard all the messages. We've seen the movies. We've got the call. No more talk. Now's the time for action. But I do want to add one more thing. In California, with science under attack, in fact, we're under attack by a lot of people, including Donald Trump, but the climate threat still keeps growing. So we want to know what the hell's going on all over the world all the time. So we're going to launch our own satellite, our own damn satellite, to figure out where the pollution is and how we're going to end it with great precision. This initiative will enable us to spotlight the methane, the pollution, and then be able to be in a position to point out those who pollute and then develop the remedies to end it. There's a lot of good stuff. Yes, this is an existential threat. We got a long way to go. It's not perfect, but never have so many people got together with such optimism, such fervor, and such will. Thank yourselves. Give yourselves a big applause. We will fight the climate challenge, and we will succeed. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Governor Brown. Okay, we're calling a break for lunch. Go eat. It's available on the exhibition level, and then be sure to come back because the final sessions are here in Moscone South. Thanks so much for this incredible session.
Hello and welcome to Step Up World, the official broadcast of the Global Climate Action Summit. I'm your host, Rajesh Mirchandani, and with your help, we're bringing the summit to the world and the world to the summit. If you've been watching, you'll know that the summit is pretty much wrapped up now. And as it's been wrapping up, we're going to be reflecting on some of the commitments made, some of the conversations that have taken place, and we'll bring you interviews with some of the key speakers here. Remember, this summit has brought together more than 4,000 climate champions from all over the world, all sectors, all walks of life, world leaders, scientists, celebrities, campaigners, youth advocates, and all points in between. We've also been hearing from people from all over the world who are doing their part to protect the planet. And in the next hour on this show, we're going to be hearing from more of them. A really important part of this show, of course, has been hearing from you. And in a second, we'll tell you how you can get in touch with us. But coming up in this edition of Step Up World, we'll be hearing about a big commitment from a major global technology firm, with Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff, and other commitments have been made by the private sector as well. We'll hear from Oxfam International and the World Bank about how global economics and finance can and must do more to tackle climate change if we're also going to reduce poverty. We'll speak with the UN Special Envoy for Youth about how young people are stepping up to tackle climate change wherever they are. And we'll have a special performance from musician and climate campaigner Rocky Dawuni. As I said, we want to hear from you, so let's find out how. You just saw it briefly there. Let's go back over now and check in with our social correspondent, Nicole Perez. Nicole.
Thanks, Rajesh. And thank you to everyone that's tuning in live right now. I am looking online and it's so exciting to see people watching from all over the world. So I'm going to give a few shout outs to some of our viewers. Hello, Kagna San from Cambodia, Martin Spacey from Lagos, Nigeria, Erica Klein from Germany, Alexander from Kenya, Aurora from the Philippines, and Christopher from Montreal, Canada. Thank you guys for joining us. And we want you to stay involved, keep asking questions, keep tuning in. We'll be looking online to get your questions answered. You can join the conversation online, tweet me at UN Foundation, and don't forget to use the hashtags #StepUp2018 and GCast2018. Your questions and messages may be shared on our live program with the biggest voices in climate action. Back to you, Rajesh.
All right, Nicole, thank you very much. We'll be checking back here with you during the show. Now, as we have been saying last couple of days while we've been broadcasting to you, we want to bring you the news. And we've seen some incredible announcements and commitments made here on the main stage at the Global Climate Action Summit. So we're going to dive into a couple of those for you right now. A major announcement came today from Prelude Ventures, the Children's Investment Fund, and the McKnight Foundation. They, between them, committed $4 billion in climate funding, and that's from a coalition of philanthropists over the next 5 years. Let's take a look at the moment that was announced.
As climate philanthropists, we are committed to supporting the vast array of solutions required to make progress. That is why we are proud to be here on behalf of these 29 donors to announce a joint commitment of $4 billion over the next 5 years to combat climate change.
$4 billion announcement there. The legal community also came out in force with 9 big law firms committing to partner with Stanford Law to provide a combined $15 million in free legal services to advance efforts to fight global climate change and bolster sustainability. Let's hear about that.
So I want you to welcome representatives from these great law firms. They're going to come up right now. Come on up. Cooley, Dentons, Hogan Lovell, Holland and Knight, Latham and Watkins, Morrison and Forrester, Sonsini, Goodrich and Rosati, and Arnold and Porter. This initiative is being launched in honor of the late, great Nancy McFadden.
Commitment by law firms. And today's been full of commitments, actually. Too many to show here from cities, businesses, philanthropists, investors, and different communities. But we'll just run through a couple more. Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti announced that his city is joining 26 others to announce that their emissions are on the decline. We saw the launch of Governors Climate and Forest Task Force, which includes 9 governors from Brazil, Indonesia, and the US. New York City announced the divestment of its pension fund from fossil fuels, taking $5 billion out of the industry. Earlier this week, New York joined with London to build a coalition of cities dedicated to divesting from fossil fuels. And Pasquale Romano, the president and CEO of ChargePoint, the world's leading electric vehicle charging network, well, he made a landmark commitment to pledge 2.5 million new electric vehicle charging stations by 2025. Those are just a small number of the commitments and pledges that have been made in the last couple of days here at the Global Climate Action Summit. Why are we doing that? Because we all need to step up to tackle climate change. And just to remind us of the importance of that, let's think about around the world some of the most vulnerable communities. They're indigenous peoples. They've often lived off the land for thousands of years, and they've had a very incredibly close connection to the earth. Now, they're speaking out and they're taking action themselves. Hindu Umaru Ibrahim grew up in a rural community in Chad. She went on to develop a 3D mapping tool to help communities manage their land. And she was also a speaker at the signing of the Paris Agreement in 2015. I'm very happy to say that she stopped by the studio earlier and spoke to me as well. Hindu Umaru Ibrahim, great to have you on the show. Thanks very much for joining us. Now, your work for your Mbororo community in Chad brought you into climate discussions at the United Nations, brought you into contact with the highest levels of government. What do you think that the UN learned from you, that the world leaders learned from you and indigenous communities? You're right on the front lines of climate change there. What's your unique contribution to the knowledge?
Firstly, coming from the indigenous community and especially from my people who are the nomadic pastoralists, so we have a lot to teach to other peoples who are outside of our life. So our unique relation with our environment, where we learn from all our ecosystem, that's very particular. You cannot see that in the science, or you cannot make a PhD on it, because those traditional knowledge coming from the centuries and centuries of knowledge developed.
Because your peoples have been living so close to the ground,
exactly.
So connection with the earth.
Exactly. So our unique connection make us understand all the environment around us. And that knowledge are not known at the school. And most of the people who are at the UN, so they do not know how we are experiencing our daily life. And when we talked about the climate change, it's not the issue who we can plan. It's the issue of changing about hour or day or season. So we live on this. So we know how this specific change happening, and that needs to be connected directly with the decision makers around our life who are at the UN.
Right. So, and faced with the impacts of climate change on our communities, you actually stepped up yourself and did something which is, really impressive by creating a 3D mapping tool. And I wonder if you could just briefly and simply for people like me explain what exactly it is and what it does.
Yeah, actually the 3D participatory mapping, it's a tool where we call it participatory because the community didn't went to school, but they have their own knowledge. And then we have the science knowledge, which is a value add that do not understand how the traditional life is. So for us, it's the way to put those two knowledge together, build the map on a 3 dimension, and then put the knowledges with the communities. And it's a different ages, from the young peoples to the old peoples, from the man to the woman. So you have all the different knowledges and different ages of knowledge who are putting down. Then it's helped the community to plan the better management of the natural resources.
I see. Now, to be honest, people watching this, look, most of them probably won't live in rural communities, and very few of them will create a 3D mapping tool. But I want you to tell people, what can they do themselves to step up for climate action?
I think climate change is not the issue of rural or capitals. It's the issue of everybody, individual or community as ours. So the role of everyone is counting. They are in town, they have to think about consumption, production. They need to think about the peoples that they do not see like mine who are impacted every day by the action that they are taking, even far, but it's impacting the same atmosphere that we have. So that's count for us. And we want them to know climate change is real, no one deny it. Even if they deny it, they know exactly because of their own interests. So they have to save them future. We are impacted today. We are experiencing the bad issues today, but it can be them tomorrow.
I see. Okay. Hindu, it's been really interesting, fascinating to hear you talk and deliver your message to people all over the world. Thank you very much for joining us on Step Up World.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure.
So now Hindu Umaru Ibrahim is an Indigenous rights leader, Indigenous people community spokesperson. Indigenous communities also led the 30,000 strong march that took place in San Francisco a few days ago, the Climate March. We were on the march, recording and covering it for you, and we spoke to a couple of those Indigenous leaders from South America. Check it out.
Changes in climate affect us directly and immediately. We feel it right away. And as Indigenous peoples, we have been denied our rights for generations, and I think this is a perfect opportunity for us to make those who are in authority, those who are in positions that can make a change, hear us and listen to us.
I'm here representing 34 and the indigenous nation of the Amazonian part of Bolivia. So we are here as a guardian of the forest, organization that comes indigenous people around the world, Indonesia, Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador, Bolivia, and the Europe nation here in California.
Climate change has already started to impact communities, and I think because we live off the land, we feel it more and we recognize it right away. I can tell you, like in my country, Guyana, for example, the climate patterns are changing. We can no longer tell when it's going to be sun, when it's going to be rain. This in itself inhibits our planting seasons, because now you have communities being left without food as a result of them not planting on time. We believe as Indigenous peoples, we hold the key to fighting climate change. We understand nature because we live there. We know the forests, we know the mountains, we know the rivers.
We have our ancestral knowledge, right? And that's a knowledge that was accumulated in thousands and thousands of years that we need to transmit to the governments, to the people. As Indigenous people, we are not against the development, but we don't want to develop and then kill us.
We're only fighting for land. We're only fighting for protection of our land, protection of the earth. You know, what we're fighting for is to save humanity.
On Step Up World. Now, many people at and around the summits have been talking about the link between poverty and climate, how climate change impacts the poorest in the world the most, and they're the least able to prepare or recover. The World Bank's mission is to end poverty. So what is your role in addressing climate change to do that?
I think it's very clear that as you get increased typhoons, increased temperature, you're going to see an impact on poverty. And some of the analytics that we've done shows that you'll have 100 million more people living in poverty by 2030. And so a lot of what we're trying to do is to ensure that that doesn't become a disaster, that you're giving opportunities to build resilience and to accelerate the low carbon transition. But at the same time, it's not just defensive to stop the impact. There are opportunities in the climate economy. The new climate economy has shown, their report has shown that you could generate $26 trillion of benefits from a shift to a low-carbon economy by 2030 and create 65 million more jobs.
This is the report that came out recently.
Exactly.
Climate economy.
And so it creates an opportunity. So I think it's partly to protect poor people from the effects of climate change, but also to create the opportunities for jobs in solar rooftop installation, new forms of agriculture. So it's both an opportunity and protecting against it.
Let me just go back to one thing you said about, your forecast of 100 million more people living in poverty by 2030, given the effects of climate change. And the context of that is declining poverty around the world. So what's your reaction to that forecast?
Well, the way I would put it is that unless we can address climate change by reducing emissions and building resilience, we will reverse the development and poverty reduction gains that we've seen over the last 2 decades. That's what's at stake here.
So what is the bank's role in doing that?
So I think there's a range of things that we can do. One is by providing finance. We've stepped up on finance. Last year, we put over $20 billion of our own financing into climate change. That's double what we did before Paris. But it's not just the finance. We're pushing the cutting edge. Okay, so first of all, half of that is going into adaptation and building resilience. It's not just mitigation. Secondly, when we're doing mitigation, we're not funding the run-of-the-mill standard solar PVs anymore. We're pushing the edge on batteries, geothermal, where that technology is, and into more vulnerable environments, getting low solar prices in Zambia, for example. But beyond that, we're also trying to crowd in private sector finance. We crowded in almost $9 billion of finance from the private sector last year, up 27% from the year before. But as we do that, again, it's not just the finance that we bring, it's creating the policy environments that allow that to happen, to try and push the frontier to help countries to move towards this low carbon and resilient future.
Now, this summit is about the activities of actors at what we call the subnational level, below national governments. And businesses have really made a lot of announcements here as well. And you talked about climate finance crowding in private sector players. Are you seeing that landscape change, more private sector organizations and financing coming in?
So I think that there is a lot of private financing coming. If you just look at the growth in the green bonds market, we were instrumental in setting up the green bonds market. But 5 years ago, it was about $3 billion. Now it's hitting $200 billion, that market. So you're seeing that finance coming in. You're seeing a lot of private sector actors investing in renewable energy and agriculture. But we still have to go further, and we still have to go faster. And so what we see our role is working with the private sector and the public sector and on policy to push the agenda forward. For example, we're working on batteries, on cooling and air conditioning, on putting solar into places like the Sahel. To do that, the private sector can step in, but they're not going to be able to do it by themselves. Okay. It's going to take public finance, concessional finance, policy reform in order to make this all happen.
And the World Bank sits at the heart of all of that. Okay. John Room, thanks very much for joining us on Step Up World.
Thank you very much.
That was John Room from the World Bank, the Senior Director for Climate Change there, talking to me about how he's seen private sector companies get more involved in both financing and implementing climate change solutions. And there were many commitments from that sector here at the summit. In fact, the cloud computing firm Salesforce, which is a big force here in Silicon Valley, made its own commitment via its CEO and founder, Mark Benioff. Earlier, he came by the Step Up World studio, and he told us about it. Mark Benioff, here at the Global Climate Action Summit, Salesforce has announced something called the Step Up Declaration, which we think is very appropriate. It's an alliance. Tell us more about it and what companies are signed on.
Well, we've come to a point where every industry needs to decarbonize, and we need to go sector by sector by sector to decarbonize every industry, and we've got to go company by company by company within every industry. And of course, we're in the technology industry. Salesforce is the largest tech company here in San Francisco. And we have all pulled together already about 24 companies, all who are committed to decarbonize. Of course, there's more than that in the tech industry who want to do that, but that's the folks who are now committed to this Step Up Declaration.
And when you say decarbonize, what exactly are the actions that you'll be taking at Salesforce to do that?
Well, the number one thing that we're doing is we're going completely net zero in all of our data centers, as well as for all of our buildings, for all of our employees worldwide and their global travel, that we're making sure that we're number one, a net zero company, and then going fully 100% renewable in all of our energy. This is really critical for us. Of course, we're a major energy consumer because we run data centers. We need to make sure those data centers are perfectly clean.
How are you going to do that? I mean, they take up so much. They use so much energy. Data centers. Offsets, planting trees. What are you doing?
Everything. We have to work with a full portfolio of partners to make that happen. As you can imagine, it's no easy task to make a data center green and to get it to go net zero. So we have pulled together a full portfolio of those partners, exactly the types that you're mentioning, to do that. And we've applied that not only to our data centers, but even to our buildings. In fact, our new Salesforce Tower here in San Francisco is already 100% renewable, and it also is a Blackwater building, which saves about 30,000 gallons of water a day.
One of the things that we've been noticing about the climate, and you won't have missed this, is that there are campaigners outside on the streets, and a lot of the conversation on social has been talking about the opinion of many that businesses are paying lip service to tackling climate change. and then often businesses could be the problem. So I want to, give you a chance to respond to that. Say, what is how do you, you've talked about what you're doing. Why do you feel that your commitment is legitimate? And, when people are saying, you're still making a load of money, you're still burning carbon in, whatever way you're doing it, how do you then respond to that?
Well, I think the number one way you have to look at how are we going to create systemic change? And the only way you're going to create systemic change is through multi-stakeholder dialogue, bringing in all stakeholders, which includes business, government, non-governmental organizations. Those activists who are protesting on the street are a key stakeholder. We have to have a big tent, bring everybody in, have that level of collaboration and engagement, and then we turn that into multi-stakeholder action. And that's the way that we create change. That's the way that we are creating change and doing all of these things. But for anybody to individuate themselves from the change, I think is making a big mistake because they're not really bringing their voice into the conversation. It's only through engagement that we can create this new world that we all want to get to. And we've seen that over and over again. Another great area that we've done tremendous work in is in the area of equality. But for us to be able to get equality to happen, whether it's gender equality or LGBTQ equality, it's the same process. We have to bring in everybody, and we cannot eliminate any stakeholder.
Okay, so finally, this summit is about celebrating and showcasing action at the levels below governments. Businesses are a key part of that. What is the message?
We don't consider ourselves below a government.
No, of course not.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, governments probably wouldn't either. Not when you're the size.
Not the way government is today.
Yeah, but when you're thinking about what is the message you want this summit to send to, say, the UN General Assembly in a couple of weeks, or the UN Secretary General's Climate Summit in 2019 and beyond, what is that message?
Well, I think when you look at these major non-governmental organizations like the United Nations or governments coming together like the G7 or the G20, we have to prioritize these climate issues. It's one of the reasons that I was so inspired that the G7 put oceans, on the agenda for the first time in the June program. That was a huge step forward. Of course, our oceans are at tremendous risk. It could be overfishing, plastics in the ocean, acidification, coral bleaching. The list goes on and on. To see the G7 getting on that is critical. They're a critical stakeholder. But in the same way that I, don't want to eliminate those governments, I think those activists also need to come in and have the conversation here. Extracting yourself is not going to allow you to help motivate the change going forward.
Okay, Mark Benioff, thank you very much indeed for
Thank
joining us
you.
on Step Up World.
Thanks very much. Thanks for having me.
So from commitments made by private sector organizations to actions of young people to tackle climate change. The UN Foundation's sister organization, the Better World Campaign, recently released results of a new poll of 17 to 35-year-olds in the US that found that group ranked environmental issues such as pollution, health of the planet, and oceans as the most important international issue for the United States to address this year. And young people around the world are stepping up to meet this challenge with bold, creative, and inspiring solutions. Let's hear now how young climate activists from Ghana to the Philippines to right here in San Francisco are taking on climate change their way.
The first time I fell in love with the environment was when I was in primary school.
I've always loved nature, and that's why I feel like I need to work to protect it.
I grew up in the Pacific Northwest, so nature has always been such a fundamental part of who I am.
The world is so much bigger than humans, that there are so many discoveries to be explored, so many treasures to be found, and more importantly, that everything around us is connected to one another. And this endless possibilities is why I love nature.
And I first fell in love with nature ever since I can remember. I live in the gorgeous Pacific Northwest where everything is evergreen all the time and there is such amazing wildlife all around me that it just kills me to see it all being destroyed.
If we want to change the world, we cannot leave behind 1.3 billion young people.
Youth have immense talents and an immense power to stop the climate crisis and create the world that we want to see.
This is not a message of fear. This is a call to action, a hope for a more resilient and sustainable world where everyone has a chance at a better life.
I am Amira, an organizer from Puerto Rico.
I'm Ashley Graham. needlework craft artist and marketing manager in San Francisco, California, USA.
I'm Jamie Margolin. I'm a 16-year-old high school student and the founder and executive director of Zero Hour.
This is JL Algo, Science Policy Associate with the Climate Reality Project Philippines, a proud Filipino and citizen of this earth. And this is my call to action.
It's time to step up, world.
It's time to step up, world.
It is time to step up, world.
It's time to step up, world.
We had a great response when we asked young people around the world to send us their videos, and that was in no short measure due to the actions and the call to action given out by my next guest. She's the UN Secretary General's Youth Envoy, Jayathma Wickramanayake. She's in the studio with me now. It's wonderful to see you as ever, Jayathma. Thanks very much for joining us. Now, you were appointed to address the needs and rights of young people and to bring the work of the UN closer to them. You've been here as a co-chair of the Global Climate Action Summit. We just saw you on stage at the closing session on the main stage. How big and how loud a voice do you think that young people have had here at the summit, and what difference do you think that will make?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for having me here. And I also want to give a big shout out to those amazing youth leaders who were kind enough to record those messages and send us their solutions, innovations, and share it with us to really say how they are stepping up to take climate action. And really, it's not different in any part of the world. It's if you look at Africa, Asia, the Pacific Islands, you will find young people coming up with amazing solutions to issues that sometimes our policymakers call too political or too sensitive or too big of a deal to solve. So it's really inspiring to see those solutions and the positive aspects of it.
Why do you think young people are able to get to those solutions that maybe politicians aren't?
I think the first and foremost, we have very clear intentions. I think we don't come with any historical baggages or political agendas. We basically want to live the world that we live a better place. So that is, I think, where the intention is coming from. But that's also, we are a generation, especially the millennial generation that I belong to, and Gen Z, the generation after me, we grew up with technology. We are used to finding solutions using technology to most of the issues that we are facing. So we are using that creativity and those skills that we have, apply them to solve issues that are called global issues, but really finding those local solutions in our communities.
And talking about using technology, you've created something called the #Generation, which is a movement for civic and political engagement for young people. And then in a couple of weeks' time in New York, you're going to be helping the Secretary General of the UN launch the UN's new strategy for youth. Tell me a little bit, I know you can't give away what's going to be in that strategy, we don't want to scoop the UN,
right.
But tell me, how do you think young people can get more involved, and how can the world interact and engage more with young people?
Yeah, I think that question needs to be flipped to the other side. I think the question really should be, how do we create more spaces that young people can participate? Because everywhere we go, every country that I go to, the desire to participate is an inherent quality of young people. But our doors, for an example, at the United Nations are always closed. And the idea of the strategy is to really open up that doors and to create spaces where young people can meaningfully participate. And I say meaningfully with a lot of emphasis, because most often youth participation gets tokenized. It's young people are doing amazing work on the ground, but we usually only get them when we need a youth speaker or when we need young people in the room to fill up a room. But that shouldn't be the spirit of it. It's important to engage young people meaningfully, because these ideas, these solutions, these policies, these resolutions that we are talking about is going to impact our lives.
Yeah.
The next 40, 50, 60 years of our lives, we are going to live with the consequences of those decisions being made. So that's why we need a seat at the table, and that's why we as young people need that access to have that seat at the table.
Well, we're going to get one young person involved right now because we asked people on social media to send in questions for you, and lots of them came in. So we're going to take it over to our social station, and Nicole Perez is over there who has a question for you from social media. Go away, take it away, Nicole.
Thanks, Rajesh, and thanks, Jayathma, for being here. So we are looking through all the social media conversations across Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, and getting a ton of really great questions for you. Sihaj Sani, a youth volunteer and entrepreneur from Chennai, India, asks, how do you engage today's constantly distracted youth? He mentions that this is his biggest challenge as a youth worker and activist.
That's a very good question.
Yes, I think first of all, I wouldn't necessarily 100% agree with all young people are distracted. At least majority of young people that we see, especially those who saw on the video, or the young people that are involved in most of the causes that affect our world, are actually really focused on making our world a better place. But I do also understand sometimes it could be distracting to see issues and think that they're bigger or too large for us to solve. For an example, I personally felt that about climate change. As you said, I've been working, or my activism was basically based on young people, political and civic participation, creating political spaces, empowering young female political leaders. And then when I came to the UN, and I actually had to learn about climate change. I had to sign up for courses online in universities and learn about climate change. And then I saw that there is actually an interlinkage between climate change and women's political participation. Because when we have more women in parliament, those parliaments produce more climate-friendly policies. So those young people who might be distracted in the way that maybe they are using social media, maybe they are working on peace and security, maybe they are working on sexual health, but everything is linked to climate change.
Yeah.
And that's important that we send out that message in a proper way so that everyone's able to understand that and mobilize towards that same goal.
Okay, Jayathma Wickramanayake, the UN Secretary General's Youth Envoy. Always a pleasure to talk with you. Thank you very much for joining us today on Step Up
Thank you
World.
so much for having me.
Now, Jayathma was just talking about the interlinkages between issues. It's a very good point. It's right at the heart of the Sustainable Development Goals, as you can see on the wall behind us. And earlier in the show, we talked about the link between climate and poverty. We've heard about big commitments from major companies to tackle climate change, but some people say that our current economic systems are more part of the problem than the solution. One of the leading voices in that debate is Winnie Byanyima, who's the Executive Director of Oxfam International. You know her, of
So
course.
inspiring.
She came by earlier, and I spoke with her earlier. Winnie Byanyima, you are a long-time anti-poverty and climate justice campaigner. We're standing here in front of the SDGs as a reminder of the interconnectedness of issues like poverty and climate change as well. But I want to get a sense from you of, how do you think climate change exacerbates inequality, and to what extent do you think our economic systems currently prop up climate change? It's something you've been talking about here at the summit.
Okay, the problem is with our economic model. It is flawed, it is rigged against the majority, and it is set up not to count the cost of economic activity to the environment. So rising inequality, extreme inequality, and climate change are both symptoms of a rigged economic model. Why do I say that? In this economy, as I said, the cost of the environment is not counted. Equally, the contributions of very many ordinary people, particularly women, such as their contributions to care, the care work of children, of sick people, of elderly, that whole contribution is not counted in the economy. So the result is that we have an economy that is funneling profits to rich people. Last year alone, Oxfam calculated that 82% of the total wealth created last year went to the top 1%. The bottom half of humanity, 3.7 billion, got nothing of that wealth. That is the same with climate change. Climate change is the result of, is a crisis caused by the emissions of the rich, but who is being hit hardest? It is the poor people. So we have to change the economic model if we are to arrest global warming and arrest rising economic inequality.
Do you get a sense, or to what extent do you think that there is movement to change that economic model to make it more inclusive when, for example, here at the summit, there have been commitments and pledges made by major companies?
Well, we are standing here in front of the Sustainable Development Goals. That itself is progress, that the whole world came together and said, leave no one behind, and said that we must not trade off the environment for growth. We must find a win-win-win where human beings, society wins, the environment wins, and the economy grows.
But do you think the businesses are actually heeding that now?
Not yet, and we fight with them, and we work with them also constructively. because the business model is itself connected to the economic model. Businesses are currently structured to maximize for shareholders. You know, it wasn't always like this. 30 years ago, in the UK, businesses were sharing 10% of profits with shareholders. The rest of the profits was being plowed back in the business to workers, to research, and so on. Today, do you know what that percentage is? 70% of total profits goes to the owners of capital. So we've got an extreme form of shareholder capitalism that's trashing the environment, trashing poor people, trashing women, and if we don't change that, we'll continue roasting the earth and we'll continue having millions of hungry people. This week alone, the UN released its report and said for the third year running, hunger is increasing. 1 out of every 9 people on earth goes to bed hungry in a world of plenty.
So given all of that you've said and the interconnectedness of these issues, poverty, hunger, climate change, if there's one call to action you make from this summit, what's it going to be and to whom?
One call to action? Well, it is that all of us, that climate change, poverty, extreme inequality are not the problem of that person. They are our problem. Everyone must take an action. And for me, the action that's most important as a person from civil society is to rise, is to put pressure on governments to organize our economies differently, change the model. It is to put pressure on businesses to find alternative models where they share the value with workers, with producers, and where they plow back in the environment and in the communities.
Okay.
So we all have something to do. It's something different for each person depending on where they are. If you're a global CEO of a business or you're an activist like me, you put on your T-shirt and go on the street and protest and show people power, show that people want change.
But you're also part of the conversation here at the summit as well. And part of your role as an activist is to be inside.
Exactly. And to speak truth to power, and I'm doing that.
You are
but I also work with businesses. Like I was sitting next to the CEO of Starbucks. Oxfam, we worked with Starbucks. First, we hit them hard on how they were exploiting coffee farmers in Ethiopia. Then they came to the table and made a better business arrangement with the government of Ethiopia and with coffee farmers. And that was a result of some pressure, but also some negotiation on how to share value.
Okay.
So we work constructively with them, but we also apply pressure where it's needed.
Okay, well, we're very glad to hear that you do that. Winnie Byanyima from Oxfam, thank you so much for joining us on Step Up World.
Thank you for having me.
Winnie Byanyima there, voicing some provocative questions that many other people are talking about here at the Global Climate Action Summit. And amongst all that as well, we've been hearing real commitments from companies on sustainability at the summit. And again, those tough questions, asking whether business is doing enough and if businesses are sincere in the commitments they're making. Now, if companies want to demonstrate their credentials on being socially responsible, they can do so through something called the UN Global Compact. It's the world's largest corporate sustainability initiative, has more than 10,000 companies from 170 countries signed up. And part of their work is a program called Caring for Climate. And that signed up 400 global businesses to carry out solutions themselves and help shape public policy as well. Earlier, I spoke with Leila Kabasi, who's the Chief of Programs for the UN Global Compact. Take a listen. Leila Kabasi, thanks very much for joining us on Step Up World. There's been a lot of conversation about businesses' role in tackling climate change, and I'm keen to understand from you at the Global Compact, the UN Global Compact, what is it that you think more and more companies are beginning to understand about the economic benefits of sustainable production and operations? Because let's be honest, they're not doing it because it's the right thing to do, because they've realized the bottom line implications. What is it that they're beginning to understand?
That's right, Rajesh. You're absolutely right. There is a very, very important bottom line implication. And not only this, there is a very big opportunity out there on the market for more and more companies to step up to the climate challenge. We essentially know that we have, say, 2 years to change course, or we're going to face dangerous and maybe irreversible climate change. So we're here in California to see the enormous progress already that's been made, particularly on the side of business, but not only, also on the policy side.
Have you been impressed by what you've heard and seen here?
Very impressed by the many solutions that are being put out there. It's very clear that there's not one pathway, but there are many options for how, in particular, businesses can contribute. So we're very impressed by this surge of the attention around climate change. One of the concern in going from this conference to another conference over the past 10 or 15 years, one of the concern is that we need to also connect with people outside of this universe. And bring those that are not yet converted to the idea that there is a major implication for your bottom line, there are major opportunities for businesses, and this is a big effort that needs to be done.
But there are also many members of the public who also don't believe that what businesses are saying, or maybe don't believe is a bit strong, but are a little bit skeptical that when businesses say, yeah, we're going sustainable, that it's actually a legitimate action rather than PR. So, what have you seen, or how do you at the UN Global Compact assess whether what a company is saying is actually legitimate? Actually, they're getting on board properly. They're not just, greenwashing.
This is a very important topic, not only for climate change, but also for the whole of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. On the topic of climate change, at the UN Global Compact, we're very proud to be part of the Science Based Target Initiative. We're announcing this week that nearly 500 companies have the intention to set their greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets according to what the latest science says. And so we're pushing for that to become the new norm. And we're bringing the 10,000 companies that are part of the UN Global Compact to also think in terms of what are my boundaries, what are the boundaries of my operations, what is the amount of CO2 that as a company I can emit and still be within the limits that the Paris Agreement have put forward.
And that's your accountability mechanism there, right?
This is the accountability mechanism with lots of technical roadmaps to assess sector by sector how a company can set targets that are indeed compatible with the threshold of staying well below 2 degrees Celsius.
Okay, Leila Kabassi from the UN Global Compact. Pleasure to have you on the Step Up World. Thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Now, not only has our next guest been Grammy nominated and named one of Africa's top 10 global stars by CNN, but he's also a vocal champion for issues such as climate and health. Rocky Dawuni is an ambassador also for the Global Alliance for Clean Cook Stoves, which aims to help stop millions of people getting sick each day because they're having to use fuels like wood and charcoal to cook. I'm really glad to say that not only Rocky is he here to talk to us, but he's actually going to play for us later on in the show as well. Rocky, fantastic to see you. Thanks so much for joining us on Step Up World.
Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here.
It's our honor to have you on the show, Rocky.
Thank you.
There's been a focus on climate and health at the summit. When you're talking to people about it, how do you best explain the connection between those two and why they're so important to deal with together?
Well, the important thing that we have to know is that, first of all, the issue of climate, climate is going to impact literally the increase in temperatures around the world is also going to result in like a lot of diseases, being able to have, there's going to be an increase in diseases, And for me, the most important thing is for that knowledge and information to be available to people, and for people to know what role they can play in that, So as a musician, I try as much as possible to educate myself on what needs to be done And then through my advocacy and also connection to communities I'm able to explain in simple terms, to people. And at the same time to really inspire, individuals to go out there and also become advocates for what needs to be done. Because in the long run, to solve an issue like climate, it's a big deal for most people. They don't even know where to start. But if you are able to let them know that this is going to impact livelihoods, it's going to impact, their health, it's really going to impact what communities look like right now. It's going to literally shake what human society is right now, and it requires all of us to be aware of it and act on it. So being able to convey this message and have people be part of the solution for me is the key thing. Yeah.
And there's also another element to it as well, isn't there? I mean, if you tackle climate and health, especially through something like clean cooking, you're also empowering women as well. You're also reaching gender equality goals.
Yes.
As
well, for me, clean cooking, I have always believed that, first of all, individuals have to know how they can be able to contribute, to solving this solution. To have a solution for this issue. And one of the simple ways, because millions of people around the world, cook with, solid fuels, and the opportunity to move people from that into cleaner versions, it's one way for them to not only to solve, household air pollution, which, literally adds, black carbon and exacerbates, climate change, by the same time too, a public health thing that helps them to live a very healthy life. So moving from that is one way of them being able to contribute to that. And then in addition to that too, also planting trees, creating opportunities, because women and children are the most who are impacted by this, the issue of air pollution. So if this also creates an opportunity, first of all, to solve the issue of women's health due to this, and then opportunity for women industries to be part of that. Then we are also helping elevate, the economic aspect and prosperity of women. So it's
and if you
creating
help women,
micro.
You help the family, you help the economy.
Exactly,
Well,
exactly, yes.
So listen, your music has inspired us, and I know that you're going to inspire us again, and everyone who's watching later on. So we're going to leave you to get ready, rehearse. I mean, it doesn't look like you need to do much to get ready. But we're going to give you a few minutes to get yourselves together as well, and we'll be back to you at the end of the show. But for now, Rocky, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Hi again, everyone. Nicole Perez here, your social media correspondent at Step Up World. Now, yesterday, we asked you all on Instagram what you would choose to have as your climate superpower. You all had some inspiring and creative responses, so let's take a look. Maria Mendez shared that she would like to be able to freeze water to prevent the sea level rise and help protect animals such as polar bears. Lime Bike co-founder Andrew Savage would have a pen to write the regulation that we need now to solve climate problems. And Oskari Oinen from Finland says he would want the ability to control the amount of quality and location of all winds, clouds, rains, tornadoes, and other weather patterns. Thanks so much, and keep your questions coming, keep your messages coming. Tweet me at UN Foundation, and don't forget to use the hashtags StepUp2018 and GCast2018. Back to you, Rajesh.
Thank you very much, Nicole. Some really inspiring suggestions there from people around the world, and inspiring others to take on a challenge as big as climate change. Well, that takes creativity too. There have been many events here at and around the Global Climate Action Summit this week that have been focused on the role of artists in communicating climate change. In fact, if you just walk around the streets around the Moscone Centre here, you'll see people dressed up in strange costumes, on stilts, walking around, doing performance art, all in the streets. It's become a real celebration of climate action. We spoke with two curators of an exhibition here about how art can inspire action.
Nothing less than our future and the fate of humankind depends on how we rise to the climate challenge. It affects every aspect of the work of the United Nations. Keeping our planet's warming to well below 2 degrees is essential for global prosperity, people's well-being, and the security of nations. And that is why next September I will convene a climate summit to bring climate action to the top of the international agenda.
Okay, so as you will have gathered, that was not a couple of artists in San Francisco. That was actually the Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres. A little premature playing that for you because we wanted to remind you of the task ahead. We might come back to that to hear a little bit more of it later on in the program, but let's explore the art world here now around the Global Climate Action Summit that's been taking place in San Francisco. Let's check out this video with a couple of curators.
What are we doing about this? How are we representing this? How are we talking about this? How are we translating the kind of narratives about this?
Climate change is just so hard to wrap your mind around that I think art can show little glimpses.
Climate change actually forces us to understand that there may be something happening both so slowly and so quickly that we might not even have the familiarity with those modes of time. Generating curiosity is a goal of mine and a goal of the show, and maybe people can have a different conversation than they would normally have, and they would come up with other questions.
A lot of artists deal with environment and landscape in different ways, and I just think that the conversations kind of exist within their own communities, and so the work really is how do we get more of that, the interdisciplinary dialogue happening, and that kind of support for that dialogue.
I feel more recruited into the movement than I did before, and science and politics and these things they're not my languages, and so once I had this thing of art and curation and critical writing, I was like, oh, I understand, there's like a way in.
And I think it's also really important to work with other people, you know, to like, you know, I'm an artist, but I supported other artists and to be in this show, and that kind of collaboration is absolutely essential because we are all in this together.
So, those were a couple of artists in San Francisco. Now, I want to just backtrack a little bit because we do want to, as we think about how the Global Climate Action Summit is wrapping up, we want to think ahead now. In just over a week from now, world leaders and many others who've been here will gather for the United Nations General Assembly and for Climate Week. And then in a year from now, the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres will host his own climate summit, and that's in 2019. And remember, if we're thinking about the Sustainable Development Goals, which were launched in 2015, 2019 is 4 years in, 2020 is 1/3 of the way, and we really need to know how we are progressing on all the SDGs, including climate, as soon as possible to make sure that by 2030 we can reach the world that we want. So I just thought before we go, it would be really helpful to remind ourselves of the challenge at hand. And this is a little clip from the Secretary General's speech earlier this week, in which he reminded us of what we have to actually achieve. Let's take a listen to that again.
Nothing less than our future and the fate of humankind depends on how we rise to the climate challenge. It affects every aspect of the work of the United Nations. Keeping our planet's warming to well below 2 degrees is essential for global prosperity, people's well-being, and the security of nations. And that is why next September I will convene a climate summit to bring climate action to the top of the international agenda.
Okay, so that is setting our agenda for the next 12 months. Climate Summit held by the UN Secretary General in 2019. Of course, here at the Global Climate Action Summit, we have been celebrating action that's already been taking place at all levels, all sectors, all around the world. And some of the most active actors, some of the most active and most ambitious players in that are mayors from around the world. In fact, some 4 of them have been here in San Francisco for the summit. Around the world, we sent our cameras and we gathered this video courtesy of our friends at C40 Cities. Take a look.
Assalamu alaikum.
Hola, soy Carla Rubilar Barahona, intendenta de la región metropolitana de Santiago.
My name is Kazumi Kobayashi, Deputy Mayor of the City of Yokohama.
Hello, my name is Frank Jensen. I'm Lord Mayor of Copenhagen.
Hello, my name is Patricia DeLow, Executive Mayor of Cape Town.
Hola, yo soy Horacio Rodríguez Larreta, jefe de gobierno de la ciudad de Buenos Aires.
Hello, I'm Yuriko Koike, Governor of Tokyo.
I'm Rob Kempsing, the Secretary for the Environment, Hong Kong, China.
Hi, my name is Eckhard Wilsner. I'm since 11 years now mayor of a wonderful city in Germany named Heidelberg.
Climate change is affecting all of us and we share the responsibility for the future of our planet.
Como autoridades tenemos que impulsar que otras instituciones y también la ciudadanía se comprometan con la lucha contra el cambio climático.
And I believe that cities, as drivers of change, have shown that they can walk the talk in addressing climate change.
Urgent action on climate change to deliver the highest goals of the Paris Agreement is vitally important.
Es fundamental que las grandes ciudades cumplamos con las metas establecidas en el Acuerdo de París para reducir los efectos del cambio climático, que son cruciales para nuestro presente y nuestro futuro.
As mayor of Warsaw, I'm determined to act, but we can't do it alone. That's why I am calling on state governments,
businesses,
investors and citizens to join me
and step up ambition.
Join me and step up ambition. Let's work together.
So we're talking about ambition and action here at the Global Climate Action Summit. They're not the only ones stepping up. The summit identified and chose 23 climate trailblazers from around the world for their incredible innovation and dedication to bold climate action in their communities. Let's hear from 3 of these inspiring trailblazers from 3 different continents.
What drives me to do this work is that really I've been of a generation that has taken from the sea and taken from our environment and returned very little, and we can't continue to do this. My work is inspired by the leaving an environment for the next generation. We cannot continue to overuse our environment in the way we've done over the last decades and century.
I grew up in a farm, surrounded by vegetation and animals. Nature was always a part of my life.
My favorite place in nature is the ocean. I think many of us grow up dreaming about being astronauts and exploring distant stars and galaxies. We have a totally alien world here on this planet, and it's home to some of the most majestic and incredible life imaginable, and it's an amazing and awesome place to go visit whenever I get the chance to.
My work has involved campaigning for marine protected areas around Scotland, and especially off my island, the Isle of Arran. The areas that we have protected, besides being biodiversity hotspots, are also blue carbon stores. My call to action is a call to action to the UK and Scottish Government to conserve and protect important blue carbon stores.
To combat climate change, I have been striving to do something about the charcoal production. I always campaign for stopping the cutting of trees because we live off environment, the natural resources of our country, 100%. It is charcoal production is one of our biggest problem in Somaliland. And in order to stop it, we have to really campaign.
Together with Gator Halpern, I'm one of the founders of Coral Vita, a company that grows corals to restore dying reefs. Working with some of the world's leading coral scientists, we grow corals up to 50 times faster, which translates into months rather than decades, while strengthening corals' resiliency to warming and acidifying oceans that threaten their health. We've lost up to half the world's reefs since the 1970s and are projected to lose up to 90% by 2050. Now, this is obviously an ecological catastrophe, but it's also a massive socioeconomic challenge as reef support up to 1 billion people around the world, 25% of marine life, underpin tourism economies, fisheries, and shelter coastlines from storms. By growing corals through a commercial land-based coral farming model, we hope to deploy large-scale restoration projects all around the world so that we can preserve reefs for future generations.
My name is Howard Wood, and I'm chair of the Community of Arran Seabed Trust on the Isle of Arran.
My name is Shukri Haj Ismail. I'm the Minister of Environment and Rural Development.
My name is Sam Teicher, and I'm the founder and Chief Reef Officer of Coral Vita.
And I think and I hope that the world will now step up and take real decisive action on climate change.
And this is my call to action. It's time to step up, world.
This is my call for action. It is time to step up, world.
Indeed, those were some of the global climate trailblazers telling us about what they're doing in their communities. And I'm very happy to say we are joined by another climate trailblazer. This is Natalie Isaacs, the founder of 1 Million Women, which is a global movement to empower women with climate-smart lifestyle solutions. Natalie, thank you for joining us on Step Up World. Tell me a little bit about how 1 Million Women actually does this. How do you empower women?
So we empower women and girls to live with the least impact on the planet, and our focus is really specific. It's mainly women and girls from wealthy countries, and we show how you live with the least impact through our daily choices, through the way that we live, through our spending power, through everything we do. So things like household energy, getting our energy consumption down by 20%, or addressing food waste, or embracing less is more and dealing with this crazy world of overconsumption, or how you get from A to B with the least impact on the planet, or how we as women use our economic power to shape the kind of world we want to live in.
Why do you think, or to what extent are women uniquely impacted by climate change and therefore uniquely potent to address it?
So let me answer the potent one first. When I started 1 Million Women and I did my research, I found that in countries like Australia, that women make between 75 and 85% of the consumer decisions that affect the household's carbon footprint. And we have enormous power as consumers, and we're huge networkers. And so we have extraordinary power to shift our lifestyles and shift the way that we live, which is a huge contribution to the climate crisis. But we also know that women from more vulnerable countries and the developing world, women and children are the most impacted and the most vulnerable to climate change. And so it's that whole it's the whole thing. It's the whole circle.
Now, here at the Global Climate Action Summit, we've been celebrating and showcased the activities of people at all levels, but we're focusing on those below the level of national governments and organisations like yours, the non-profit groups. What do you believe 1 million women? I mean, first of all, do you have 1 million women?
We are. Well, it depends on what stat you look at.
Okay.
But
we'll give you the benefit of the doubt there.
We are 800,000. Yeah, women and girls from every corner of the planet.
That's still pretty amazing.
It's pretty, yeah.
What do you think that 800,000 can achieve?
So never, ever underestimate the power of lifestyle choice. It is a big piece of the solution to climate change. You can't just fight for climate action, you have to live it too. And 800,000 women will tell 800,000 more and will lead their communities. And our whole focus is how to get to net zero carbon living, how to reduce consumption and all those other aspects that are a big contributor. And it's been a really big theme here at this summit that everybody, individuals, households, communities, cities, countries, governments, everybody has to act. And that means that all of us have a responsibility to literally through everything we do and how we live day to day is for the planet and not against it.
Okay, have you been encouraged by what you've heard here at the summit?
It's a hard question to answer. I am, today I was so encouraged and so positive listening to the plenary sessions, and I don't know if you heard Al Gore in there, but and everybody that spoke today spoke of such progress and so many exciting things, and people rising up and rising, above politics actually and getting on with it. But I feel there's something, this conference, this summit has a new level of urgency. And I've been to a lot of conferences and COPs, and there's always a level of urgency. But this one, it's even at another level. And we have to act. We have to act right now.
Yeah.
And so that's from my point of view as individuals, we need to say, am I doing everything I can to live with the least impact on the planet?
Great to hear you echoing pretty much the sentiment of the words of the UN Secretary General earlier in this week, in the week in his speech. Looking forward to the climate summit in 2019. Let's just give a quick mention of your book. Go on quickly.
So this just launched. This just launched earlier this week, and it's actually my book. It's available across Australia and actually internationally. So it is really about how you profoundly change the way that you live and make that stick. And so, I would love you to get a copy if you can.
Okay, Natalie Isaacs from 1 Million Women. Thank you very much for joining us on Step Up World today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Let's do a quick check-in on what you all have been saying on social media. Let's go over to our social station and check in with Nicole Perez.
Thanks, Raj. Today's program discussed both climate positivity and warned us of the challenges ahead if we refrain from acting. You've been sharing your thoughts on the discussion, so let's talk about a few of the messages now. So on Twitter, we have Dr. Leanne Kealoha Fox of Hawaii. She shares her fears when looking towards the future of climate change. She wonders whether she'll be able to live in her home by the year 2050. Our second tweet comes from Suzanne Grego from the Skull Foundation, where she shared an important call to action from a 16-year-old participant who reminded us that we need to go beyond Band-Aid climate solutions to real systemic action. Our third tweet comes from Gavin Price from Wales. He loved the Step Up World interview with Lehua Kamalu and noted her as a prime example of how athletes are affected by and acting on climate change. Thank you all for viewing our program and for helping us bring the world to the Global Climate Action Summit. Back to you, Raj.
Nicole, thank you, and thank you very much for being a fabulous social media correspondent. That's pretty much all we have time for on Step Up World. Please do carry on checking out all our interviews that we had on this show and this whole program, which will live now on the UN Foundation's Facebook. Do go and check it out. And as Nicole said, don't stop talking about the issues. Tweet us using those hashtags, StepUp2018 and GCAS2018. Talk to us on Facebook, Instagram, talk to each other as well. We hope you've enjoyed our show. We hope you've learned a few things, and we really hope that you have been inspired to act. If you're a world leader, we hope that you've been inspired by the commitments that others have made and that you will step up also, because we all need to. Okay. As a special treat to play us out, we're going to head back over to our music stage and we're going to hear from Rocky Duwani again. Thanks for joining us.
Whoa, 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 every day, in every way, oh, I'm gonna let my whole light shine. Every day, in every way, oh, I'm gonna let my whole light shine. On and on and on and on, for the world to see. Yeah, yeah. Oh, people, I am ready. Chapter new beginning. When every little step I take will reach for a higher ground. It's not gonna be easy. Fate will let it be. And I know with you by my side it's all gonna be alright. I'll say, hey, I believe we can shine a light so bright, so bright. I say, hey, I believe we can shine a light so bright, so bright. Every day, in every way, oh, I'm gonna every day, in every way. I'm gonna let my whole light shine on and on and on and on for the world to see. Yeah, yeah. Light up the darkness with the positive spirit. Oh, let the sun shining in with a wave of a joyful sound. Whether high or low, I will not be afraid to lift my head up, reach and touch the skies. I'll sing, hey, I believe we can shine a light so bright, so right. I'll sing, hey, I believe we can shine a light so bright, so right. Whoa, 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 yeah. I believe we can shine a light so bright. Whoa, whoa, hey, I believe we can shine a light so bright. All around the world I say, I believe we can shine a light so bright. No matter who you are, I believe we can shine a light so bright. I say, hey, I believe we can shine a light so bright.
This is JL Algo, Science Policy Associate of the Climate Reality Project Philippines, a proud Filipino and citizen of this earth.
I am Amira, an organizer from Puerto Rico.
As Lord Mayor of Copenhagen, I'm determined to act, but we cannot do it alone.
As Mayor of Cape Town, I am determined to act.
I'm from Ghana, and this is my call to action to everyone.
From Reno, Nevada, and this is my call to action.
This is my call to action.
And this is my call to action to everyone.
It's time to step up, world.
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 It is time to step up, world.
We are still in.
We are mayors, county executives,
governors, tribal leaders,
faith groups, colleges and universities,
businesses, cultural institutions, and investors.
And we support climate action to meet the Paris Agreement.
In the absence of leadership from Washington, D.C.,
We're part of a growing coalition representing nearly half of the U.S. population.
From all 50 states.
With the weight of 1/3 of the U.S. economy behind us.
We're pursuing ambitious climate goals, working together to take forceful action
to ensure that the U.S. remains a global leader in reducing emissions.
We are still launched with commitments from cities, states, businesses, colleges, and universities.
Since the launch, faith groups, tribes, cultural institutions, and hospitals have joined the movement.
It is imperative that the world knows that in the U.S.,
the leadership necessary to meet our Paris commitment is found in city halls,
state capitals, universities, colleges, boardrooms, and businesses.
Together we will remain engaged with the international community as part of the global effort to hold warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius, with 1.5 degrees as our goal.
And to accelerate the transition to a clean energy economy
that will benefit our security, prosperity, and health.
We are still in because we have a moral imperative to act on climate.
Because climate action is good for our bottom line.
Because cities innovate and evolve when called upon.
We are still in to keep the planet safe for the next generation of Americans.
West Palm Beach, Florida is still in.
Washington State is still in.
Cliff Bar is still in.
We're still in, and we're all in.